on. Can you say something else, LSP, just to make sure your audio is equal with everyone? Just to make sure your audio is
Sally sells seashells by the seashore.
Okay. That'll do. And
I think
Admiral
it's a really
Gibbs?
dumb business strategy. You're by a
Howdy,
seashore.
y'all
There's
doing?
seashells everywhere. You don't need Sally.
Okay, Admiral, we can hear you. Okay, everyone ready? Just a quick reminder, because it's been a while for some of you, and some of you, need constant reminders. I'll introduce the topic. I'll say hi to my guests. I'll give each of you a concise opening statement, and then we'll get into it. If you have problems during the discussion of getting in, or you feel like you're being talked over, just raise your hand or DM me or get my attention, and I'll try to give you the space that you need. With that, once Lactoid is actually back here, we'll just get started. We'll give him.
You know me, I like to ramble.
Yeah, I don't know if Lactoid had to go to the bathroom or okay. The man of the hour is here. So let us
go break another light bulb.
Yeah, let's get started. Okay, here we go. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And today, have we got a show for you, gang? We are going to be talking about immigration and border control. Recently, there was a tragic death of 3 migrants, a mother and 2 children, as they were trying to cross the Rio Grande. Is this indicative of a cruel system of border control? Should we be opening up our borders in general? Or should we be working to secure them even more than they are? We have gathered a team to discuss this. We have some great things to talk about today, but before we start, I want to give each of these individuals a brief introduction and a brief opening statement. And we're going to start with someone who hasn't been on my show in a long, long time. LSP, go ahead. What you got?
Hi, I'm LSP. Thanks for having me, Wick. So just as far as an opening goes, immigration tends to do 2 things that is just irrefutable by data. It tends to improve the economy because you're growing the supply of labor, you're growing the supply of consumers, grow supply of capital. Like, all this stuff makes the economy go round. And you also tend to reduce crime with immigrants. Immigrants come here, they do not commit crime. Illegal or legal immigrants, either which way, typically their crime is lower than crime committed by natives. They're actually reducers of crime. So beyond that, from what I can tell, all the immigrant wants is what the citizen gets for free. I don't see any reason why I, as a free person, should deny another free person the same opportunities I get in life based on something as arbitrary as where they came from.
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and we'll get into it as we go. Next up, no stranger to my channel, and no stranger to my heart, Admiral Gibbs. What you got?
Howdy. I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere at Admiral Gibbs. This, it's a tragedy what happened to these people. However, that being said, we definitely need a stronger border policy. We need immigration reform. People are flooding in across. It's an invasion. That's really what it is. And it's just, if we don't do something about this now, it's going to become a problem for everybody. The sheer mass of humanity that's moving across the border is just, it's just millions of people, and there's just nowhere like that we have the infrastructure for this kind of thing. And I don't know, something's got to be done, and it's got to be done ASAP.
Okay, thank you for being here. I'm sure we'll get into it as we go. Next up, someone who I am proud to let across my border, Corey Campbell. What you got?
And I echo the sentiment that I am proud to cross your border anytime, with consent, of course. But yeah, thank you so much for inviting me on here. I appreciate it. Always grateful to be here. And also great to be here with these lovely people. And yeah, so I echo a lot of the same sentiments that LSP just went through, so I am not for open borders and just a free-for-all, but totally, as LSP just pointed out, from the data that I've seen, even though it's a little bit tricky to tease out, on the whole, it seems to be that immigration is a largely net positive. And also, even though I come from a Canadian perspective, and there's a labor shortage here, from what I understand, there's also a labor shortage in the United States, or even just like in healthcare, where I think pretty much no matter what, if you actually want to address some of these labor shortages, you will have to allow for immigration. and even just for population growth. From what I understand, I think the United States only gets population growth from immigration, or a lot of the population growth is due to immigration. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here, and we'll see where it goes in the open. Last, but certainly not least, Blacktoid. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to take a little bit of a middle road position here. Immigration, there's a couple issues that are that I struggle with. Abortion being one, but immigration being another one. Because the question for me is going to be mostly empirical. I understand that there are a lot of good organizations that have found a lot of benefits that come with allowing more immigrants. Cato is very pro-immigrant, and they have a lot of numbers that back up what they're saying. But that doesn't mean those numbers aren't controversial, and that doesn't mean that they're always measuring the same things that we should care about, right? So I understand that according to Cato numbers, overall GDP contribution per illegal immigrant is higher than the costs of absorbing them into the country, except the costs are measured as direct taxpayer costs, and GDP is not measured as such. There's other numbers that indicate that actually it does cost taxpayers more per illegal immigrant when you consider all the services, even factoring in the taxes that they do pay. So I think that probably the solution here is, sure, we can let people in, but we have to cut services. We can't provide services, I would say, generally speaking, but especially not when you have such a large amount of people coming over. I think the reason's obvious. We're going to have to spend tremendously more money, especially when in places like New York, they're paying for, or at least have been, paying for free housing for a lot of these immigrants. Things that U.S. citizens don't even get. I think it's pretty wild.
Okay, and with that, let's open it up. I guess let's start with just immigration in general. Admiral Gibbs, you called it an invasion. Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, I'll elaborate. So I come from, like, originally when I grew up, right, I come from the city of Corpus Christi, which is a town of about 400,000 people right now, right? So at the peak this year, I don't know what the current numbers are, but at the peak this year, in 2 months, we had 438,000 people cross the Texas border into the United States, right? So that's more people than the 8th biggest port in the United States. All came in one go. Within 2 months, we've had more people than one of the biggest cities. So my question is, where are we going to put all these people? Where all these people come from? We got to process them. We put them in camps. It's cold outside right now here in Texas. I mean, that's a rare occasion. I know everybody makes fun of us for the freeze, but we don't have the infrastructure for this. Whenever we try to get infrastructure, the government comes in, shuts us down. We would try to put up walls, shuts us down. So yeah, it's an invasion. It's literally, we be told that we can't have a sovereign border, and people are just crossing in the hundreds of thousands. And it's becoming a strain on the state. It's becoming a strain on the nation. I don't know how you can say it's not an invasion when it's literally masses of people the size of major cities all of a sudden moving from one location to a new location, and just there's just nowhere to put these people. I don't. It's an invasion in every sense of the word.
Is it an invasion because of the size of the people coming? Like, it's an invasion in every sense. I don't think in every sense of the word it's an invasion. So you simply, was it the size of the people that makes it an invasion? If it was half that, would it be an invasion?
Yeah, absolutely. It would still be an invasion. I mean, there are millions of
If
people.
it was a quarter of
that
that,
have
would
come.
it be an invasion? It was 1% of that, would it be an invasion?
I mean, you're getting into semantics here because we're talking about realities. The reality is, in 2 months, we had over 438,000
Well, you said in every sense
people.
of the word, it's an invasion.
It is an invasion. It is currently an invasion. We can sit here and dick around
What are they
and talk
armed with?
about
Should we
what
shoot
are
them?
the percentage of people coming, like how many people to make something invasion. But we got to talk about facts. The facts is we're getting overrun here, and people want to sit here and go poo poo. We don't want to enforce the border. That's sad. It's sad these people died. It's an invasion, bro. Like, I don't know how you can sit here and go, oh, it's not an invasion because our heart feels so strongly for these people. Like, sorry,
Okay.
we don't have the infrastructure.
So we don't have the infrastructure. The barriers. You're fine with the barriers as a way of deterring them, even if they kill people?
Absolutely, we need stronger barriers. I mean, we're the only country in the world that doesn't enforce our border.
Even though it kills people, you're fine with the barriers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's called a barrier. It's called a border. You're not supposed to cross this illegally.
What if it killed twice that number of people that it kills every year?
What if it killed every one of us person trying to come across? Then it'd be an effective barrier.
If it killed 100%
I don't
of the
think it
people
kills that many. I don't think it
that?
kills that many people per year. I mean,
Well, let's go down this. If it killed 100% of the people who tried to cross, would you be fine with that?
I mean, sure. Then it would be an effective barrier.
You don't think maybe there's a way we can figure out how to solve immigration without killing people with a death trap?
It sounds well and good, but guess what? No, every time we've tried to get some kind of immigration reform, both sides have shot it down. So let's maybe get some security and stop the bleeding here, bro.
Would you support shooting immigrants who try to cross?
I would support pretty much almost anything at this point to stop the flow of people coming into this. Like we're just getting overrun.
So, wait, does that include children as well? Like shoot them?
I mean,
so before we get into that question,
that is on the table. I just want to make that clear.
Would you like to talk?
Yeah, a little bit. So I'm only gonna do this once. I don't like doing this, but like the definition of invasion, according to Oxford, is simply an unwelcome intrusion into someone's domain, right? Into another's domain. I think that in this case, it's obviously loaded language, but I understand why Gibbs is using it because, especially if you're someone living there, it could definitely feel like an invasion. If somebody gets injured, like scaling a fence or like climbing over a wall, I mean, and you're saying don't climb the wall, don't come over the fence, you're not welcome over this fence, and they get hurt like climbing over it. How responsible are you really for that death? I don't know. That seems to like a huge stretch to me. Like, let me ask you, do you guys think that I should be held responsible? Let's say I put up a fence in my backyard. Let's just say, okay? And someone scaling that fence falls down and like breaks their arm. Should I have to pay for their broken arm? Or am I at all responsible? Should I have to take down my fences in case people scaling the wall might break their arms?
Well, so I think that's a valid question. And I would lean, at least given your scenario that you've outlined, I would lean towards no, you're not responsible if it's just like one person. But at least from what I understand, and I don't want to like put words in Admiral Gibbs's mouth, but he seems to be advocating for a more proactive approach of like pretty much almost like
a more homicidal approach.
No, I mean it's ridiculous that you would sit here and say homicidal. Like there's a legal process to come here. People are actively choosing not to do that because it's too hard or too difficult, and so they're coming here illegally. I mean, I don't know what crimes where you can commit that you just don't have any kind of punishment. It's not homicidal. It's called a deterrent. If everybody's dying when they cross this wall, guess what? People are going to stop trying to cross that wall. So guess what? Then it's a deterrent, and you might be saving more lives because people have to go the like legal way through, and we'll stop sex trafficking. We'll stop all like some of the drug influx. We'll stop a lot of these things if we have an actual viable deterrent that's effective.
But most of the people who are dying, I mean, most of the people who are crossing are not coming here to sex traffic or to sell drugs or anything like that.
How can you prove that? I mean, are you here? Are you checking every single person coming through? They have an influx of these children. They come and they say they don't know who these people are that are bringing.
Immigrants who come here.
Yeah, and the children are sitting here going, "These aren't our parents." All the time, like all the time, they're saying this. Like, you're just lying. Is what you're doing.
And it seems like I'm not just lying. The reason I'm calling it a homicidal solution is because I asked you directly if you would be fine with shooting them as well. And you said, I'm fine with that. If we have to do something that whatever it works. And if you're fine with shooting migrants as a deterrent, I would say that's pretty homicidal. If you have a deterrent, a barrier that you know is resulting in human deaths, and you want to do more of it, it seems you're knowingly, your idea of a deterrent is knowingly putting somebody in danger. You know they're stupid enough to attempt to cross this barrier anyway. You know that it's causing lives, and you want to do nothing but, like, we're not getting rid of it. We're just going to let them do it. It seems like if you...
LSP, then you would agree that if someone scales my backyard, falls, and gets hurt, that I'm responsible?
That you're responsible? No.
Yeah. Let's say I build, under the definition you just put forward, I build a fence in my backyard. Somebody scales the fence, falls, and gets hurt. I've got no evidence that they're trying to steal my shit. They're just trying to scale my fence. Am I responsible? I told them not. Yeah. I literally have signs. Don't try to cross the fence. Don't get over.
No, you are the king of your own castle. I don't think a border. Just because I don't think that's applicable to a border. Borders are major avenues for which commerce and traffic regularly flows, and they only exist to restrict the boundaries of state law. Right? It is a limitation on where the jurisdiction of the state ends, not on the free travel of its people.
So let's say I live on the border and I have like my property line ends at the border. If I put up a wall and somebody crosses it and dies, you would say I'm not homicidal. But like, let's say it's like like over 30 feet. And it's the same wall, but I don't know.
If all you put up was a wall, I would be fine with that. But Greg Abbott's putting up like circular saw, like floating barriers and razor wire. Like clearly the intent here is not to just turn them around; it's to maim them.
Sure. Let's say I build a fence and put up razor wire, and somebody tries to cross the razor wire fence and gets hurt. How responsible am I?
You're responsible in the sense that you put up a deterrent that you knew could result in bodily harm, and it resulted in that.
So we should
you,
just
you
like
share
not
some degree of
have something
responsibility.
that's like a viable deterrent. What do you want? Like us to go out there with like pixie
I
farts
want
and rainbow dust and sit here and try to stop them from crossing the border? Like, what
yeah,
are you
get the
trying to
pixie farts.
like?
No, no.
What are
What
you
I want,
proposing here? Like,
what I want is like sensible immigration reform that doesn't just mean we're going to lay booby traps at the border and see which genius is dumb enough to try and navigate it. Obviously, if it's an economic problem, we need an economic solution to the border. If it's a criminal justice problem, we need criminal justice. Like it's expensive, it's difficult. There's a lot of reasons people immigrate illegally, and if it was simply easier to immigrate here, they wouldn't do it illegally. So it seems to me the issue is a political problem. We need to find a political solution. The one that doesn't seem to help anything is creating barriers with circular saws that just gets people killed. It's not helping anybody. It's just killing.
well, if they die, then they didn't. They'd effectively stop them from crossing the border, wouldn't you say?
I mean, is that your goals?
I mean, it's to stop. It's to
I
stop
guess
the bleeding.
technically, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Are you Christian?
yeah, I'm
You believe in
yeah,
God? You think
sure.
that's
I'm
really?
also believe in national sovereignty. Like I'm sorry, I don't know how you can sit here and try to hit me with the Christian thing when if you read
I just
Revelations, God
when
comes
I
back
think
and
about
starts wiping people
because
out.
when I think about
So,
what Jesus Christ says, I just can't imagine him at like espousing the beliefs you do. That's why.
well, that's
But
interesting.
like,
I mean,
oh well, if
we
it kills
don't
100
think
percent of them,
religious
like great. Like Jesus said,
have
like
you
I was
read?
a stranger and you
That's
led
a
me
lot more
in.
people
You
to
know,
heaven.
I mean, have you read what happens in
Okay, okay.
Revelations? Revelations, he comes and wipes out everybody.
I'm
I
not
mean,
sure.
so that,
I'm going to throw a flag on this play. I don't know if I want a religious debate today. But for now, I want to concentrate on the immigration, the border control. So this is $20 from Artemis Fowl. Okay, and he says, to be clear, immigration is a Mott and Bailey argument. Is that because of the walls and stuff? Is that a joke? Okay. Anyway, the pro-immigration side knows that what citizens have an issue with isn't the legal immigration. These people don't know what sensible immigration is. So I guess let's let's rewind a little bit, and I guess I'll ask you all: do you think that the rate of legal immigration in this country is at the right level? Is it too much? Is it too little? What do we think?
I would say probably not at the right level, considering
Why
everything.
not? Can you elaborate?
Well, yeah, so I more or less, and this could be just incorrect on my part, but I more or less view it as sort of an economic, or part of it isn't an economic issue, where, yes, there are people that are looking to hopefully have a better standard of living by coming to the United States or Canada, but also, yeah, for the economic opportunities. And like, yeah, I would point to the fact that to address labor shortages and for economic growth and population growth, like immigration is a primary driver of those things. Where, yeah, if you're looking to sustain your country as of now, like I think you can't do without immigration.
Would that be if we had numbers and if we had data to show that while nationally, yes, this was the case, everything you said was true, it helped and increased and had all these benefits to the locality on which they're going to, right? Like their immigrants are going to, the people of that community are getting hurt. They're getting economically hurt. They're losing their jobs. They're missing out on opportunities. Their healthcare systems are being overwhelmed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Would you still hold that position?
Well, it's sort of I can see that as a potential problem and that making a problem worse, but I could also see that immigration can be a solution to that problem of like, yeah, as I alluded to in my opening statement, to maybe address healthcare worker shortage. I don't think that's going to come from the population that you currently have. Same thing with Canada, where like if you want to have more healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, et cetera, you need to expedite the process of legal immigration to get qualified people.
Gotcha.
So yeah, I can see that as a solution.
I want to hear from everyone else, but then I have a question for Gibbs. So I guess Lactoid, is it at the right level? Too much? Not enough? What do you think? What's your intuition here?
Well, so my intuition is that I'm not the best person. I don't think any of us here are. I don't think to judge what's like the correct level. I actually, I think this should be. I think a market-driven approach is actually like the perfect way to handle this. Where if you remove the services and just simply like, okay, if you're an immigrant and you want to survive in America, you have to come here and be productive. This could be a natural limiting factor. One proposal that was presented by I didn't think of it. It was actually by Scott. I think it's a really good idea. Is that you remove caps on immigration, but in order for somebody to come into the country, they have to have a sponsor, like an employer. And the employer is going to be responsible for all the costs of this immigrant if it doesn't work out, right? And so that way, they would have to cover the services, but because I don't think Americans would deal with like, oh well, we want to give them services. We don't like this idea of people being within the borders not having services. But that's the biggest problem. We can't give them services. We can't have millions of people come in and then pay for their healthcare, for their education, for all the shit that we have to pay for. They're a net drain in terms of a tax perspective. It's not acceptable.
Okay, LSP, same question.
Excuse me, I'm like a little bit sick, so.
Okay.
I would say I guess I'm more capitalist than I guess some of the other people here, because I would say the right number is what the market sets it at. There's supply and there's a demand, right? There's a supply of available workers that is not meeting the demand for labor, right? There's a greater demand for labor, so that's why immigrants are coming here, is because they want to meet that demand. There's job opportunities, so it makes sense that they're coming here. Which is why I look at this, it's an economic problem, probably needs an economic solution, probably needs some sort of market-based solution. As for the process of getting them here, I don't want anybody sneaking over the border. Like, have you guys been to Texas? It's fucking hot. Like, I can't imagine the thing these people have to go through, the rivers they got to swim through, the deserts they got to, the shady fucking people they have to deal with just to get, like, these people are working so hard to get here. Not to mention Greg Abbott wants to like turn the border into like a fucking booby trap zone full of landmines and a moat with alligators. Like, it's insane stuff. So like, I admire and I respect these people because there's some hard, dedicated people to come here. And, right, it takes a true, hard, independent working spirit. So this is a kind of talent I want in this country. Like, that's a lot. The answer to getting, what we need to do with them is we need to rechange our immigration system so that it's easier for them to get here, right? The process is more sensible. It doesn't take years and thousands of dollars. Because it takes like 10 plus years for somebody to even like go through the process to become a citizen, and it takes like upwards of like $5,000+ with I don't know how much legal paperwork. Like, obviously, it's not the way it's structured now is not an intelligent way to conduct an immigration system. So of course they're sneaking over, and then if all you're doing it to address that is adding death barriers, and they're just dumb enough to throw themselves onto it and mangle their bodies, all you've done is create thousands of dead bodies that now you got to handle. Like 100 years into the future, how many dead bodies are we going to have because we've created these barriers? Is it fixing the problem? No, it's not fixing the problem. It's not getting us any closer to fixing the problem. It's not doing anything to fix the problem, right? It's an economic problem. It's a political problem. It needs an economic solution. It needs a political solution. I think we can do it. I think America as a land of...
I don't mean to interrupt your reign here, but like saying it needs an economic solution, we need to fix it economically, doesn't tell me anything. It doesn't give me any information. Like, what does that mean?
That means we need to change our visa programs to better address how many immigrants can come here. We need to change the process by which one gets a visa so that it's easier for them to come here and do the work. Because as it stands right now, visas have caps on how many people can get. There's certain barriers to entry to acquire certain visas. Caps? No, yes, I would raise those caps. I would allow more people who want to come here to come here.
Would you eliminate those caps? Do you believe in unlimited, uncapped?
I'm not against eliminating the caps. Unless I can't see a reason to keep caps other than like you have this fear that we're being invaded, we're being overrun. There's millions. Like, I can see that, but the few examples I can think of where there's been like a sudden influx of immigrants into an area, like the Mariel boat lift. In Cuba, in which like 200,000 Cuban refugees just ended up in the Miami area, like in a snap. It actually wound up being fine for the Cuban economy. Like, they integrated fine. They had no net effect on wages. You mean? Yes. No net effect on wages, no net effect on employment. It actually ended up being a boost to local Miami.
Well, they vote red now. I mean, Florida goes red.
Yeah, good for Republicans.
Because they ran from communism, right? This is also true of the Vietnamese.
I mean, it might be true of them. Like, I'm not going to keep somebody out because they're going to vote differently from me. I don't know about you guys. I'm not authoritarian like that.
Fair enough. I guess then to Admiral Gibbs, right? Obviously, you think there's too much. So I guess...
No, I don't, actually. So here's the thing about this, right?
Well, then explain. Correct me.
So I absolutely think we need a much more firm hand on the border wall, like whatever that form may take, whether it's drones or it's a physical Great Wall of Texas or something. We need something to stop the bleeding. We got to stop people just from coming over here willy nilly. On the second side, I do also think we need some sort of immigration reform, and it needs to be easier to get here. I actually don't have a problem with immigration. I'm the son of an immigrant. But that being said, that's a perfect anecdotal example of why we need immigration control. My real father, he's crossed the border 3 or 4 times getting over here, and I'm pretty sure he's got a felony. We need to have some kind of background check going on these people. We need to know who's coming through. We need to know who these people are. We need to know why they're coming. Just because you want to come here doesn't mean you should get to come here. A government's duty is to its citizenry first, right? Do we need economic people? Do we want people coming here to work? Absolutely. We should let those people come. We should make it easier for people that want to come here for legitimate reasons. But whenever your first act of coming into a new country is to ignore their laws and break their laws by coming illegally, that doesn't bode well, in my opinion. So I absolutely do think we need some kind of heavy-handed immigration reform where it's much more easy for people to get here if they want to come here. But at the same time, we also need to secure our border. Now, what that form of immigration reform looks like, I don't know, but we're desperate down here, folks. Desperate. I like it. Something's got to be done.
$2 from Testicle Johnson. As an American, I think limiting migrants is needed. You're not an American. These are Canadian dollars you're paying me in. Artemis Fowl for $10. Can the pro-immigrant side tell the audience why the working spirit individuals dump or throw away passports and IDs at the border, and 95% never show up to their second asylum hearing? I don't know if these stats are accurate, but that's what he paid me to say. So, Corey and
I don't know about that second one, but I'm pretty sure it's like over 75% of people who are issued a summons show up to their hearing. I got to go look into that. It's been a while since I've looked at that, but I'm fairly certain the majority of immigrants who are cited end up showing up. I'm going to go look for it.
Okay, check it out. What do you think, Corey? Thoughts?
Well, yeah, I have to sort of, I guess I could take it at face value that that's true, but I'm not going to begin to speculate as to why that is. But yeah, I would pretty much echo what LSP said. I'd have to look into that so I just want to make sure I understand the question correctly. They're saying that pretty much they're going through the legal immigration process, but they're basically not following through enough. Or I think the number was cited is 95%, basically whatever, don't show up to their hearing for
their second hearing, to be clear.
Their second hearing for the legitimate process. Yeah, I'm not going to begin to speculate. I mean, maybe they found the illegal way through. That's quicker, right? I don't know.
Apparently, I missed one super chat. Okay,
I just found a quick thing I put in chat. It's not foolproof. I'll read it out. But irrefutable evidence shows that over the past 2 decades, the majority of immigrants have shown up for immigration court hearings. Rates of appearance increase when people have legal representation, so like lawyers, calling into question the logic of detaining people in prison-like conditions when representation is a viable alternative to ensure court appearances. This might also speak to another concern Gibbs had earlier. We were talking about infrastructure concerns. It seems like you can address those concerns on some level if you just release people and give them a summons.
Okay, so you would, to be clear, you would be against holding or detaining people who are found to be crossing the border illegally. So even if there were no obstacles in place and you had Border Patrol and they found some people, a convoy that was crossing illegally, you think that they shouldn't be detained or processed or anything? They should just be given a summons and allowed to go.
Yeah, if you could, I think an intelligent way to do that might actually be that way, because we got such an overflow of immigrants in detention camps already. We ended up having to build tent cities in Texas. It's become an infrastructure problem when there's no reason to believe most of these people wouldn't show up to a hearing anyway, especially given the number of people who are coming straight up to claim asylum. If they're interested in claiming asylum, chances are they're not really interested in being here illegally. They want to be in the system. It seems in our best interest, especially if you want to find out who these people are, it seems in the best interest is to give them a summons, right? That seems to be the best, most guaranteed way to get them to ever show up and to ever cooperate. If you start treating them like prisoners, you're just at a dead end.
I just want to add that this all sounds well and good, all these things, right? It's all well and good till it's somebody else's problem, right? And I think that's a real good example of that is Abbott recently started shipping people on buses to Chicago, shipping on people on buses to New York, and what happened? All of a sudden they started crying, screaming, "Hey!" I don't know if you've seen the video of the people in Chicago saying, "Hey, can we stop immigration from Texas? Oh, it's so terrible." So what really this strikes me to me is empty platitudes. People don't really actually actually care about this issue here north of Texas. They don't care at all. And so they're like, oh, look at the evil Texans. They're shooting people at the border. Look at the evil Texans with their buzzsaw things that ocean in the river. But like,
I want to clarify something. Is it your contention that no other state besides Texas accepts immigrants?
No,
Are you going to make the claim that Texas has the largest immigrant population in the United States?
I'm not making that claim at all. I'm saying is we're currently dealing with the largest influx of immigrants.
So then your claim that no other state cares about immigrants is false then.
No, it's not at all. No, I'm saying Texas currently is dealing with the largest influx of immigrants. That most of the people that are coming through the border are coming to Texas currently.
I would agree with you that, yes, to cross the border, at least the southern border, you have to go through Texas.
Go southern. Yes, that's what we're talking about right here. That's what we're talking about. We can talk about other immigration all we want, but right now we're talking about southern border immigration, right? And the minute we started sending some of these people, we sent 33,000 people. No, we sent 33,000 people to New York, and it cost them $750 million. And they're suing the bus companies because we did this, right? They're sitting there crying, they're moaning, weeping, gnashing of teeth. All of a sudden, it's a problem that we're sending these people. Chicago, they're upset that a project that was being built, it got turned over to the people that we sent up there for the immigration to hold them. They're sitting there crying, weeping and gnashing, wanting to stop immigration from Texas to Chicago. So it becomes a lot of this here in Texas. When I hear all these people say, we need this. Oh, the Texans are evil. It's just empty platitudes. There's no real solution coming from people. All I hear is like, oh, it's an economic solution. These people are coming to, the market will decide. No. Well, that's great, but the market's deciding that we're overwhelmed and we're shipping them to places that say they want these immigrants, and then all of a sudden they don't want them, and now it's poo bad Texans.
Well, before we get into that, because I do want Corey and LSP to, and I'm curious what Lactoid thinks about the legality of it, of the lawsuit, right, that New York has against the Texas bus companies for shipping migrants from Texas to New York. I'm curious on that, but I need to read a few more super chats. $5 from Testicle Johnson to say, what about an American Ninja Warrior style obstacle course? And if they can complete it, they get citizenship.
No, that's based.
We only want the best after all. Like a Survivor kind of game show, only like a citizen Survivor game show. Maybe. $5 from Artemis Fowl. Don't let him only talk about the first summons. There are two summons. The second is an appeal for the denial from the first summons. I think I did mention that there were more than one summons. And $10 from Running Joke. Does the panel support a remain in Mexico policy? Why not? What do you think of that, gang?
I would have to clarify. I'm not sure I know exactly what that means.
I don't know. Maybe not. Like I would say it would probably depend on whether or not remaining in Mexico is to our best interest, to Mexico's best interest, or to the individual's best interest. If it's in nobody's best interest, don't remain in Mexico. If it is, remain in Mexico. I would just play it by ear.
Okay.
Well, first of all, who cares about what's been Mexico's best interest? I mean, we're talking about the U.S. right now here, okay? Like, listen, if people are coming and Mexico decide to let these people go through their southern border to come go north into ours, then maybe they should remain in Mexico. Like, and let Mexico deal with it for a little while. Maybe we should. In their best interest. Like, do you just not believe in national sovereignty and like our government's having a duty to like help its citizenry first? Is that like an concept that's like gone out the window recently that I wasn't aware of?
No, I don't think the United States is the only country that deals with immigration issues. Like, you seem to think that this is all, and you also seem to think it's only
in international law, though.
Yeah,
there's we actually regulations about how you treat people there.
We actually have it pretty good, and this is maybe a little bit of pushback. We have it pretty. The American experience with immigration is much better than the European experience with immigration recently. Mexican immigrants tend to be relatively benign compared to North African or Middle Eastern immigrants.
That's a can of worms. Do we want to open that?
I'm open to it. Yeah.
It might be a little off topic for Gibbs in the American experience, but I suggest that probably
the Texan experience. I think that Gibbs seems to only.
Oh, we got it way good.
He's got just a tunnel vision on Texas.
I live in Texas, by the way, so you can't just you Northerners. I'm in San Antonio, dude. I'm a big immigrant city, hugely Hispanic. I see them all the time. It's not a big deal, but.
Oh, good. So have you been to Eagle Pass recently?
Not recently, no.
Oh, maybe you should go take a gander and see what's going on over there before, like, you're sitting there going, "Oh yeah, let's let everybody."
What am I going to see? Okay, let's say I go to Eagle Pass. What will I
It's
see?
overwhelmed. Well, the tent cities everywhere. People are struggling. It's just the idea that, hey, let everybody come in. We don't have a plan. That's just like, there's no national
Did the
sovereignty.
government put them there?
People
Who put
should
them in
just be
tent
able to.
cities?
Well, thank God
I'll
somebody
just one
put them
question at a
somewhere.
time, Gibbs. Who put them in? Who put them in tent cities? Did the governor?
Hopefully the governor. Otherwise, they just congregated
Okay, so hopefully, so
themselves.
you like the tent cities then?
I like it better than, hey, let's just let everybody come flooding in like it's like an invasion, like it is basically. Then so I'm okay with the tent city. I think we need like more, like I said, we need more and stronger. Is basically what I
I'm
need.
curious. Since you see it as an invasion, like what would you think of like the Minutemen militia like opening fire on like migrants trying to cross? Would you be like okay with that?
Well, they're not a lawful authority, but if we wanted the border patrol to open up fire
It's
on
an
people, I'd be okay
invasion.
with it.
Like, what do you mean? We're being invaded. You need lawful authority to say you can engage with the invaders?
Where do you think they should live other than tent cities? Just out of curiosity.
Wait, who's that to me or
Yeah,
yeah?
who is that
to you. Like where should do you think they should have like housing built for them? Do you think they should have like where would they live if not in tent cities?
Obviously, if you're going to detain them, I think you need detention centers to suit them. If we don't have the space in detention centers, we need to build more detention centers, or we need to find a smarter way to do this. So where should they live? They should live in detention centers until like they appear.
All right. Well,
right?
let's just say we stop detaining them, and then they just come across the border, and we don't build them tent cities. I mean, the outcome is that they're just going to live in the streets, right?
No, I don't think that's necessarily true. Do the majority of immigrants who come here live in the streets?
If they're illegal and they have no like prior connections here,
I don't think the majority of illegal immigrants even live in the streets, even those without prior connections. They tend to find motel rooms to stay at. They'll shack up with like their employer. Somebody sets them up. Like that's
okay.
the case.
Well, so maybe we can build a bridge here. Then should we just have a system then where if they come over, they're responsible for finding their own place to live and their own services, and then we just like can let as many as we want, and then, then that way, and then the only the ones that will work and kind of earn their keep will be
the only circumstance where I'd be like in favor of giving anybody housing is it's some sort of an emergency situation where you're going to have to detain them. Like I'm not in favor of giving out housing to immigrants just because they're immigrants. No, if that's where you're getting at.
When you say an emergency, like an emergency, what is that referring to?
I mean, like you've detained them for some reason, so now you have to house them somewhere before you have them do a hearing or for deportation or something to that effect. Like you have to monitor them.
Okay.
So for some situation where the government's going to have to monitor somebody, which is going to happen, you're going to have to house them somewhere. I get it. That's fine. But no, I don't favor just like you're here. Here's your America coupon. Go find a place to live.
Do we think that the detainment centers that we currently have and use on the southern border are adequate or good or worse than intended, etc.?
Well, no, they've been like the subject of shame, like amongst the international community for quite a bit because I think of their like subpar conditions, right? Like they ended up like I think a big thing is like they're separated by cages, like almost like open air prisons. Then there's when we're out of space, we open up tent cities, which is again Texas is hot as shit, probably not smart. I don't think our immigration centers like show us to be the first world country we actually are. Very poor conditions. I don't think anybody wants to go to immigration centers. That's why there's been so many scandals regarding immigration centers.
Well, Lacto had mentioned this earlier, and I think it's worth kind of tying into the main discussion. So from what I'm hearing, it sounds like a lot of you think we have, on both sides, think we have issues with how we run our immigration system, whether we let too many in or whether the border control is safe or not, etc. But Europe is having a demonstrably worse time than we are. Is that not maybe evidence that the system we are using actually works better than the EU system and other countries who are struggling more system?
I don't think so. I think the reason Europe's struggling is because there's a few different reasons for Europe struggling. One, they've got a Schengen zone, which allows a lot of free travel between states without like any border checkpoints. So this is good for like commerce, this is good for immigration, this is good for them, right? It makes sense for EU citizens. But once you start integrating migrants, which is just asylum seekers, is really what it is. Asylums from like these Middle Eastern conflicts, which is what the majority of there's conflicts coming from, Middle East and North Africa. It's a lot harder to keep tabs on people. People are coming in from different cultures where they're typically impoverished. There is a culture of discrimination against non-whites there, just in much the same way there is here. just very vicious depending on where you go. There's also a lot of conflict between like European states on how to handle this without any like real resolution. Whereas from the United States, at least we have a federal law to kind of guide us. EU law, it doesn't seem very
Well,
good
that
at,
we
like,
have
matching the
sanctuary
Schengen.
cities. We have people who like to act as if
It's
the
lower
United States
crime,
is
like we do. That's part of our system that makes things
single
better.
voice on this is just
No, the United States is not of a single voice. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to give that implication, but I am. But the U.S. as a federal government is better at managing its bureaucracy than the EU as a confederation of different states and different governments, different state governments. Right? We've already got our separation of powers issues sorted. Right? Feds up here, states down here. Like
Well, you've been at it for longer, so you got a head start.
Any other thoughts on this line, or do we want to?
I don't know that we have got those issues sorted because every time Texas tries to do something, the government sues us. Like, I mean, like, try to, like, I just I don't know if the separation of powers it's just like we're being told that we can't even defend our backyard. I don't understand how you can say we've got our issues sorted. But yeah, I mean, I think if we look at immigration from in overseas, yeah, I think the reason why is not necessarily even because our immigration policies are good. It's because I think that mainly since it's mainly Hispanic immigration and Latino immigration coming down, their cultures are much more similar to United States cultures in that regard. Like they want to come here, people argue like, oh, they want to come here for work. Oh, they're escaping, socialist or communist countries. They want to come to a capitalist society. These are all things that they're like, hey, we're coming here, we're making a better life. Versus these people over in Europe, it seems like they're not as culturally similar to the European states. So when they come here, they bring their culture, and they all of a sudden you have a culture clash, and that's causing a lot of issues over there. So no, I don't think it has anything to do with immigration policy so much as it does has to do with similar cultural styles of mingling.
Okay, fair enough. I guess for my part, I struggle because I do think that the inhumane border patrol policies are causing unnecessary deaths, right? So it's not just to your words or your hypothetical earlier, Lactoid, where if you built a fence and someone tried to climb over that fence, even if you had like razor wire and stuff on it, would you be responsible? I mean, if you put like bear traps and electric like cattle prods and all these booby traps on it, yeah, kinda, right? I do think that you would be responsible for the harm that these things do, to an extent. Like this seems over and above what's necessary in order to stop reasonable people, right? Now, that isn't to say that we shouldn't have anything on the border or have any kind of border control or any kind of border security. But these kind of jigsaw like traps that are being currently placed seem just entirely inhumane to me. What are your thoughts there?
I agree.
Do you actually like? So if I put bear traps in my backyard and somebody
Like if you put like a claymore mine, right,
Sure.
on the other side of that fence, so when someone climbs over it and tries to break in, the claymore like kills them. Yes, I think that's wrong, and you should be held responsible.
Wick, on this subject, well,
I
let me
don't
ask you
agree
this,
with
Wick. Well, if someone breaks into my house and I shoot them, is that inhumane?
No, but
Okay, so if they're crossing my fence in my backyard and I shoot them on my property, is that inhumane?
yeah, it can be.
If they
Okay.
wait, if they what if they step on your lawn, your front lawn? Is it supposed to shoot them in your
I mean, we're
world?
talking about somewhere we got a border, like so. I guess I'm talking backyard. So if they come into my
Okay,
backyard,
you got a 1 foot, like the typical surrounding your lawn, and they step over that.
and I have signs saying trespassers will be shot, and that's all I have. I don't have any of these bear traps. And as soon as you cross the thing, I put a cap
Gibbs,
in you.
why don't you just try this out and let us know? Get back to us.
I'm just asking. Do you think that's inhumane? Like, would you say that's like an inhumane thing? Because I mean, it's a castle laws would say some states would argue that I would have the right to do that, right?
We have castle laws in the state of Texas. I'm telling you, the state of Texas is not going to let you just shoot somebody.
If you cross on your property, you definitely are within your legal rights to shoot somebody. If you have posted signs saying trespassers will be shot, and you
Those
cross
poor
on
You got to be careful about
I'm
that.
fairly
Poor
certain
Girl
that is not
Scouts
the
trying to
case.
sell you
but okay.
cookies,
Yeah,
right?
so,
like there's context here.
I know
yard, bitch.
I know Texas. I know Texas, along with Indiana, have some of the most expansive like defend your own property kind of laws, where So I don't know if this is not the case, but I know in most states, there is a distinct difference between your house and your lawn, right? If somebody's trespassing on my lawn, I generally don't have the right to shoot them. But if they are trespassing in my house, I do. But I think this actually kind of highlights an interesting, or I guess like a reasonable solution, which is if I put up a fence around my yard and somebody gets injured crossing over that fence, I generally don't have a responsibility to them, right? They can't come back and sue me. Now they could try, right? But if they're like scaling your fence that you said, like because it creates the impression of, well, the only reason somebody could be scaling this fence is if they're trying to trespass, right? It's not like the Girl Scout. It's not like somebody who is like stepped on your lawn accidentally because they stumbled, right? It's somebody who scaled a fucking fence. And I'm curious, let's say we did build a wall on the southern border and we put spikes on top of it, and like 25 people are killed every year by being impaled on the spikes. I think this is a whole different level of responsibility than if we're like, setting up machine gun nests and shooting people who happen to like stray over the border. Perhaps because of like the idea of intention, right? Somebody crossing a barrier to me demonstrates more of an intention of trespassing and violating you, as opposed to somebody who thinks it's okay to walk on your lawn because there's no barrier. So I guess I kind of disagree with like shooting people who let their dog poop in your lawn. But I don't disagree.
Or the postman.
Or the postman or Girl Scouts. But I am fine with
threw their frisbee and it went over your fence, and now they're trying to get their frisbee back. There's a lot of.
We'll do the Girl Scout thing. Like, Your Honor, did you see those cookie prices? I was being robbed. Okay.
Now, and you really can't even set traps in your own house. I mean, we don't live in a free country, to be honest with you. But I think you should be able to, right? I think that you should be able to set bear traps in your own lawn. You're telling me I can't set bear traps in my own fucking lawn, like guarded by a fence? Like who's okay? Let's say it's a 30-foot high fence.
Well, first of all, thank you, Brittany Simon Raiders. We're talking about immigration and we're talking about border control today and morality regarding that. Tomorrow, gang, Brittany Simon's going to be on my show. We're going to be taking your calls. So it'll be great. Here's a question from a super chatter, and I think it bears asking to Gibbs and to Lactoid. This one's for you. If the shoe was on the other foot, what would you do to survive? And let me elaborate on this, right? So you are from a country who is experiencing massive poverty, massive amounts of violence, massive amounts of crime. You and your family have to get out. I mean, if you don't, the cartels are going to get you, right? Like, you are fleeing for your life. You're ignorant. You don't know the laws of how to you have no connections to do this right. All you know is that if you can get past the border, you'll at least have a chance at safety. Why wouldn't you do that, right? And why is it moral for us to put up such strenuous, onerous barriers, dangerous barriers to people who are just trying to be safe and be free?
I mean, first, I'll take crack at this. First of all, the idea that cartel is just going to get you willy nilly is bullshit. Let's just hit that. Like, all right. So, like, if I'm living in, say, Mexico, let's just pick Mexico because it's our neighbor. There are how many millions? The idea that every person in Mexico is somehow tied to the cartel, and that everybody needs to immigrate from like Guatemala or other countries, and every person in these countries is tied to the cartel. The cartel is going to get them. Is bullshit. There's millions of people that still live in these countries and go about their day-to-day lives and have no interaction with the cartels at all. At all. So, first of all, I would say in that scenario, what was I doing to have been involved with the cartel that makes them want to come get me? That's a good question I think we need to talk about, right?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it does. It does matter, because if I was sitting here involved with the cartel that to the point that they're going to come bang me, then I must have done something, pretty heinous that makes the cartel want to come do that. That's a real concern.
My man's never grown up on the streets.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they're not just going around like willy nilly, like macheting random people. Like, oh, there's a baby, shoot him. Well, like, that's not what they're doing. Like, that's laughable. Like, I mean, so it's also almost racist to imply that every person coming from these Latin American countries is somehow tied to the cartel and are just all these corrupt people that have to escape, the cartels because
it's not hypothetical, man. Like, I'm saying, in the situation that they were, why would we put up these borders? So you can argue, and I think it'd be correct to argue, that not everyone is in that situation. obviously, and not everyone should be let across the border, obviously. But the situation that we have now, at least in my opinion, it is too restrictive for what I think what we want. I think good evidence of that is how hard it has been to get Terps into this country. What is a Terp? An interpreter. People who risk their fucking lives, right? Their heinous thing that they did that got them hated by the cartel or the terrorist group where they are at home was they worked with the American soldiers to try to help them and be an interpreter. That's the heinous thing they did. And the struggle that we had to get those people in, it's unforgivable in my opinion. It's an unforgivable failing. $5 from Artemis Fowl to say, can the pro-immigration side explain why the asylum seekers went home when Trump enforced the stay in Mexico policy if their homes were so dangerous?
No. No, I can't explain. I don't know what he's talking about. No, I can't explain.
Oh, again.
So I was reading about this remain in Mexico policy, his
yeah.
Wikipedia page. So I'm not yet fully familiar with it, but maybe I can give an answer in a moment.
Can I, while he's reading, and then I just want to answer the prior question about what if I was in this position?
Yes.
I despise. I understand why people ask it, but I actually don't like the question because having a personal interest in something, I think, is actually it's a point against your opinion, right? Because it demonstrates that you have some kind of like personal interest in this. So like the family of someone who gets murdered, I don't think should be dictating the sentence for the murderer because they're fucking mad, right? Because they have a tremendous interest in punishing this person with, torture for 1,000,000 years because they're experiencing a lot of harm, a lot of hurt, and they're not in the best position to really evaluate what the best idea is. So, could it be true that if I was, in some like bombed out, area, or if I was experiencing threats from local crime lords, that I would like want to get out for sure? But that's not. I actually think that would make my opinion less relevant to the question of immigration, because the question of immigration is not like, well, how would I feel if I was the one suffering? It should be about what is the best policy based on like objective considerations.
Can I?
Go ahead, Alice.
I think you missed the point, Lactoid. It's more about like what will humans do to get out of their situation. So you're trying to imply empathy here, not to say like I got a personal perspective and now it's none of that, right? Human condition. You're going to try and improve your circumstances as much as you humanly can. So if you're somebody who's dealing with the cartel, because guess what, you grew up in a cartel-controlled town. Your whole life's been the cartel. Like you just grow up with this. This is a case with a lot of crime. People just grow up around it, and it's just part of their communities. And you're trying to get away from that, or your family's poor and they're struggling. And hey, you know what? I got a family. I got to do right by them. I need to get work. You're going to go through some extreme lengths to try and do right by your family. And a lot of these people who are crossing, they're not doing it other than to get like a job to support themselves and support their families. Obviously, despite how hard it is, despite the fact that the journey is dangerous, despite the fact that the journey is full of corrupt men that will abuse them, or the threat of border patrol catching them, or the drowning in the Rio Grande, or cutting themselves on razor wire, they're still making the journey. So the point is, you're supposed to look at the human condition and what people desire, and recognize that you need more carrot, less stick. The stick's not working. You're beating the shit out of them. They're still crossing, right? So just
but if you add razor wire to that stick, though,
I don't think that was the point of the question. I don't think the point of the question.
I'll address.
We may just real quick. We may have to have a panel on Friday about Iran. I guess it directly fired on U.S. bases in Iraq.
Oh well.
Well, they did that after. They already did that before when we blew up Soleimani or whatever, that one guy.
Soleimani, yeah.
Fair enough. Anyway, sorry. Continue.
I want to address that. Like, so let me just go with this. All right, let's just play this game that y'all want to play here. So say I'm sitting here. I'm some corrupt person who I like stole from the cartel, and now I'm fleeing for my life with my family, and we want to get across the border. You know what the answer is? Yeah, I would do everything it took, and that's why we need stronger border patrol, because now you're letting somebody like me, who's a corrupt cartel member, escape across the border free willy nilly because I decided I would do whatever it took to get here in the United States, and now I know y'all's laws are laughable and not enforced because because y'all didn't even enforce the border wall and didn't enforce the border immigration law. So now I know I can just commit whatever crimes I want because I just did whatever it took to get here. So yeah, I definitely think that by even this own little scenario and this we're going to be empathetic, that even by then by that scenario it just proves that we need stronger immigration reform and stronger immigration security.
Just to note, like this implies the opposite. Like if you
Absolutely
have to if you have to sneak over to get over here, the border's not open. The laws are being enforced. If that was the case, that nobody's enforcing, you could just walk across.
That's
right?
what they're doing.
Obviously, these people are
That's what they're doing.
evading. Obviously, no, they're swimming across. They're
Because
going
there's a
through the
river
Rio
there. They're just
Grande.
they're swimming across a
Yeah,
river.
what I'm saying,
and
yeah,
then they're
because
walking across.
the border crossing is being
Biden's
controlled
people
and the
cut
laws are being
fences and
enforced.
like cut the fence, and they're not enforcing it, and people are sitting there having to watch them
actually, on that
do
note
it.
of the fences, what are your thoughts on the razor wire that Abbott just set up? Did you see that?
I mean, I think we should put more razor wire. I think we should put more of those buoys back out there. I think maybe we should get some drones. Maybe we put some landmines. I mean,
Let's
all
say a
sorts of stuff.
family like gets caught in the.
Let's DMZ that border, and people will stop coming across, and it'll be a deterrent, and they'll have to come
Okay,
to legal avenue across to do
let's
it.
walk up to this. You put landmines down on the border, right? And a family comes across and they step on a landmine, and now they're limbless. They're bleeding all over the desert, right?
Should have came the legal way.
Okay, what do you do? Do you help them, or do you just leave them to bleed out, or what?
I mean, maybe mercy kill them. I don't know. It depends on what side of the border they're on. I mean, like, it's called a deterrent for a reason.
Well, let's say that
prizes.
They made it to our side. They're on the banks of the Rio Grande. They have no legs. Do you just leave them there, or what?
Yeah, shouldn't have came. You should have gone through the legal way. Sorry, tough tits.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
So just to answer the prior, I don't think that the purpose of, well, what would you do if you're in this situation? I don't think the purpose of that is to like to fully understand the motivations in order to like provide a carrot and sticks kind of analysis. I think the purpose of that question is to try to get you to like abandon reason and to sympathize with the plight of a person who's undergoing this in order because they're the one suffering from it. This is what you can't like. You can't ask juries this question, by the way, because we know that when you poison the well by like getting people to imagine, well, what if I was in this scenario, makes them self-interested and makes them abandon reason. You can't, like in a lawsuit about sexual harassment, ask a jury, well, how would you feel if you were sexually harassed? Like that's not something you can do. It's against the rules. It's against the golden rule, actually, is what they call it. So no, I don't think that like imagining what it would be like if I was born in a terrible situation is relevant to the question of immigration. I think the question of immigration is, okay, we know XYZ policies have XYZ effects.
On that, can I real quick? It seems obvious to me that knowing why people do what they do is the opposite of abandoning reason. Barriers, circular saws, razor wires. The effects these are having is that it's killing people. So it seems like employing reason would be looking at what we're doing, seeing that it doesn't work. It's just killing people. Maybe we need to think of a different solution. But that's me.
Why is okay? I don't disagree that knowing why they're doing it. What I'm trying to like dig out is why is it important for me to be able to imagine if I was in this scenario? Why is it important for me to be able to empathize with this? It doesn't seem to be like an important part of an actual analysis of the issue.
Well, understanding motivation and why there's perhaps such a strong desire to leave their circumstances.
Sure, and we can like look at the reasons they cite, and we could look at the situation in Mexico and South America. But are you guys really denying that when you say, well, Lactoid, what if you were born in a terrible place? Like, wouldn't you just try to escape? Don't you just want a better life for you and your family? You're obviously there's more to that than just like an objective understanding of things. You're trying to get me to feel bad. That's what you're trying to do, right?
Why is that?
I don't really care if you feel bad. I don't really care if you feel bad. But I'm just saying, if you were in a board situation, of course you would try to improve your situations. It makes sense that you would try to improve your situations. The job of policymakers should be to figure out how to best help you facilitate a better circumstance for you and your family. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, but the policymakers need to do it for their citizenry.
If I may. To that point, we do have refugee status and other ways to become legal in this country, right? Through legal means that are predicated on how bad of a situation you have in your home country, like how much threat you are under. these are things that we have policy in place for. So I reject the notion that simply asking these questions is simply asking you to abandon reason. No, these questions should be asked because we need to know, like, this is part of why we put the laws in place, right? Is to, there are people who are struggling out there who do want a better life. And like it or not, America does have methods in place where these people can apply to be refugees or seek refugee status with America. Do we disagree with that as a concept, though? Like, do you think we should just get rid of refugee status just in general, or?
I think it's being abused, specifically asylum as well. Under U.S. law, asylum should not be used for people who are just trying to escape crime generally. It's really only there. It's a post-World War II policy that's meant to protect people from genocide, right? Or like mass oppression by their government. It's not meant to for people to dodge gangs. And that's what a lot of people are using it for.
Well, that just means we just need to change our laws better so that it can accommodate people who are trying to dodge gangs. Because that seems like a pretty valid reason to flee to me. Like, it seems like a pretty valid reason to try to go to another country is like gang violence actually threatens your life. That would make sense to me.
So the effect of this is going to be more lax immigration, specifically with countries with higher crime rates.
Do a background check. Don't discriminate
Background
against
check. They're
individuals.
from Mexico. Background check where?
Yeah, what
Are you saying this is beyond us? Well, okay. Well, by this logic, why don't allow zero immigrants in? Right? They could all be criminals, right?
Who's doing these background checks? Like, what system are you? So you say background check? Are they going to just do you think Mexico?
We already do background checks as part of our immigration process.
Yeah. So what kind of system do you think we're just going to plug in
Guatemala
and just
has
they have such a good criminal justice system that we can just go in there and find out all these people that are coming here and they're throwing away their IDs allegedly, and just all of a sudden we can just find out all the information. Like I spoke to my friend Juan too last night before I came on this panel, and he was sitting here telling me a story. He's like, what I did when I first came here to America, first thing he did was he bought papers. He literally bought papers with a different name, different social security, all this stuff came out here. So whenever you say, oh, I'm going to go do a background check, we're just like, there's a wholesale black market system where they buy papers of deceased people, or they have fake papers, and none of this stuff's going to show. So we're like, yeah, we're just going to background check them. That's really easy to say, but it's like we don't even know who these people are because they have all fake paperwork that looks legit.
Gibbs, are you the position that we can't trust background checks then?
I think that's laughable. We need a much more in-depth system than we have currently.
So you're not against background checks. You just want more robust background check.
We'd have to enforce it in Guatemala somehow.
Yeah, that's the problem. And who's going to pay for
that? Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Who's going to pay for background checks? The American taxpayer, who's the interested party in doing the background check?
I mean, how else do you want to limit it other than background checks? Or are you just saying that after a certain quota of people, no more, right? So after, let's say, because your claim here, Gibbs, is that there's hundreds of thousands of people coming across the border every month.
I mean, it's not a claim.
But I think you said millions.
It's millions. I think there's 4 million in the last couple of years. Yeah.
Well, wait. Okay. So yeah, I just want to get it clarified. Yeah. Okay. Well, so
just in this month in the peak was 438,000.
So if you would advocate for a numerical cap that's less than that. So
so I think this is confusing for a lot of people because I'm a very very pro immigration. I think immigration is great. I actually have a lot of the same points as I think it's good for the economy. I think we needed to compete with countries like China and India where they have much larger populations. I think immigration is good. We just need some kind of reform to where it's a legal immigration system where it's easier for people that want to come work, and we can have the background checks, we have the security, but we also at the same time we got to enforce the border. This idea that anybody can come here for any reason is a bad plan. It's a bad plan. We've seen in Europe what's happened when people have just been flying over there, and you see these cultural crashes, and you see all these other kind of things. Just the idea that we can just let anybody in for any reason is fine. The idea that our border isn't enforced, what does that tell on our enemies? Oh, we can just sneak in there across. I mean, are you telling me we don't have any spies that have come across this way?
Do you think that the Chinese spies that we've caught have come in illegally?
I think that maybe some of them have. I feel like people are coming in any different way.
If I was a government and I wanted to spy on a country, sending somebody across the border seems like the dumbest way to do it.
Are you
So
telling me you don't think that a
like, you could
single
die,
person,
the border
you don't
patrol
think
can
there's
catch
a
you,
single,
gangs up? Like,
you don't think a
I wouldn't
single
do it.
spy or nefarious agent has come across the border illegally? You tell me you don't think a single one?
Didn't the 9/11 guys have like student visas?
Sure, but I think that's not what I'm
A
asking. You
single
don't think
one?
a single person?
I don't think so. I don't know of any spies that came over illegally, like as an illegal immigrant crossing the border to Mexico like that. Like, no, I don't know any of that. Do you? Like, is there a spy that did that?
I mean, there's weird stuff that happens all the time. I'm just saying.
Okay, so you don't know either. It could be or couldn't. Okay,
I mean,
we're back to
I just
square
think
one then, aren't we?
I'm just saying we don't know because we don't have any kind of border defense going on. How would we know when we don't have any kind of security? People are cutting our fences down. I mean, like, how would we know? How would we find out that information whenever we're sitting here going, "Oh, you know
Look,
what? Just
all
let
the
everybody
spies
in."
all the spies I know have been caught sleeping with like mayors and shit like that, right? Like they're not like
We're working for Donald
That
Trump.
shit's wild.
they're not exactly poor immigrants that are clumbing over the border. They're already they're in the high class. They're already swapping spit with the most powerful people in the country because of course they are, right? Like that's where the information is. That's where the influence is. So and in China, at least in Canada, I can't speak for America, but there are issues where China has bought land, right, and basically set up little secret police stations within the country, and they basically go and harass Chinese immigrants and things like that. It's look it up. It's kind of horrific. But $5 from Artemis Fowl. I'm now ready to crash a party. We'll get to. It's only been an hour. We got call-ins, sure, but it's going to be a little bit more. It's going to be a little bit longer. Okay. We got to get the panel some time to cook a little bit. So yeah, this idea of the border is what is preventing spies from coming over is just silly.
Let me ask you this way. You're saying that in the history of the United States, not a single spy has ever possibly come over the border illegally. You don't see a single one.
I don't know any. Do you know any?
I don't think that look, if one
and
did,
then-
let's say one did. Let's say it was one in the history of the United States. There was one.
Those
You think
landmines
it's
are
worth
justified now.
like fucking around for that one?
So let me
Like
ask you this.
fucking with the border shit for that one?
Let me ask you this. So when the U.S. military decides, like, hey, we're going to go kill Osama, right, in Pakistan, right? Right? We came in, we just
It's not
ignored.
I think it happened. But
Right, yeah. So we decided we're going to do that. We came in, we just crossed their border willy nilly and did what we wanted, right? Because we're the superpower, right? We
had a Black Hawk helicopter with SEAL Team 6.
Right, so we
and,
came in.
Good luck trying to stop us.
Exactly, right? Okay, so here's the same thing, basically. We have a border where it's not enforced, and now anybody can willy-nilly cross it. Do you not see the same problem? We're just
Yo,
sitting there
if they
going,
got a
hey,
Black
anybody-
Hawk helicopter and SEAL Team 6, God bless.
Wait, I think I'm not in Texas, so I can't speak to the first-hand experience. But I think you might be. I understand it's a lot of people, but I don't know that it's exactly willy-nilly. I don't know if that's a really most descriptive term.
Well,
Just like
we have
the border's
cartel.
not like being protected. I don't know what half these border patrol
Listen, we've
agents are
had
doing.
cartel.
Are they
Like, I mean,
having
I'll
smoke
give you
breaks?
an example. I'll give you an example exactly what I'm talking about. We've had cartel hitmen come across illegally and shoot people up in Laredo. It's happened a lot of times. They've come across the border and they've literally pulled up two cars side by side, mow people down, like, and then go leave. Now that
I've
may
seen
not be
Rambo
a
5.
spy. It might not be a spy. But you have nefarious agents of a foreign power. The cartel has come across the border illegally. We don't have papers on these people. They got here and done this, and we're sitting here going, "Oh well, yeah, poo poo. Look at the crazy Texan. He's paranoid." When we're sitting here literally dealing with nefarious agents all the time, doing these kind of things, cartel hit squads, Zeta hit squads. It happens regularly. For y'all to sit here and go, "Oh, it never happens. Oh, it's just you're just poo poo, crazy. You're not living in reality because it's already happening."
$20 from Legate Lenius Jr. To say, Legate. I'm not sure how to say that word. Whatever. Guy, thank you for the $20. Google from DHS Yearbook 2022. The Refugees and Asylum 2022 data tables. Refugee arrivals by region in 2022. Africa, 45%. Asia, 37%. Europe, 23%. North America, 8%. South America, 2%. What is your perception of the average person crossing the border?
Like if it's going to be asylees, like if we're looking at overall people crossing the border, it's overwhelmingly going to be Mexico and South America. I know there's like questions as to specific categories. Also, the numbers aren't 100% accurate because those are reported numbers. There's other estimates of illegal immigration that are consistently higher. Several, and there's very credible sources that indicate this. I, for refugees specifically, not asylees, like I'm not. In fact, to be honest with you, I'm not fully educated on the difference between the two when it comes to like federal law.
Fair enough. Well, what's your so I guess I get your point, Gibbs, when it comes to the people coming over doing a hit and driving back. But I don't know if the solution here is more like death traps, right? I don't know if that's going to stop the cartel. They are so much more equipped than the average citizen, or the average refugee, I should say, or the average border crosser. All these razor wire traps and these circular saw buoys in the river are going to keep the women and children out, but the gangsters that are able to set up a hit across a border where they drive in armed with AKs and shit, it's it's not gonna work.
I mean, so I hear that argument a lot, right? And here's my counter to that, right? Is it's twofold. One is people want to say, oh, it's not going to keep out the gang members, so we should just not do anything, right? I mean, I think that's ridiculous. First of all, like if that's the case, oh, why do we have laws at all? Like, why do we have laws at all if we're going to just sit here and go, oh, just let them do whatever they want, just come through. It's not going to stop the people we want. So why do we have drug laws? Why do we have gun laws? Why do we
It's
have these laws?
binary. Look,
It is
it's not you set up machine gun nests with minefields
okay.
or you do nothing. These aren't our choices,
let me give you
right?
an
There's a
equivalent.
whole host.
So
I think
why
there's other choices in Gibbs's
hold on.
mind, though. I mean,
So
he
hold
wants
on.
that binary.
So let me give you this. Let me give you an example. So why do we have a drinking age of 21 to make it more difficult for minors to drink? Correct.
Well, we had
Well, do we
Reagan
have
put
the
it to
death
18
penalty
for a
though
while,
for
but
those who
drunk
violate?
driving like skyrocketed. It was an issue. There's a lot. It's not as simple as you're saying.
But I mean, it
Um,
is. It is that simple. It's a deterrent. It's a major deterrent that stops people
Well,
from doing it.
and so
You
if
have
you
like
are
you,
you in favor? Are you in favor of the death penalty for those who do underage drinking? You want that deterrence? Isn't that the strongest deterrence
all right, so
for your binary world?
this is where it's the equivalency kind of falls apart, right? So first, right, it is a death penalty in a sense for economically. If you sell to minors and you're caught, they take away your liquor license. You can lose your business. You lose your way of life.
That's not a death penalty. I'm being
It
explicit. I'm being explicit.
but here's my idea.
Just as your immigration policy appears to be from I don't know, the Ivan Drago school of immigration. If he dies, he dies. And so for underage drinking, are you okay with explicit capital punishment?
It's not that I no for underage drinking no, but for immigration whenever we're crossing the border, yeah, I think sovereign states should have the right to enforce their borders with deadly force. Absolutely, I think that is like what's the point of having a country then? Let's all just be one country, completely one world order, and we don't
So
have any
you recognize
whatever.
that, that there's a spectrum, even within your own laws. You're not for capital punishment if you happen to get like whatever, if you happen to jaywalk or underage drinking. You seem to recognize that there's a spectrum of enforcement.
Yeah, but you're kind of missing what I'm saying, which is that we have a big part of this is deterrence, right? If it's so difficult for someone to get across the border, like illegally, and the only people doing it are the gang members, right, or the cartels, then we could go, okay, so we know we got to start finding how they're getting here, right? So now that we've had such a hard deterrence that people can only go legally if they're not in a cartel, then we can start focusing on where the cartel people are getting in, right? It's a twofold thing, right? So y'all are sitting here acting like this is happening in a vacuum. And you're like, oh, look at this guy. He's just crazy. He wants everybody to die. It's like, I actually want less people to die. If you put a hard enough border to where it forces people to go through the legal avenues, then that's going to cause better legal immigration. We're going to be able to have an idea who's coming. We're going to stop the sex trafficking. We can slow some of the flow of some of this fentanyl that's coming across in droves. We can find out where the cartels coming and start plugging those holes. Like, I mean, it's a multi-pronged problem that has
Can I
a
ask you?
multi-pronged solution.
Yeah, can I ask you about your solution starting with enforcement? Can I ask you about your
Yeah.
enforcement side of your solution? Are you wouldn't be against like watchtowers with border patrol agents shooting migrants who crossed, right?
I mean, let's get some drones up there too. Why don't while we're at it, just like Hellfire missile them? Like, I mean, let's go the full 9 yards.
Okay.
Let's say it kills a million people a year. Are you fine with that?
I mean, let's just like North Korea DMZ the border. Why don't we just go that far?
Yeah, I'm asking you,
North
like,
Korea
let's say
doesn't
we
seem to have
do-
immigration
Okay,
problem.
this
I
is
got
like
you,
the
kid.
third time we've gone down this. He's obviously okay with like any amount
I just
of
want to see
enforcement.
like a
We know
billion
this.
people. Yeah, but I
Yeah.
want to see if there's a body limit to it. Like if it kills a million people a
I
year,
don't think there
are you
is.
fine with it?
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because I believe in sovereignty of the national border. Yeah, I mean,
10 million a year. You're fine
Well,
with
I
it?
mean,
let's-
there is a
let's-
like right? There's only so many people south of the
Yeah, let's
border.
just- yeah,
Eventually,
It's
you're
like,
gonna.
at some point he's like, yeah, I'm
entire
gonna kill
South
them all.
American continent while you're at it. I mean, what do you want me to say? Like 5 billion
Okay.
people?
I just
Like,
want
what
to
do
see
you want
if
the
you're
number?
so
I mean,
dedicated to this, you would be
like,
Well,
killing.
this is silly though.
people
How
dying.
many
Okay.
the okay LSP though? Come on, like how many? What if our laws caught
let's
a
start
million
nuking countries and
rapists
stop what
a
we're coming
year,
to.
and we had a million of rapists a year in prison? It's a million people. What if it was a billion people that we caught for rape and things like that? Well, yeah, if they're rapists, they should be in jail no matter how many there are, right? Like so, there should be enforcement. The numbers
I
are.
guess enforcement. Well, the numbers here are different because he's advocating for policies he knows will result in human death, and he knows that the majority of those who die are probably not cartel members, probably not here to do any crime. Like he's just enforcement on its face, right? It doesn't even matter the reason. You're not allowed to cross that way at all. So
Yeah, absolutely.
this policy is going to
called
kill.
rule of law. A rule of law. I mean,
Yeah,
I know
this
rule of
policy
law
will kill
can be
women and
hard
children and stuff
concept
like
for you.
that.
Okay.
And you're like, well,
Okay.
that's the rule of law. So it's just like, all
Let's
right.
let's move on. I do have another question. Recently, California. Okay, are you guys familiar with the law that was passed by? I think it was Gavin. Was it Gavin Newsom who passed this, allowing illegal immigrants and people here illegally
Healthcare.
access to healthcare and things like that? What are our thoughts on that? Do we think that's wise? What do we think the effects will be? Right. Given that at least in New York City, there are reports of welfare recipients in New York City being unable to get access to their welfare because, like in things like the food lines and food pantries and stuff, illegal immigrants are getting there first, and there's just not enough to go around.
Well, that's
What
pretty
are what are the answers that you have to that, Corey and LSP?
Yeah, that is a valid issue for sure. That I don't think there are any really, at least immediate, good answers. So I will sort of use a Canadian example where this is, believe it or not, there are immigrants that come to Canada. There are people that do desire to live in Canada, and this is something that we're struggling with.
But go on.
Yes, in order to, I think Canada pretty much only experiences population growth as a result of immigration, and that we pretty much also require immigration to drive our economy and fulfill labor shortages. But also at the same time, it totally puts a stress on our infrastructure, where there's a housing crisis pretty much all across Canada, and we pretty much we want to accept people, we want to address labor shortages, but we literally have no place, or rather, we have no housing or shelter for them, which I assume that's also a similar issue for the United States. But I do believe that the resources are there to address these things. I think these are just this is largely just like a funding issue, just as the housing crisis in Canada, multiple ways to address it, but that large funding issue, it is a funding issue as well.
To be clear, you would be in favor of Gavin Newsom's law in California giving access to healthcare to the illegal immigrants. You think that's a good thing?
Well, in principle, I think it's a good thing. I understand it's probably not realistic or practical. I don't know the state of healthcare in California. I imagine just as in Canada, the healthcare infrastructure in the United States is not the greatest, and is generally overburdened. So I can see, again, I think that's probably overall morally good and in principle a good thing. But I can see that the practicality of it is probably not overly realistic. So unless it's coupled with increased funding or increased healthcare workers, I don't know if that's like a net positive. But I have to see the details of the law.
Fair enough. LSP, any thoughts on that? When it comes to the Gavin Newsom's healthcare policy in California, base, cringe? What do you think?
Generally based. How are you doing, Wick?
How am I?
Yeah, how are you? I haven't talked to you in forever, man. I miss you, my friend. I'm
What?
just getting back. I want to see how you guys are doing.
I'm okay. Like, it's just a weird time to ask.
All right, yeah, on the policy, there's no time like the now. It seems inevitable to me that immigrants are going to need health care. There should probably be some sort of a system in place to pay for that, because I don't want doctors working for free. If you don't provide health care for them, which to me, provide health care means an insurance program, right? Some insurance program to manage their health care needs so that they can go to a doctor and have it paid for. Because if they don't, you're going to have the same problem you have with regular Americans, where they don't go to the doctor until whatever they've got is so serious they need to see a doctor. And if they can't afford it, then all that happens is that whatever they can't afford gets passed on to premium holders, or hospitals eat the cost. And I don't think that works for anybody. It seems sensible to me. The best policy is to just have an insurance program. I personally, I would like a universal insurance program that pays for everybody, but I think Medi-Cal exists, so California's already kind of got something like that. I don't know about New York, to be honest. I'm not so averse on
Sure.
like
I'm
informed under law.
more interested in the Gavin Newsom thing than
Yeah, I would say it makes sense to have an insurance program that pays for people who can't afford their own healthcare, who don't have healthcare, even if that includes illegal immigrants.
Lactoid, what are your thoughts?
This kind of goes back exactly what I was saying, where it seems interesting how we're talking about. I thought we agreed that, well, no, there shouldn't be any free coupons, and we're concerned about the level of services. No, there shouldn't be free healthcare. I think that providing free services is part of the problem, right? Where you're not encouraging the people who are going to work and afford their own services. You're encouraging people who won't, right? Why is this a good thing? Why would, going back to Gibbs talking about deterrence, I think one of the best deterrents for the immigrants we don't want, which is the ones not working, is to not give them free services, right? How does this seems to go in the opposite direction? Because with sympathy, you can come up with, hey, well, they need housing, right? Well, we got to give them housing. And then you're going to be in the position where New York is, right? Where they're providing free housing to immigrants.
Gibbs?
I mean, to me, California is quickly becoming the first failed state in the United States. I mean, we have poop maps. Now we have given away taxpayer dollars to pay for people that aren't citizens. It's just it's really a sad thing. It's basically doing the opposite of what I've been preaching. Is you're incentivizing coming to the U.S. Hey, come here. We're going to give you health care. Come here. The economy's better. We're going to give you this for free, right? As opposed to like, hey, our borders don't mean anything, so let's maybe put a wall or something up to deter them. It's just a terrible policy. It's taking the money from the citizens and giving it to non-citizens. That's already kind of not good. And then it's just theft all around. It's terrible. It's a terrible policy. I don't have all day. I can go just like bitch and moan about it, but yeah, you get the drift. It's a terrible policy.
So,
Can I
go
answer
ahead.
on that?
Go ahead.
You say like California is quickly on its way to becoming like the first failed state
In the United States, yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about like the biggest economy in the United States.
Yeah,
like,
they're also
not there
massively
yet.
in debt. I mean, it's
How
very
long does it
poorly
last
run.
before it like totally?
I don't know. Have you been to San Francisco lately? I mean, have you seen the poop map? I mean, that was a whole meme, but it's a real thing. Apparently, the only time California can do anything is when a foreign dictator comes to town. So I mean, it's just impressive that we're
because it's got a lot of poop. Like that's the criteria for a failed state.
I mean, by what metric do you want to talk about it being a failed state? Like the
Your
crime,
own.
the
You're
poop,
saying
like
it's a failed state.
there's
I'm looking
a
at
ton of
like the
metrics.
wealthiest state in the economy. Like
The
when
wealthiest
this
thing.
failed.
I mean, it's failing. I mean, that's why there's mass immigration away
Failing how?
from
Failing how?
from California. By like I don't know which metric do you want me to pick? Crime, sanitation, homelessness is running rampant. I mean, your housing prices are either way too high for the average person, But then yet, there's just so many different failed state things you can say. Like I mean, they're taking tax money away from taxpayers and using it to pay for immigrant health care. Over like prioritizing their own citizens. I mean, like it's a cesspool. It's honestly despicable.
Okay, so it's a failed state because it's a cesspool. It's obviously despicable and it has high crime. Is that clear? That was your position?
Did I stutter?
I'm asking because to show that I understand. I'm not at. Did I
Yeah, I mean,
understand you correctly?
I can repeat that like 3 more times if you'd like. But yeah.
No, I don't think that'll be necessary. Just a simple yes would suffice. But yeah, okay, thank you.
This is more fun. But anyway, so Gibbs, do you not think like when it comes to advertising that people should come to the country, Reagan spoke of a shining city on a hill, right? And America should be, and we've had not just Reagan, but other presidents and other people have talked about America being a beacon to the nations, right? Give us your poor, your tired, your huddled masses, etc. Do you not believe in that?
I absolutely believe in it through legal immigration.
$10 from Legate Laney. Yeah, thank you, sir. $10 from Leggett Lanius Jr. to say, should refugees be able to choose where they would like to go in the U.S.? How many of them want to live in Casper, Wyoming? Top desired destinations for refugees are New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, and Miami. So I guess this is to LSP and Corey Campbell. Should they be allowed to travel freely within the American borders while they're in process, to be clear, right?
Oh,
Assuming they haven't committed any crimes and they're not going to, I don't see why you would stop them.
yeah, I would echo that same sentiment. Again, assuming that they're being processed and being essentially tracked, they're documented, essentially, then I don't see why you'd restrict it.
It is kind of funny though that when they do go to New York, like the tone changes quite a bit. Like, oh shit, don't send them here.
Yeah, or California, where they're literally asking to build a wall against, like a metaphorical wall, to stop people from coming from Texas. It's like, wow, a little bit of the pot calling the kettle black there, with shoes on the other foot. Now it's a problem. We sent you 33,000, not even, the 400,000 that we had last month, and now they can't afford it. There's no room in New York for anybody. The right to housing thing that they've had for 30, 40 years or however long is now failing on its face because we sent them a few immigrants. And oh man, Texas poo poo, bad people, bad Texans.
$5 from Erica Chenault. Living as an American, I'm assuming, in Italy, healthcare isn't free. It's just like the roads you drive on. I'd rather pay for everyone, not go in debt for one. I think that's a separate debate on socialized healthcare and things like that.
Taxes in general, right? It's glad that you would. It's glad. I'm happy that you would prefer to pay, but you can't just take that to assume that everybody with their money that's not yours wants to pay.
Yeah, taxation is a whole can of worms. I don't know if we want to get into it.
Here it's Steph.
I guess. Look, we're kind of winding down here. I got Artemis Fowl. He wants to get in on the discussion, and I know that you guys have other shows you got to do at 8, so I'm thinking of closing it out a little early and allowing call-ins for the last 20-30 minutes here.
I'll hang around if anybody wants to fight me in chat.
Your show.
Yeah? Okay, gang, I want to give everyone here closing thoughts, closing statements on the immigration and border control, and I want to give them a chance to shout themselves out, tell you where they can find them. But we're not ending the show. We're going till 8, okay? And we're going to have some call-ins. So if you've been sitting there in the chat being like, oh my God, I really want to say something, now's your chance. Exclamation point Discord and chat. My mods will link some links to you. You click on that link, you accept the rules, you jump backstage, we'll pull you in, and you'll be able to ask the panel some questions. Please keep it concise. We will cycle through depending on how many we get, but let's go to closing statements. So we're going to do it in the reverse order we started. Lactoid, close us out.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you, Wick, for having me on. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. My closing thoughts are: we can fix all immigration problems if we just legalize drugs and remove welfare accessibility. And this way, we know.
I'm happy for the first half.
I got you for the yeah. That this way we know that the people who are coming are going to be people who truly want to work. So,
where can people find you?
I like Toy TV, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
And check him out, gang. He's really great, and he's going to be, I believe, on our show. Was it you who was going to be on my show next on Thursday?
So.
It might be. Yeah, we're going to be talking about Trump's fascist rhetoric. It should be fun. Next up, we have Corey Campbell. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. Thank you so much for inviting me. Always a pleasure to be here, and always grateful to be here. I don't take it for granted. And I echo one of the things that my fellow Canadian lactoid said, which is, legalize all drugs. And Yeah, immigration is tricky, and I'm not for open borders. I'm not for a free flow of just say anybody can enter the country willy nilly to to use the words of some expert, and so because yes, there is a limit to how much the infrastructure can take. Where again, a Canadian perspective, there's a limit to our universal healthcare, and we can't accommodate everyone, and so there is a breaking point. Same thing with like housing, but I think I think Canada can accept more than it currently does, and I think the United States can certainly accept a lot more than it currently does, and it can totally streamline the process much better, and so can Canada as well. But yeah, on the whole, immigration a net positive, and it should be done well. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Thank you so much for having me.
Check him out, and thank you for being here, gang. Give him a follow, give him a sub, whatever you need. He's a great guy. Next up, Admiral Gibbs. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me, Wick. These are always super fun. I always enjoy these panels. Yeah, I mean, I feel like basically I really hit home my point is we need to have an enforceable, like some border, right? We need our border to be secured. We need heavy immigration reform to make it easier for people that want to come here for work to come through for the legal immigration. We need to invest in border security. This is one of the rare times where I break from my more libertarian counter friends who are all sitting here and say, hey, taxation stuff. Yeah, I think taxes should be used for something. And I think we need to build the infrastructure. We need to have a secure border. We need to have some kind of reform, immigration reform. I don't know what that reform looks like, but like I said, we're desperate. And it's just amazing to me, like I said, that this is only a southern state problem until, we started shipping people. Now people want to talk about this issue now that it's affecting them. So I just, when people want to talk about empathy, I want everybody to remember that be empathetic to your people, to your brothers down here within the states that are having to deal with this issue all on our own for many years now at this point. As for where to find me, Admiral Gibbs on everything.
I think my cam froze. Am I frozen to anyone else?
Yeah, you are
always
frozen.
look like that.
You are permanently pensive.
Okay, but thank you, gang. Check him out. I'm gonna try to fix this frozen camera thing. Last but certainly not least, LSP. Give us some closing thoughts.
Wick, thank you so much for having me. I'm glad to be back in the game a little bit. I don't know. I'm still deciding if I'm happy to be back. Lactoid, it's also good to see you too. And Corey,
no, hold on, gang.
Again.
Hold on.
No, yeah, just interrupt me. It's okay. We'll wait on his camera.
Oh,
let's go get some tacos this week or food this week.
Where are you at?
Here in San Antonio. We can go get some food.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's meet.
Yeah.
I throw smash parties like every other week. You got to come over and smash.
Hey, my birthday's going to be at a week and a half. We're going to bunch of streamers here.
What kind of smash party?
Do it. Super Melee. Super Smash Party.
Oh, video games. Gotcha.
Okay. Not that you...
Okay, I think they can hear you. I just think I'm, for whatever reason, no one can hear you.
You are two pixelated dots moving in a square, and that's how
I don't know what's wrong with...
Yeah. That's you, the essence of you. It fits.
Fair enough. Close this out.
You guys. Yeah, you may close it. It's good to see everybody again. If I were president of the world, let me put it another way. 1,000 years into the future, let's assume America's still standing 1,000 years in the future. Is our immigration going to be fixed by the policies that Gibbs is suggesting or the policies I suggest? Just think about it, ponder on it. What's probably the most just way to do it, most humane way to do it? I think generally speaking, America is the wealthiest, most powerful country in the world. There's nothing we can't do if we put our minds to it. And that probably includes fixing immigration. But that's me. Anyway, thanks for having me, Wick. I'm going to stay, by the way, for your call.
Yeah, of course. I hope you all will, because we usually end at 8, and we're ending a little early so we can get callers in. Gang, I don't know what's wrong with my camera, but if you like this content, if you've enjoyed the show so far, please take the time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you're watching this on Twitch or on Kick, remember to hit the follow button, give subs, give bits, super chats, all of it helps. Apparently, I need a new camera or something. So if anyone wants to throw me a bunch of money for that, that would be A-okay with me. I don't know what's wrong with it. I'm going to mess with it later. But for now, it's call-in time. And we do have a caller that wants to talk to the pro-immigration side, at least. And so we're going to bring him on and see what he has to say. Hello, Artemis. You're live.
Well, hello there.
Guten Tag.
I know you can't see me because
Try for the best.
My camera's broke or something. I don't know what's wrong with it. But go ahead. What do you got for us?
So there's a couple of issues I've been taking on this. This
Wait, real
debate.
quick. This is gonna kill me. What's that accent?
It is it's one that's devoid of an accent.
Really? Okay.
Yes, you're not going to be able to pinpoint it because I intentionally do it like this.
But I identified it at least. There's an accent.
Well, the accent is that it doesn't tie me to any region. It's going to be really hard to do so.
Gotcha.
Now I can switch it up. I can get a southern drawl in here.
That was terrible.
Well,
he's from the north.
well, southern as in
European of some kind.
well, we'll find out. So I got a couple of questions before I get into the meat of this. For the Canadian that has no real skin in the game for this U.S. immigration debate, I have a question for you.
Yeah, you snow Mexican.
For sure.
Oh. So what is the population of Canada at this time?
I believe it's around 40 million, or we crossed 40 million, I believe, like in the past few months.
Okay. And do you know how many people per year that the United States gets in illegally that is undocumented?
Well, I don't know per year. Well, so the numbers. So I have a rough estimate of the. Well, so it's. You can't really get a good, accurate assessment of the undocumented immigrant population in the United States. But from what I understand, I don't know per year how much you get, but I know that there's roughly estimated to be between like 10 and 15 million undocumented individuals in the United States.
That is one of the lowest estimates I've ever seen in my life.
Okay,
back in the 90s and 2000s, it was 30 million illegal immigrants that have just been in the United States.
What are you citing? Can you cite something? Because I can cite something.
Okay. Give me 1 second here.
Pew puts about 10.5 million unauthorized immigrants from Pew. That's a 2021.
Oh, that seems to be in line with what I said. And based off what I know of what you said previously, Artemis Fowl, you pretty much don't give any accurate information. So,
interesting. That is interesting. So I actually sent Wick the numbers for the second summons, where it actually shows that almost nobody shows up for the second summons, and they just flee into the interior of the United States. I don't know why you guys are citing interest groups for your fucking information instead of
I can cite an academic paper. So I can cite something. LSP has cited something. So you back up your numbers now. You want to give it at 30 million in the 90s? So what is it now? Is it now 60 million, 40 million? Give me a number.
Hold on. I thought, let's see here. Yale study finds that there are, let's find it here, twice as many undocumented immigrants as previous estimates, and this is back in 2018. This is bare minimal. So, where I can't post anything in this fucking chat, so I'm just gonna.
Sorry. Like I said, I'm desperately trying to fix my camera issue.
So
right
I'll
now.
send this to you. Yale's base minimum is 22 million. That's back in 2018. The original number was 11.3. Yale went in and looked at it and showed that the methods that they were using were not proper. So at the bare minimal, 22 million. So let's go find some more. Hold on, we're gonna keep going.
Sure, but by some analysis, my assessment was correct. Okay, but I can accept the new Yale one through reanalysis. Because so far, your 30 million from 1990 is incorrect. Is that a fair assessment?
No.
So
the issue being is that you
give me that number. Where are you getting that? Where are you pulling that 30 million in 1990 from? Give me that number.
So the reason is because back in the 1990s and before that, Reagan had given amnesty to a lot of people.
So can you give me any reference at all to the 30 million in 1990?
Hold on. See I don't know why you're demanding this when I've already shown there's a much more than what you were thinking. I don't know why you're attacking this. You didn't ask for. Hold on. Stop. You didn't require any fucking documentation for anything you were talking about during this debate. Now that somebody's pushing back on you, you're demanding fucking sources. Calm down.
Have a source because I'm curious. Can you just give us a source?
I'm sending stuff.
What's the actual claim? What's the actual claim?
That there was 30 million illegal immigrants back in 1990s.
Wait, your claim was that there's 30 million illegal immigrants in the 1990s, not today?
Yes, not today. It's going to be much higher today.
Wait. In the Yale
10.5
study,
million.
you just said it's 22 million, and that's a reanalysis of the original whatever 15 million. So
yes, of Yale's interpretation of the
popular interest group of Yale, totally.
Yeah. So it says Yale states that anywhere between 16 and 30 million, and it gave a 22 million as a middle ground. If you actually read the thing I was talking about.
I mean, just as to what he's saying, I've seen numbers, and usually the numbers are like anywhere from 11 to 33 on the high end currently. That's kind of what I've seen. But like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I know y'all want this exact sources. I mean, but I can attest to have seen some 33 numbers. I think that's a little bit outrageous. But I've also seen.
So he said 33 in the 90s.
Yeah,
Okay?
That's what he said.
30 million in the 90s, yeah.
Yeah. So do you think it's increasing since then or decreasing? What is your specific claim?
So there's going to be at this point in the latest 5 years, it has exponentially grown in terms of encounters at the border.
Well, encounters at the border doesn't mean immigrants living here.
The issue, hold on. There's a difference between illegal immigrants and encounters at the border, right? Do we agree on that?
That I agree with, yeah.
Okay. So at the bare minimal is the encounters. At the and it can go up from there on the actual amount of people that come over per year. Correct?
Yeah, but I believe you said, if I remember correctly, you said undocumented immigrants, as in there's people living. Yeah, so
and anybody who illegally crosses colloquially are determined to be undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, and that's why I alluded to the fact that it's difficult to get accurate numbers on obviously undocumented immigrants. And that's why I gave a range. Okay.
Well, and use numbers from deportation because if they encounter them at the border, they're deporting them.
No, they're not.
Yeah, and so
they don't encounter that. No, the moment they encounter at the border, they get taken into custody, processed, given a date to show up to a court, and then released into the interior. That is how it's been working.
Yeah, so you cited a number of 30 million in 1990.
And we're going to get hung. Yeah, we're going to keep getting hung up on this.
Yeah, we are, because I'm pretty confident.
Yes,
that
I understand that you're very confident. Holy shit.
So are you standing by that claim?
I am going to stand by it.
Okay, so can you give anything to back up that claim?
I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
Fuck off. And let me ask my question.
Yeah, can I just...
First of all, wait. That's pretty Chad. It's a pretty Chad response, if we're going to be honest, though.
No, because I don't like this fucking Destiny shit where he asked for a source in the middle of a fucking topic when I was going to ask a question.
Hold on. I know that you guys can't see me and see my face, and so I keep forgetting you guys can't see me when I'm raising my hand and telling you to calm the fuck down. Also, first of all, thank you for the gifts of Admiral Gibbs. But I do want to give some space for response, right? So let's reset. Okay. Artemis, state clearly and concisely your issue here, and then I'm going to let LSP and Corey Campbell clearly and concisely have their response, and I want both sides to be uninterrupted as they do so.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The issue is, for the Canadian, if you have 10% of your fucking size of your population coming over your border every year, right? At what point does your demographics no longer reflect your country?
Yeah. So that would be about 3 to 4 million per year, using Canadian numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whatever, it would take about approximately 10, 15 years.
About seven due to the birth rates and stuff like that. So it's kind of a tricky math question, but it's about 7 to 8. Just because of how births and stuff like that work for people.
Yeah, sure. I will take your number. Absolutely.
Yep.
I have no.
So the question is, you guys never address you're always addressing it from the standpoint of the personal, but not the societal good and what the society needs. So I know that LSP stated that it's a good thing because we're giving them jobs for stuff that we don't want to do or whatever. LSP. Or whatever his name is.
Yeah. I'm just typing what you're going. You can go.
Yep. So I don't know why that is a useful statement at all when we're talking about societal demographics that's going to shift the voting of the country. Can anybody tell me why capitalism is an argument in this scenario?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Yeah.
Okay. So the question is, when we're talking about incorporating so many people that you're shifting the voting patterns of your country, why would capitalism be an argument in favor of it?
Can I ask why shifting of voting positions is a issue at all? Right? Like obviously, if you let a lot of people in, they're going to and they legally vote in the country. If they're allowed to legally vote, then they're going to shift the positions. Like it could be.
I'll argue with you on this.
More Republican, less Republican.
How does a census count people? Does it count citizens that can legally vote, or does it count all people?
This is actually a strong argument.
So when you're talking about when it counts all people, how are congressional seats in the Congress divvied up?
Yep, it's based on population, not voting size. So you can literally, by allowing more immigrants, illegal immigrants into your state, you've got a greater voting share in both Congress and for electors too, right?
Yes. So when go ahead.
So is that an argument for restricting immigration, or is that an argument for changing how voting is divvied up or districts are divvied up? I mean, I could see it being right.
May I jump in on this? I want to say if I don't know about the catalyst. I think there's a myriad of reasons why immigration is good, right? And specifically why I want legal immigration over illegal immigration. But I mean that to your point though, I would almost say if I'm being self-interested, as I usually try to openly be on here, try to openly admit my self-interest and my bias, this would be an argument for it's pretty much everything I said with deterrence, right? In this case, I'd be like, hey, let's just open up the borders, let everybody come in here illegally. And then Texas is going to have the biggest, population. None of these people can vote. So, we're going to, what did we, we're having basically, same kind of problem we had when the American Civil War, not Civil War, American Revolution happened. You're having taxation without representation for all these people. But hey, that's good for me because Texas is getting more congressional seats, and now we can fight the liberal Democrats. So that would be the argument. That would be the conservative argument for what you're advocating for. And so I don't know that I really buy that because even as someone who would benefit from kind of what you're saying, I'm still pretty staunchly into hey, we need a strong border with a immigration reform category. You know where I'm at.
My argument is not in favor of this. This is actually what a corrupt politicians would be doing to secure power in the Congress. I don't know why anybody would be in favor of that because you're just importing in slave populations to boost your numbers. It is not in favor of massive immigration.
Well, I don't know about slave populations.
I mean, if people are trying to hire fucking servants and like toilet washers, I mean, that's going to be a caste system at best.
I'm going to back up this guy just real quick. So it doesn't actually help you, Gibbs, because the states, yes, Texas gets lots of illegal immigrants, but California gets substantially more, right? Yes, Florida gets a lot. But it's relatively close to what New York gets. Florida apparently gets 775.
There are actually blue states New York, in the top 5.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Especially California, right? And so you have blue states that are getting massive advantages in voting share now because the census doesn't differentiate. So you got California getting all these presidential electors or House representatives, et cetera, because of census data in which they have all these illegal immigrants. That's a fair point. I also think it's a fair point to be concerned about the political changes that might occur if you just let in a bunch of people, right? Would anybody here be concerned if, let's just say, China implemented a policy where they were going to start sending party members to the US to influence elections? I'd be fucking terrified.
Yeah, I would, in my province, I would not accept an influx of 10 million evangelical Christians. I wouldn't want that demographic shift.
Well, I don't care about.
Would you build a wall to stop them from getting in, Corey?
I would have to. I don't know the effectiveness of walls.
What if a lot of people died on that wall? I mean, we couldn't have the wall then.
I would not put drones. I would not put armed guards that would shoot on sight. No.
What if you could make an army of Sheriff Joe Arpaios and each?
I would maybe a moat, a moat with some baby alligators.
I have
alligators. Okay.
I said
alligators.
Baby alligators.
I don't know about alligators, gang. I give up on my camera tonight. I don't. Okay. I keep every time I try to type. Turn it on, all of you go it freezes up, and I don't know what's going on.
Have you tried leaving this room and rejoining? That's fixed my thing before. What's happened?
Look, somebody fixed their camera.
We could all just freeze in time in solidarity with you, Wick. Okay.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna try the disconnect and reconnect thing. Give me 1 second. Hold on, gang.
Yeah.
I never liked that Wick guy.
Fuck that guy. Oh, sorry, he's back. Hold on.
That was quick.
That's what she said.
Oof.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not about me.
I think we're
It's
still
not
live.
working. You love
God, Corey. So,
Yeah.
got a question for you. So, when it comes to what is a reasonable use of force, you've heard of the infinite aggression principle that Destiny uses when it trying to determine what is a reasonable amount of force.
I think I've heard of it. Yeah.
So, if nothing up to the point of shooting somebody is going to stop them from coming into the country, if you're trying to regain some semblance of control over that border, when is it too much? When is it too much force if nothing is going to deter these people?
That. So it's a gray line, at least for me. Where that's why I think something proactive of like I think drones or like armed drones that will shoot on sight. I think that's a step too far. That's why I was a little bit sympathetic to the analogy that Lactoid brought up of like, yeah, if he happens to build a fence in his backyard and there's some sort of like trap, I don't know. I think the claymore is a little bit too much. But like, yeah, if there's something that happens to result in death as they're scaling over and falling, like I'm a little more sympathetic to that. But like, yeah, something that's intentional, that's actively killing people, I am not sympathetic to that.
So we do know that the buoy system isn't really killing people. It's the people who can't swim dying and getting trapped onto the buoy system, right? Like they're not getting impaled on the buoy. Their body's getting caught up on the buoy's thing and drowning. Maybe they haven't really shown anything about anybody actually like getting caught on the buoy.
Yeah,
and
to be
drowning.
clear, they're putting the buoys in areas where people are crossing.
Yeah, on the
just force
US
them into
side.
areas they don't want to cross. You know, like the dangerous
Sure,
areas
but
where they might drown.
to be clear, there are almost an infinite amount of mileage to cross the border in the U.S. I've done it before. I've crossed into Mexico illegally by just walking under a fence. It's not hard. You don't have to go over the Rio Grande. You can just go around it. Does anybody agree? The Rio Grande is
I
not
think you're kind of demonstrating that barriers don't work. Like you just told us it doesn't work.
So that was the barrier in question is 2 barbed wire strings on a non-kept up wooden pole that's like 2 feet high to keep out cows.
So do you would favor like a stronger barrier all the entire border, or is there anywhere you?
Actually, a lot of the border is not passable on just feet. Like the mountainous areas don't need them. Anywhere outside of a city for about 30 or 40 miles is usually the most you'll need. That's usually it'll take a person 2 or 3 days to actually walk that. Enough time for somebody to see it.
Okay, so not the entire border. You don't need.
It's not necessary for the entirety of the border. It's dumb because you can't really set up walls.
Would you say anywhere where people could cross though? Like anywhere anybody could cross safely?
Highest traffic areas need it.
But you understand, like you put a barrier there, they're just going to move somewhere else, right?
So
you just say like keep going.
No, so possibly. So here's the issue, right? Poland and Finland have this issue, and they solved it by using barrier fencing. Barrier fencing works. Poland has secured its border and hasn't had terrorist attacks in a long time. It keeps out all of the illegal immigration from Belarus at gunpoint. It's very effective. They use water cannons and stuff like that for the easier trafficked areas. It's actually a very effective system, and they have issues because the immigrants know they can't cross. It's just that's why they don't try.
Speaking of issues, I wanted to give Allison a chance. Allison, hello. Sorry you can't see my face, but yeah, I'm very pleased to see you. What do you have?
Are you an artist? Did you paint those?
Okay, I did.
I'm an artist too. We got to exchange.
Don't let him distract you.
We're both artists.
What are your thoughts on immigration?
Okay, so I have like kind of mixed feelings because on one hand, like I look at pictures of the caravan and they're taking their little children and it's like so desperate and like you feel so awful and you're like, oh, let them all in. Like it feels so sad and like horrible. At the same time, it seems like every single community that gets hit with this is like, bro, it is a serious burden and like our social infrastructure actually cannot handle it. And like border cities have been accused of this for a while, but like I think somebody pointed out earlier, like the cities haven't actually received that many migrants, like as a share of what's come in, like they've received enough to cause issues, but like as far as like the share coming in, they haven't even received that many. And it does seem to already like be causing serious issues because like these are high needs people, right? Like they're destitute. They're fleeing like horrific, desperate situations. It's very sympathetic, but it does seem like Democrat cities that have made themselves sanctuary cities and that have like gone on and on and on about how like basically immigration law is immoral because like it seems like now like the tide is turning because they're having to deal with it in like even the smallest, tiniest way. And I'm just like, I don't know, but I mean, I feel so bad for people, and I'm like kind of a softie. I don't want to see people get deported. Like I like feel bad for them. So I'm not even like super right wing on this issue, but I also am just like the Democrats are seemingly like really resisting any actual enforcement of the border. And I see deadly force used at the border against like random people like who you have no reason to think that they're engaging in criminal activity other than crossing, right? Like I don't want to see like literal random people just getting shot because they're trying to come in illegally. Like I don't know. So it's like I have all kinds of feelings, but I do think this is like a big issue right now, and it's gonna they're gonna hit it like heavier and heavier until the election. And I'm just
Can I
Go ahead. Respond.
So there's like two things that Allison hit on that are kind of like themes I'm seeing repeated. So one, Allison, you brought up that like Democratic cities are not responding well to, you know, thousands upon immigrants by the busload getting dropped off. My doorbell just rang. I will be right back.
Wonderful, gang. So we have
It's an invasion. He's being
It's an
invaded
invasion.
right
Yeah,
now.
I'm gonna say like maybe it's illegal immigrants who are trying to like use his home.
Those hogs that Gibbs is always talking about.
Bro, the rattlesnakes, bro. You gotta watch out.
Yeah, it's a rattlesnake at his door.
God,
He needs a gun to shoot them.
Oh, by the way, I did look at the shithole California statement. California is running a deficit of about $68 billion at the moment. The best estimate that Newsom gave was $39 billion deficit this year. California is falling apart. It has one of the worst roads in the union. The crime rate is spiking. Not only for the illegal immigration, by the way, but the homeless population adds a seat in Congress, which is why they don't solve the homeless issue.
Interesting. Gang, I hate to cut this short, but the fact that my camera isn't working and we're having all these other issues, I think we're going to just kind of call it for tonight. I'm going to try desperately to fix my stuff because tomorrow we have call-ins with Brittany Simon. So if you want to talk to me and Brittany Simon about anything, tomorrow's your chance. Gang, thank you to my callers. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Artemis. Thank you to my guests. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs. Thank you, Corey Campbell, LSP. And thank you, Lactoid. We're going to be raiding into Prime Kai. Make sure you spam those emotes. You let them know that this is a hate raid. And I'll see you guys. Hopefully, I'll see you guys. Oh my God.
Hopefully, we'll see you as well.
Yeah. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. Check us out. And then later on in the week, we have Artemis actually is coming on this one as well. We're going to be talking about Trump's fascism, quote unquote. And we're going to have counterpoints on for that. We're going to have Artemis. We're going to have Lactoid and maybe a special guest. We'll find out. But for now, we're going to rate out.
Who are we rating to?
Wait, bye. Prime Kai. So,
if anybody wants to milk my attendance for money, I don't mind sticking around or going to their stream.
Oh yeah. If you guys want to hang out in here, I don't know why it's not working, but for now, I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Take care.
Also, I'm still looking up the $30 million immigrant thing, and a lot of it came from the banning of Asian migrants from the Asiatic.
Man, during the honor her bitch.
Oh, she left. Wow.
I know, rude.
Whoa,
hold on. I just turned off my OBS, so I'm going to see if it works without the OBS. Hold on.
Yeah.
It does.
From 1965, 1930 to 1980, mid 1980s is where the 30 million comes from.
Why did you? If that
wasn't OBS, yeah. So it must be something else.
Are you? Take care, Wick. Is the claim then that undocumented immigrant population has gone down then since that time frame?
Actually, so that's the thing, right?
There were like
yeah, exactly, right. The 1930s to the 1960s, the populations changed for who was coming in the United States, right? Where originally it was Asian populations, and then that stymied in 1960s. And then it starts shifting over to more local populations coming in. And then recently it's been African nationals coming in. And then in this last year, 30,000 Chinese have been coming in over the border per year, which is weird.
Oh, crossing through Mexico?
Yeah. I'll send you the CNN thing.
Okay.
All right, boys.
It's 33,000.
Still there.
Take care, Gibbs. Always a pleasure. But I got to get to another panel myself.
Yep, go for it.
I'll see you soon,
I do as
Lactoid.
well. Yeah.
I don't. So you're stuck with me, Artemis. And
I don't mind. Go for it.
That figure, Pew today says it's about 10.5 million.
All right, guys, we're getting organized here. I'm failing.
How's it going?
We survived and thriving, baby. How you doing?
Good shit. I'm just chilling.
No worries. So I'm new to these panels. I know that the video component is streamed from StreamYard.
Correct.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah. And you just mute yourself.
And wait, I just mute myself in the StreamYards, or I mute myself here?
In
StreamYard.
StreamYards.
Okay. Because it says I am the only one backstage in StreamYards.
Yeah, he'll
It'll
move
only
us
show
all.
you, yeah.
Okay.
I have faith in you.
Okay. We'll figure it out somehow.
Hey, Corey. Oh, shit. Hey, Corey, can you hear me?
Yep. Loud and clear.
I kind of along with what I was talking about before with that health shit. I also just got a salt lamp. What do you think about that?
I have not. I have to plead ignorance. I don't know anything about that. What claims does it make?
A lot of claims.
I'm sure. I'm curious.
It makes a lot of claims that have not been evaluated by the FDA.
Oh, is that what it says on whatever the box or
Oh,
whatever?
well, that's what it says in the pamphlet, right? There's all sorts of claims that are made in the box, and then you open up the pamphlet, and it's
not designed to treat any disease or condition or.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It says that a couple times too.
What a surprise!
I'm
I hope. I hope it was free or really cheap.
No, I need to filter out some of the negative ions that my body's constantly bombarded with on a daily basis.
You know how to trigger me, that's for sure.
I'm trying. I'm really trying. But you've been pretty good so far, not taking the bait.
Are you gonna get like an orgone collector next?
A what?
Oh man, you haven't dived into.
I don't even know about. No, I've got essential
what the
oils.
fuck is that?
Let me tell you.
Oils and salt lamps, basically.
Oh, let me put you on one here. But this guy was telling me the other day about the orgone collectors. Basically, it's like a box that you make, and it's got like fiberglass, then wood, and then like I don't know what the other one is, like aluminum foil or something. And you do like layers of this, and basically it's supposed to like collect the good orgone and prevent you from getting the bad orgone. And you're supposed to sit in this a certain amount of times a day. And yeah, it's a whole thing in the conspiracy theorist world where they really push these orgone collectors.
Orgone is, but not organ.
No, not organ.
Collecting all the states of Oregon.
Oregon, yeah.
Organs. Yeah, organ collector. Also interesting.
So on, what are these again? Explain again.
So basically, like I think I can't. Wilhelm, I think it's Wilhelm Reich is the guy who came up with this originally, right? And like once again, I'm not advocating for this, and I don't believe that on the site. But basically, they like make like a box that you can sit in. You put a chair in there, and a box, and it's got like wood, and then it's got fiberglass, and then or steel wool, and then steel wool, and then it goes back to like the wood. You just make this like box, and you do a few layers. The more layers, the better, right? And then you sit in there, and you're supposed to keep it away from like places that have Wi-Fi or signals as much as you can because it's supposed to like collect energy. And so you by sitting there, your body is gonna like collect the good orgone. And this is gonna like, help you with all your like I don't know all these different claims that it helps you with. And I didn't know. I thought it was just like conspiracy theorist shenanigans on YouTube that I see sometimes. But I had somebody advocating in my chat the other day that I've known for years advocating this, and I'm like, oh, okay, he's just crazy. And then I met someone like last week that had one of these in their house, and I was like, oh god, it's spreading.
That's the level of schizo I want to be on all year.
I'm saying like. I guess once you break from reality that hard, like, I mean, everything is good, right? I don't know.
Wow. All right. I mean, it looks like they're what's it called? A something cage.
Faraday cage.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
Hey,
Faraday cage.
this kind of ties into our first topic. Maybe this will help prevent the Floridians from needing to use the Canadian drugs. If they just had orgone collectors in their houses, they would be.
You know what? Now I'm for whatever keeps your dirty hands off our Canadian drugs.
Okay. Fairy Queen, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, yeah.
I don't know if I'm here though. I'm in Discord, and okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see your camera on in StreamYard. Oh, there we go. All right.
Okay.
That's what I was waiting for. Okay, great. Awesome.
So, do I mute myself in here, or do I mute myself?
Yeah. You're already good. You're perfect right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you, Fairy Queen. So Fairy Queen just told me that she didn't, ever use StreamYards, and then did the stuff that we're doing now. Right. So this is her first time. She got down immediately. Aiko has been here for fucking ever and has screwed it up. I don't know how many times.
I'm gonna do it again.
It's part of his charm, really. I think.
I mean, I don't know because we really start without like hearing his double voice in our ears.
It won't be official until I'm not scheduled to do that again for another 30 minutes. But
we have just one other person who will be with us soon. They said they just need a few minutes, so why don't we try to give them those few minutes? Gibbs, your friends are crazy. So they're collecting good energy and like reject. I mean, basically, you know what that is? That's crystals for men, right? Like that's like energy crystals. That's exactly what they're doing there.
Oh my goodness, Lack, you really know how to trick.
Yeah,
I got a crystal right here.
But
let me tell you what's really funny about this is if you put these collectors in like bad areas, like say I put one in my house, right? Like they want you to like put it like far away, like I don't know, like I don't know where they think people have these lands. They want you to put it somewhere that's away from these signals. But if I put it like too close to my like Wi-Fi, apparently it would collect the bad orgone, and then you would go in there, and that's how you would get the cancers and stuff because the orgone is.
Will it improve your connection, your Wi-Fi?
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Improves your connection to something. We just don't know what.
So here's something crazy though. So one guy started studying this. I was reading this. So I went on a whole rabbit hole the other day on this after I got exposed. And this one guy started studying this as like a way to maybe use it for like shielding for astronauts in space. And like he's like, all right, maybe there's something happening here because apparently when you put plants in there, there is some evidence that the plants do grow better in these orgone collectors. Now I don't know why that is or whatever. So he was looking at it as like a shielding thing or as like a farming thing. And so there is some evidence something is happening, but I don't know what kind of something is happening with plants at least.
I think that is highly questionable.
Yeah, I got a lot of questions, but yeah, I went down this rabbit hole and I was like, oh man.
Wild. I remember I was reading a New York Times article. It was about the cult of wellness, and it was about like all the things that people replace going to the hospital or using medication for. And one of the things that it talked about, oh yeah, the salt lamp. There you go. Extra salt in your life for those that are not salty enough. All right. So But in this New York Times article, it basically talked about grounding bed sheets. And I remember I was telling a classmate of mine, have you ever heard of this? This is so ridiculous. People are putting charcoal in their smoothies because they think it's going to draw out the evil toxins, from their bodies. And then I mentioned the bed sheets and she said, oh, yes, I've heard about those bed sheets and I have them in my house.
Wait, charcoal actually is good for like removing toxins, though.
What about
in a medical setting?
In a medical setting, literally.
Yeah,
You Google this
technically,
shit.
in a way, that's technically true.
It's
They
technically
actually
true.
use filters.
I use it on my face. That's why I have such good
That
complexion.
doesn't do it on your face. It's not going to work on your
It
face.
absorbs the toxins that you absorb
But that's what's great
from the
because
Wi-Fi and the
we'll take,
5G.
Let's take like a medical fact and then like extrapolate heavily from that, right? Like that's like the worst because then you can look it up like, oh, this is something that is used in hospitals for a thing. And
Like
now, right, it cures AIDS. So obviously.
The
Lactoid is worried he's going to get cancer from like from
Discord.
From Discord and from like Keynesian economic policies. Lactoid's like the radio waves, anything that's wealth redistribution. It's just
You guys making
Wait,
fun
hold
of
on,
this
did
is
we
like
just-
making
did we
me
just
want to do
wanted-
it.
No, you don't understand. This is Lactoid's final form. He actually started out with things like charcoal face masks and salt lamps, and then he got to the level of things like praxeology.
Don't forget essential oils.
Hey, and colloidal silver. Colloidal silver is a big one.
Did we just blow by the fact that Lactoid does blackface? Did we just ignore that? I feel like we need to revisit that.
Prime, when Lactoid has the charcoal face mask on, can he say it? Can he say it?
I think he should test it. I think he should.
Not on Twitch. No.
Probably not.
Which implies he would do it somewhere else. Okay. So let's
Lactoid's like rushing into the transracial debate panels with a blackface on.
Oh my god.
It's just charcoal for the toxins.
His beauty routine, yeah.
Okay, so you guys can like laugh all you want, but like genuinely, when I started putting charcoal on my face, like it helped. Like it helps the overall complexion, acne. Like I use it. Like are we denying?
Crack, I agree.
Are we exactly? It's a way to impart the African power to my skin.
I want to clarify. Like you only put activated charcoal in your face, or was it part of another whatever solution or cream that had other ingredients in it? That might
It may have had a few other ingredients, but I'm pretty sure the activated charcoal was like the critical part
which
of it.
was
Right?
probably just some like dark food coloring, just so they can say they get activated charcoal in there.
No, I know the lady who makes it, and there's Bible verses on every single jar. It works. Trust me.
Yes. So, Lactoid,
we are streaming Fairy Queen, just so you know. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to know before I started streaming myself.
would you,
that's fine.
Yeah, I didn't want to actually.
a colloidal silver regiment, Lactoid? What are your opinions on that?
I haven't heard the anecdotal evidence yet on that one, so I'll have to wait before I form my opinion.
That's fair. That's fair.
He has to consult the person who makes his charcoal mask and the Bible.
It works, and essential oils. You agreed. I saw one study that indicated that tea tree oil has an antimicrobial effect. Which therefore means
it's good for all bacterial infections.
You know what else has a antimicrobial and anti-anything effect? Bleach, right? Which is why people use it. they drink bleach.
Some people
Lactoid's been wearing the charcoal face mask, and Prime's been wearing the bleach face mask. They both come in the debate panel.
I hear Tide Pods are also good for that as well. They knock things out. Snack on a couple of things.
Are you doing okay, Lactoid?
No, yeah, I'm good. I just got something in my eye. Well, it's probably salt. I'm dead serious. This is like really salty. Like I'm touching it and it's like covering my hands with salt. It's crazy.
Sorry, what is this? It's
a salt lamp. It's a salt lamp from Pakistan.
Let me see it. So it's an actual.
He occasionally licks it like in a mouth
cow.
cage or hamster cage.
Yeah.
It's legitimately salt.
So, hon, what's the point of the salt lamp?
Well, it depends on your beliefs. Some people believe that it reflects negative ions emitted by 5G towers. Some people believe that it creates like a nice little fresh, salty smell and glows very beautifully. I'm not going to say where I stand, but that's kind of where the differences of opinions lie.
It does look nice and smell good, just so we're clear. If
Yes,
you've never been in a salt room, bliss.
Just don't let your animals do it.
Also, my sodium was low
Yeah, true.
last time I went to the doctor. So I think this is like kind of.
Is
You had a
how
you had a
increase
holistic doctor?
No.
His chiropractor.
His massage therapist recommended some salt and some crystals.
Okay.
Yeah, I was shitting on chiropractors in my daily life, and the guy looks at me and goes, "My mom and dad are both chiropractors. Your mom and dad are shams."
God, that hurts.
More jokes.
Shame. Shame.
Yeah, you got to double down at that point. That was the right.
Oh,
You don't wait,
got it.
Corey.
can't
Corey, you don't
back
believe in
out there.
subluxations? You don't believe in subluxations cause all illness and cancer?
I've made my positions very clear on chiropractors, osteopaths. That includes Dr. Mike. Naturopaths.
I like Dr. Mike, though.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know because he misinformed you on
On
neurotransmitter.
hormones, yeah. Ugh. It's okay, I forgive him.
But just for the record, Corey, Reiki's in the clear, right?
Oh yeah, that's
Okay.
legitimately scientifically backed.
So there's this guy, okay, on YouTube. I don't know why, but like he moves his hands like and does Reiki in a weird way. It's pretty relaxing. I would highly advise it.
You just can't have them overlap. Being weird.
He set up his camera really cool. So like when he puts his hands like to the camera, like it focuses on his hands and then it focuses on his face, and he looks like Jesus. It's really cool.
Lactoid's gonna be a weed smoking hippie soon.
I have faith.
Absolutely not.
I see it. You're going
That
right
would
down the
make him too
pipeline.
left leaning.
He's going right down the pipeline. I see it.
Unlike buying salt from Pakistan, I think buying weed from cartels is unethical.
Buy from local growers. There you go. Solves the
but
problem.
Wait a
Think
minute.
I know local growers?
Aren't you also supporting terrorism? Right? Like, aren't you also supporting the same thing? We talked about this last time.
I'm supporting peaceful Muslims, Prime. I don't know what the fuck you're going off
You're
about.
supporting a terrorist state, okay? Jai Hind, Jai Hind.
I mean,
India will be victorious.
From the
appealing to the Indian crowd is that the new strategy?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm appealing to the biggest voter base. It's so good. It's the best strategy. The Twitch chat's going to be filled to the brim with words that nobody understands.
Okay.
That's true capitalism right there. Hey, as long as they're paying. You know what? I think they got the right idea.
Okay, so we're gonna move past this. We're gonna move. Oh god, this is a lot of fun. Crap. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Oh yeah, this is a lot of fun. So hey y'all, we're getting started now. Thanks for being here with us. Whether you're part of my audience or you came in with Wick's audience. Hey, hi, how are you? This is the Every Roundtable. And we do this Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of guests here, mix of old and new, and I'm like really, really, really pumped. So why don't we just get started? And then so already hit the follow button or subscribe button or buttons. Just like keep clicking buttons, and eventually some good will happen. All right, so let's start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you so much for being here. How are you, friend?
Namaste, Prime. Thank you so much for having me. It's incredible to be here. Find me at Lactoid TV everywhere: Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Oh God, I wonder where this arc will take him. Like it's gonna be, he's gonna be like those corporate types who like one day takes LSD, right? It's like his mind is blown. It's like
That's just Doobie, pretty much.
that's Doobie. You gotta go Doobie's route. And then like he's gonna understand like basic truths about empathy, right? Like I'm breaking new ground here, everyone.
Let's not go too far, okay? Let's not go too.
Let's go to our friend Synth, who is here. Synth, like I'm telling you, I send this man, this person, excuse me, I send this person,
It's not good.
Invitations every week because I always want them here. And this week we just happened to be lucky enough to have them. How are you, Synth?
I'm happy to be here. Usually have a busy schedule, so I'm sorry that I don't make it on every single one that you send me. Unfortunately, I would like to. They're actually super fun. No, I'm happy to be here. It should be pretty interesting. Hopefully, we don't get too deep into the woo-woo spiritual stuff. But fortunately, Lactoid's never going to start smoking weed. There's actual scientific evidence of health benefits to that. So there's no harm. All right, who is it next? It's Corey, right?
Yeah. That's actually like the one thing that actually has a scientific backing behind it.
Sorry, I was trying out my light. I apologize.
Okay. All right. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey's back with us, feeling better. 100% here. We definitely needed him for today specifically. How are you, Corey?
I'm doing well. Yeah, thank you. Doing much better. And actually, I know what Lactoid is doing. This is clearly revenge for all the times that I've called him Canadian, and he knows exactly how to get under my skin with all the new age stuff. But it's okay. I can take it. It is, I had it coming. But yeah, I'm super grateful to be here. Always appreciate to be invited on, and looking forward to getting into it with these familiar and fine faces. And also, as you alluded to, these re-emerging faces. Todd, Half Baked Takes, great to see you. Welcome back. And yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCampbell84, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, looking forward to it.
Thanks so much. Next, we have a friend, Admiral Gibbs. Gibbs, thanks for being here as well. I don't think we had you here last week. Did we? I forget.
I don't think so.
Yeah. And you were missed. So I'm glad that you're here today. How are you?
Actually, I think I was here because I did that like 60-hour thing that I did, and I was on here. I think maybe I don't know. It all blurs together now at this point. But I love being here. These are fun. I'm great. Thanks for having me. These are always great. I always see all the different opinions and interactions. It's really entertaining for me. So I really appreciate you always having me on. But yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me on Admiral Gibbs at everywhere basically.
Thank you so much. Next, a brand new person to the channel. I've been trying to get them on for very long time. But they made it here today, and I'm really, really excited to have them. How are you, Fairy Queen?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me, Prime. I've watched your show for a long time. It's been really entertaining content. I really love the stuff that you do. I love being able to talk about this kind of stuff with all of you guys. I've listened to you guys before. Really excited to talk to you guys tonight. And you can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage. I have it like up on the screen, or at Fairy Queen on Twitter. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm shocked that people who say like, "Oh yeah, I've watched you," and after watching you, I wanted to participate. Like that's always like, I thought it makes more sense like if you were blindsided by what happens here. But no, you watched and you want to be a part of this. We're very thankful for that. Thanks for being here. Okay, we have our friend Todd back with us. Half Baked Takes. We haven't had them here for 2 years. So, how are you?
How you doing? Thank you for having me back on. I've been busy, getting married, graduating from graduate school, and then I've just been working on, campaigns for the better part of 2 years now. So it's just been a hectic time. Hoping to just get my toes back in the water, argue with you, beautiful people, and we'll see where it all takes us. Thanks for having me, Prom.
I think this is a great life lesson. Step away from Twitch, and then you can actually accomplish goals and like grow up in life, hit milestones, right? Or else I'll be stuck in limbo. But I'm so happy to hear that you've accomplished all these things, and I hope all of them have been positive experiences for you. I'm really happy that you reached out and you're back. Yeah. Next, we have our friend Aiko.
Hold on, let me turn on some mics. Hold on.
I wasn't okay. I wasn't gonna say anything. Aiko, thank you for being here, friend. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. We got our new debate topic at work, so we're going to be working on that for the next 2 months.
Oh yeah. In case you don't know, our friend Aiko is a debate coach. Like a real one, right? Not a fake online one.
Yeah, don't know how real it is, but yeah.
What's the topic?
Let's see. It is resolve the United States ought to substantially reduce its military presence in West Asia and North Africa.
Asia, North Africa.
So
Okay.
It's very actually it's probably the most complicated topic I've seen in about 3 years.
Yeah, sounds actually really interesting, really fun. Are you allowed to? Do you guys record like your students and?
Yeah, we do sometimes. It's usually on audio, but when I can, I'll stick a camera in there too.
Yeah. If possible, I'm not on stream or something, but
Right.
I'd love to hear your students, at some point,
Sure.
and they're debating. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
Let's go.
I'll find something.
Let's go to our friend Ali. Sociologic Ali. Is that a new name for you? What's going on?
Yeah, the last name just I figured no one knew how to spell it when they heard it, so we just went with something English,
I do know, actually, as a person with a name that's half French. Yeah, no one knows how to pronounce the last part of it. Yeah, I hear you. How are you, friend?
I'm doing all right, man. How about yourself? Actually, I went to buy toilet paper today. I bought a fucking 12-pack of 1-ply toilet paper. I've never been so pissed in my life. Never.
You led a good life. Fucking brutal.
It is. It's gonna be a rough few weeks, but yeah. My name is Ali, sociologic_Ali on Twitch or Twitter and TikTok, Twitch and YouTube coming soon.
Did you not know? Like, did you like, oh, 1-ply? This seems cheaper. Why haven't
no way? No way you knew.
I just went. I was like, I'm looking at them. Cheap price. Grabbed it. I didn't. Who makes one? Why make 1-ply?
Yeah, I don't get it.
I prefer 1-ply toilet paper.
What?
I love that.
Is it better for the environment? Is that why?
No, it scrunches easier. I'm a scruncher, not a folder.
Yeah. Oh, you're a
worse.
I'm a bidet. I'm a bidet user.
You savage beast, Lactoid.
I just like need it for the dry, so I need the plies, babe. I need the plies.
I don't care how poor you are. You don't buy 1-ply toilet.
Just use paper. More, right?
It's just like you don't
confused.
Do it.
but then just buy the better version. I like luxury. All right. If they made 4-ply, I would get it. Okay. Luxury, especially for my tuchus.
I feel like 1-ply has better flexibility because you could decide to fold it into 2-ply if you wanted to, but you don't have to, right? So you can use the single-ply in order to get a better grip.
Quilted.
You do know you're wrong, Lactoid. You know that you are incorrect in this argument. You're just taking a personal stance.
Because you're always going to have. You always use more than 1-ply, no matter what. You're gonna multiply it up. You're just going to.
No,
it's not enough.
Multiply.
No.
Are you saying, Lactoid, you occasionally use one single ply?
No, like I use like a wad. Like I wad.
Yeah, so you could wad with less.
No, because then it's like slippery and you don't get. You guys really not get what I'm saying?
I use a bidet, so no.
Is it easier? Is it when you're grabbing with just one hand? Is it easier to grab onto tracing paper or cardboard? Think about it.
Well, sometimes that 1-ply is feels like sandpaper too. You don't want to get some cushy, soft toilet paper. Like,
bro,
I'm not gonna wipe my ass with sandpaper.
You guys are bougie, right? The toilet paper is not soft.
I'm sorry. Are you a brown paper towel person versus brownie?
God,
do you get the high school rolls of brown paper towel in your house?
I don't.
Because it's just more.
Bro, you would.
I hate those. I hate
army
those.
toilet paper willingly, wouldn't you?
Is it 1-ply?
Yes, and we pay $19 a roll for it. So,
well, Lactoid would be against that. Lactoid is against that kind of spending. To be fair,
it's next to the $95 coffee mugs. No, it's actually $500, isn't it? Something along the line.
I don't mean to go down this, but now that we're here, please just spare me a moment, audience. Just wait here. All right, look. We talked about this. We talked about somewhere on one of these panels a few weeks ago, and like the strategy, right? So me, I'm a folder, right? I became a folder. I layer, and but see, I go to the bathroom a lot. It's a thing. I'm sorry, it just happens to me, right? And I try to conserve, and so I buy the 2-ply, right? But I fold one over the other. So I take 2 squares, right? Fold one over the other, and then apply, and then just do that over and over again. Because if not, I'll burn through the toilet paper really quickly. So
it becomes 4-ply.
Yeah. It just rolls over. And it's absorbent enough for everything you need. I think anything extra, right, than that, then you're using too much. You're using too much. It's a way to conserve, but also have comfort.
I'm not conserving toilet paper. Okay, I want luxurious, nice feeling toilet paper for my.
No, you're getting the 2-ply.
I'm with you on that one.
I'm getting the 2-ply.
Do not grocery shop.
I'm getting the Charmin Extra Ultra Soft. That's what we're talking about.
Here's a question. This is the only way where the 1-ply becomes understandable. Okay, what do you guys think of wipes? the dude wipes. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, flushable wipes.
Those- yeah,
God,
as a
God,
man, I'm happy they created wipes specifically for men. Just
There's great.
otherwise,
They have the
I
tea
don't-
tree oil too. They're
I was
really
like,
great.
what dude wipes? I don't know. Are they just like the wet wipes?
They're butt wipes, but they're not gay. They're
Yeah,
just
they're
butt wipes,
just
but not gay.
remarketed baby wipes,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yes.
Basically,
Okay.
yeah.
they're
Buy
super
fucking baby
straight.
wipes, you dumb fuck.
Super
Second one,
straight.
I can understand the one ply because
Super
then
straight
like
wipe.
everything's fully clean and then you just have to sort of pat it dry. Like then I could understand. But
Nah.
otherwise, if there is only the option to have only toilet paper, I feel like you have to go at least 2 ply.
Baby wipes, no, so, and this has to be said. Baby wipes, no matter who they're marketed to, right?
Those are for babies. These are dude wipes.
For
They're different.
babies.
They
Yeah,
are
these
not,
are survival shield combat wipes. They're
They are
specifically
not flushable. This is like a big thing, right? That and cities are dealing with. That this like trend starts to
Yeah,
spread.
that is
that like this
Yeah,
is
you gotta
they're
buy
not
flushable.
actually flushable. They don't
No
like even if they say
shit.
so.
You
in the
know what
package,
is one-ply
they
toilet
don't
paper.
break up. Yeah,
So
they-
is
It
2 ply.
disintegrates when it hits the water, lactoid.
So
It disintegrates when it touches your ass.
So I'm not the one that's causing the problem, is what you're saying, right?
But
You're just living
the
like a barbarian.
the baby wipes, like they get stuck in like the machinery of like the like,
pump, the filter,
the sewers,
Sewer
right?
pump.
Wherever like sewer workers are, they're like finding a ton of these things. Please,
Mm-hmm.
if you care about your fellow man, being your lowly sewer worker,
Or
right?
woman.
Like or woman, obviously. But yeah, if you care about them, do them a favor and don't use those things.
They're trying to
actually
reduce
aren't-
work. They need jobs, man.
Oh
They need
my
to
God.
do
Okay.
something.
Are you
All
the
right.
person that like when it goes to a restaurant, like then you don't clean up after yourselves because you're creating?
Oh no, I
employees?
always clean up after myself, but like they're doing the job throughout the service, right? I'm helping out in their service, but like to completely eliminate like
It's not eliminating the job. It's like it's getting
Sociologically is just going past buildings, throwing rocks through windows. Like I'm making jobs.
What?
I'm stimulating the economy. Bro's just throwing bricks in buildings.
It's very simple. You take your wipe, you take your 2-ply toilet paper, you wrap it up and then you throw it away, okay? Problem solved.
That's like you're just trying to sabotage the toilet at that point. Like, no. The level of
If
like
you live in an
bourgeois-
apartment and you don't like your landlord, here's an idea.
Or if
True.
the hotel overcharged you.
Also, I'm confused. Why does it matter if it's absorbent? Are you guys like constantly having diarrhea? Like, I'm confused. Like, what does absorbents have to do with like?
Some people do.
Well, I just don't
digestive
want it to
issues.
disintegrate while I'm trying to wipe water. So like I feel like when you use the 1-ply, it just like bonds to your tush. And it's just like not a good feeling.
Let me.
Yeah.
I'll build a bridge here. Okay, if you are somebody who suffers from chronic diarrhea, I can understand. In fact, they should just be called diarrhea toilet paper, and they're like those are the 2, 3, 4-ply ones, right? And then the 1-ply is the regular for people who have more solid excrement.
How dry is your shit? Have you had fiber the last 3
My
years?
boy's just logging it.
I'm on that Kim Jong-il shit and I don't poop at all, so it doesn't matter.
Well, last question. Do you wipe or do you scoop?
Scoop. The
Oh!
fuck does that even mean?
Like pinching it? That's disgusting. I don't do any of that. I actually go outside with a pressure washer and I just spray it off.
Come on, this is a important question. This was asked in a Deadpool comic book. It was actually really funny. But wiping or pinching?
I scrape.
You scrape. Okay, so you wipe. You basically
Like
wipe.
using his nails. Like
It's
it's
like
toilet
wiping.
paper, like scratching.
It's like wiping, but like more of a scooping motion.
He takes his salt lamp and just like.
Okay.
Disgusting. No. What the fuck?
You're the one who said you scrape. You said you scrape.
Yeah. So I'm clean because I have hygiene.
Look, with 1-ply toilet paper, describing anything as anything other than scraping would be strange. I agree. Yeah, anything you do with a 1-ply toilet paper has got to be scraping. It's a variant of scraping.
Bidets are like
is it all
$30 on Amazon. They go right to your toilet. It's an amazing
They're
thing.
amazing. Yeah.
25 even. 25. Okay.
Let's move on. Okay, so we've got this.
Hey, sure,
So,
Prime.
This is
Sure.
I feel like this is a perfect this is the perfect time for Fairy Queen to sign up, right? This was a perfect introduction. It's the type of people that we are. And the types of highbrow conversations that we provide here at Prime Kai. So let's get started. Topic one. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, while on the presidential campaign trail, has boasted about a plan to lower prescription drug prices in his state by importing cheaper drugs from Canada. Apparently, Canadians aren't happy about this since they are experiencing a drug shortage themselves. Canada is now putting in countermeasures against purchases that would threaten their supply. Do you think buying drugs from other countries is a reasonable way to provide low-priced alternatives to Americans? Would you be in favor of buying drugs from countries other than Canada? Are drug prices even a problem that the government should even be concerned about? And if so, what other actions should it take to address it? So yeah, I'm sure you guys have heard this. This is the Ron DeSantis is the first person to put this forward. Interesting enough, I mean, I'm glad he's following the footsteps of Bernie Sanders because Bernie put that forward before as well. There are so many parts to this, right? Like interesting politics around this in America as to why we resort to ever talking to Canadians in the first place, but to buying drugs from Canada and the rhetoric around it, I'm really excited to talk about this because it's crazy. And I feel like some of you are just gonna walk into those same traps that conservatives do. I just feel it. I'm ready for it. Okay. But yeah, is this a viable alternative or should we be doing something else? Start with our friend Lactoid, Canadian extraordinaire.
So, no, first of all. But second of all, I got no problem with this. I don't think drug prices are a big problem. But I also don't see any problem with just going where they're cheaper and buying them there. To me, this is wow, the Walmart here, or gas pricing, right? Oh, the one here is 4 cents cheaper than the one over there. I think it's ridiculous to no, you're not allowed to buy there. Yeah, I think DeSantis is smart. In fact, I'll even go further than that. I think that if you're a government agency, I mean, ideally, you wouldn't be spending money on this at all. But if you are going to, I think you have an obligation to get the product for the least amount of money possible, because you're spending stolen money to begin with. So yeah, I think DeSantis is right for doing this, and everybody should do it.
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Synth.
Yeah, sure. The policy is really, really dumb. I think it's fine at the end of the day. If you want to go ahead and buy things from some other country that has better pricing regulations, that has better laws surrounding drugs, I don't think it's the case they're going to cause scarcity by doing that. I think in fact what you end up doing is you just stimulate demand, so you'll have higher overall amounts of drugs in Canada, and then we'll be shipping all of our drugs from a country north of us as opposed to just fixing the laws here and making our drug prices low for the exact same reasons that Canada's are. There are reasons why Canada's drug prices are low. I understand that we can just buy drugs from them, but instead of fixing the broken medical industry here in the U.S., buying them from Canada does not seem like a real solution. We talked a lot about wiping our ass earlier. This is reaching over your shoulder to wipe your ass. It's very silly, and I understand why Canadians are annoyed by this. They're worried that, well, if Americans are buying drugs from us, won't that drive up our drug prices? Not really. It's not going to drive up the drug prices in Canada. There's no good reason to think that. It'll stimulate demand, which usually drives things up. But in the case of Canada's drug prices, you already have a large slew of regulations and price controls to keep your prices low, so you shouldn't have anything to worry about there. It is stupid. It's a stupid policy, but it works. It should work just fine. There are some concerns that DeSantis just kind of tossed off. There are safety concerns. Well, DeSantis said, how could they be unsafe? It's not like it's Djibouti. It's Canada. It's a safe country. But the issue is when you're importing things from other countries, now it's the case that it's way harder to enforce laws. If you have some other country that you're importing the drugs from, it makes it more difficult to enforce the kind of regulations that you have surrounding drugs. It's just more difficult. I know Lactoid was saying that you have an obligation to get things for as cheap as possible. This is really weird with Lactoid's worldview in particular. If you're trying to say that it's okay to buy things from groups that you're saying have unjust regulations, it seems like the cheapest place you could buy your opioids from then are going to be Afghanistan. You should be buying your opioids from Taliban manufacturers all over the Middle East, or ISIS manufacturers. It would be silly to say that you're okay with doing something like that, given your worldview is based around whether or not things are or not voluntary. Clearly, it's not a voluntary transaction. prescription to go buy them from people who are doing things that you think are wrong already. But that's the end of my opening.
Thank you so much. Did he actually make the Djibouti comment? Oh my god. And
why could it be unsafe? It's not Djibouti. It's Canada. They couldn't do anything wrong.
We are going to explore exactly that. That's the comment I didn't know he made that comment, but that's something we're going to explore. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, even though we're both Canadian, I'm on the opposite side of Lactoid, where, I don't want you touching our drugs, where I linked in the Discord chat, the demand for Ozempic in the United States, affects the supply in Canada, and totally, there is a drug shortage in Canada, Ozempic being one of them, although I think that has since been rectified. But yeah, there are reasons why prescription drugs are generally cheaper in Canada. And I understand the motivation for doing this, where you're trying to sort of generate, I would say, artificial competition to not only just potentially drive down drug price in the United States, but I would say, as Synth pointed out, a band-aid solution. I'll go even so far as to say, as if you actually want to generate competition and drive down prices through actual competition, then I think you should abolish intellectual property, which I'm in favor of. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Aaron Gibbs.
So domestically, I agree a lot with what Lactoid is saying. But before I go into that, I want to say this is a time where I want to congratulate the Canadians. I don't generally agree with much Canadian foreign policy or whatnot, but this is a time of Canada standing up for its border sovereignty right here. They're standing up and they're saying, no, we want to look out for our citizenry first. It's laudable. I really applaud them. I know they generally don't do that, but it's good. It's a good example. Maybe the U.S. should take heart and look out for its citizens first. They're worried they're not going to have enough drugs. Canada's standing up for its people, and that's good. I'm proud of them. I hope maybe this starts a good trend for them, where they start respecting their national sovereignty. And I hope the U.S. also starts doing that. Secondly, I basically domestically I agree with pretty much everything Lactoid said, except I'll take it further. I'd be okay with buying the opium from the Taliban, as long as it wasn't working against U.S. foreign interests. Because capitalism, baby, we should get it from whoever's the cheapest. Wherever we can get it. That's the way we should do it. I mean, the government should be doing this for this betterment of its citizens. Obviously, cheaper drugs, that's better for its citizenry, as long as the drugs are, safe. I don't know what standards, but we got the FDA. I'm sure they're perfectly qualified in terms of what everything's safe. Then who really cares where it gets it? Let's get it from the Taliban. Maybe we can make the Taliban strategic U.S. allies, and we can use them in the future. As long as we can find an end that benefits America, absolutely, we should do it.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Farrakhan. Farrakhan, I didn't ask this before, though. Are you Canadian, or are you a person who knows and loves liberty?
I own and I do love liberty. I am very American, okay? Okay, as American as they come. But so I'm not really sure whether I agree with Lactoid or with Synth and Corey and with Admiral. I'm not sure. But here's what I will say tentatively, right? So number one, I would actually disagree with Lactoid. I do think that it does seem to be the case that drug prices within the United States do seem to be precipitously higher as compared to other drug prices in other nations. So if you look, for instance, at Mexico, if you look at Canada, if you look at Germany, if you look at all of these different countries, it does seem the prescription medication does seem to be precipitously cheaper in other countries, and this does seem to be a problem that that Americans are uniquely interested in. It's not. I don't think it's an accident that DeSantis chose to do this as a swipe against the Biden administration just prior to an election season. And there's even an article that was written that said that drug importation remains popular with voters, and Republican pollster Dan Judy expects drug prices to be a part of the presidential campaign. So I do think that this is something that does seem to be on the minds of many Americans and does seem to be a problem. However, and this is the flip side of this, which is what you get in exchange for expensive medication, for the medication being more expensive in the United States, is early access to life-saving medications. So it seems to be the case that even though prescription medication is on average more expensive for Americans to buy, that's because Americans have early access to that medication. And by price controlling and by regulating price controls of medication, that therefore means that you jeopardize the advantage of Americans getting access to life-saving medication first prior to other nations. So I'm not quite sure what I think regarding price control, but I'd be interested to hearing. If we are in favor of reducing price control, I don't think that there's anything necessarily wrong with going to other countries and trying to buy cheaper medication. But it is curious that is the first move to do, as opposed to trying to negotiate lower drug prices with drug corporations here. So that's an unsatisfying answer, but that's where I am currently right now.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Todd.
All right. So, God damn it. I love bipartisanship. Two different administrations, one being a GOP and one being a Democrat, went ahead with this and pushed this policy because they knew it was smart and they knew it was the right idea. And if we're not going to have price controls, or if we're not going to restrict what these drug manufacturers can charge, then we have to find alternatives to give consumers a way to, afford them. Previous to this legislative movement, this was actually just like a great example of like the big bad capitalist, the big bad capitalist utopia that is America, according to all you lefties. We were restricting the free market and we were putting price controls on shit, and it caused problems. Remove the price controls or create ways for consumers to go to other markets. According to a poll from KFF, I'm not sure what the actual institute is called, but KFF
Kaiser Foundation.
Thank you. It showed that 78% of Americans, and that 78% was matched across Republican, Independent, and Democrat, all thought this was a great idea. So it seems like the American public seems to also be, for once, right on something. And then, according to the Rand Corporation, we actually, yes, we do pay more for certain prescription drugs, but this isn't the case across the board. We actually pay less for generic prescription drugs here in America than 84%. We pay less on 84% of those prescription drugs than other countries do. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to have some good with the bad, but I do think this was a step in the right direction.
Okay, let's go to our friend Iko.
There's a lot of irony in this policy. I know why it's become stylish to do this on the right, because this was actually earlier, as has been pointed out, sort of a Bernie Sanders thing. But in the 2016 election, like, Trump campaigned on it, and that then made it okay for Republicans to support this. And I suspect that that's why Florida is doing this now. But I do think it's interesting to see that development, because the Republican argument prior to that had been that we shouldn't use the power of government to collectivize our bargaining power in order to negotiate drug prices, because that would be abusing the power of government over the private sector. So instead, what we've done is we've run an A/B experiment where Canada does this, or a lot of other countries do this, really, and then we don't. And when the results turn out to not work, what we do is we borrow Canada's socialism, and we're leveraging that. We're importing it here, right? So Florida can't be socialist on its own, because they just can't use the word because it's unpopular there. So instead, they're importing the socialism into Florida and getting all of the benefits from it, which I think is brilliant. Even if we do get lower prices on some of the drugs, wherever socialized medicine is able to leverage a lower price, then we'll just import it from there as well. So you're getting the best of both worlds. So in that sense, I can understand why it works. But the only reason we have to do it, of course, is that we won't do that sort of negotiation on our own. Medicare and Medicaid are able to collectively negotiate. They just don't use their authority as much as they should to do those negotiations with the drug companies. And of course, we could do the same thing with Obamacare and CHIPS and every other healthcare program in the United States could collectively bargain for better drug prices, but we don't do it. So instead, we're just relying on Canada to do it for us, and then we just piggyback on their socialized medicine. I think, it's what you have to do if you can't do it on your own.
Thank you so much. And finally, Ali.
Yeah, so it used to be that buses of old people would go up to Canada, buy their medications, and then come back. And I always thought that was stupid, because you should be able to afford them here, just buy them here and keep the money here. So to hear that a state is doing that. I mean, you should be able to, sure, but I think that's like the wrong way of doing it. And I mean, before, Lactoid starts his own Canadian cartel and then they ship it over because Canada's going to stop us from buying all the drugs that they need because they're going to have a shortage because we use a lot of drugs over here. I think we should just regulate the prices, and that's probably the better way of doing things.
Okay. So we'll get started. But just so I didn't say it before, but if you guys want to jump in and have us, respond to a comment, use a hype chat or super chat, and we'll do so. So great way to support the channel as well. All right. Up to the panel.
I immediately want to jump in. Yeah, actually. Sorry, so I'll make sure that I don't interrupt you again, Corey. Sorry about that. But no, Fairy Queen said something. It asked a really good question. It was asked facetiously, and I agree with the sentiment behind it, which is why isn't our first move to negotiate drug prices? Why are we forced into a position where the option seems like it has to be price controls? And I completely agree. The ideal would just be if Medicare could negotiate drug prices. Unfortunately, it's been illegal for 20 years. It's been it's the Medicare Modernization Act of 2003 that illegalized that. And so the short answer to the question is we live under a pretend free market where small elite groups get to lobby way more powerfully than other groups of similar headcounts. And because of that lobbying, it's illegal for Medicare to negotiate wholesale. Only the insurance companies under Medicare are able to negotiate. That makes it way, way harder. Individual states can't change that law, unfortunately. We can only make pushes towards that on a larger scale federal level. And on these level of individual states, the only kind of real option they have ends up just being what kind of controls can they put on that state level to make this easier, because they can't do the negotiating through Medicare, which they're supposed to be implementing on that state level. But I know Corey had something to say as well.
Well, I actually just wanted to bring up something that you brought up in your opening statement, Synth, I think just to sort of maybe provide some context and additional information, where I think you alluded to pretty much, this would increase demand, and that if you increase demand, then supply will follow. I just want to provide some context. I'm sure this is not exclusive to the pharmaceutical industry, but I can speak with let's say some confidence and knowledge of the pharmaceutical industry. Sometimes synthesizing drugs is not the easiest thing, and certain things are very difficult to procure when it comes to some pharmaceuticals, and so it doesn't always necessarily. I don't know that, let's say, the supply and demand sort of whatever law or rules really apply to pharmaceuticals as cleanly. Just want to point that out.
No, that's definitely true. There's not going to be a clean application of the law of supply and demand for every single good or service. In the case of things that have a huge market failure, like for example the way that we buy drugs, then it's not going to track directly. But if what we're doing just ends up being we're putting a lot of stimulus into the production of Canadian drugs by buying more of them, then the idea that the supply is going to fall, I'm kind of skeptical of it broadly, but I'm sure there's going to be specific subsections where, for example, you mentioned Ozempic, there's going to be specific drugs that I'm sure would have some kind of negative impact there.
What percentage of prescriptions do you think are going to need to go through this program?
I have no clue.
Would you say it's probably really high or really low?
I genuinely have no clue. Anything I told you would just be bullshitting or a guess. So I have no idea what the percentage.
I think the article said 15%.
Yeah. Well, and that's that. And to me, that even seems a little high because of the way they word the legislation is that there has to be, you have to exhaust all other possibilities and all other avenues to find that drug within, the American system. It's not like you can just go and get your fucking your opioids or your ADHD medication filled with Canadian medication because we have plenty of it and we don't need to go to Canada for it. It's only specific drugs that are not that we don't have generics for.
Well, let's just keep one thing in mind. Even small portions of Florida are still relative to Canada. We think Florida is just a state, right? But it's got almost the same population as Canada does entirely. It's almost the same. So 15% of Florida is about 15% of Canada.
Okay, that's fine. So just be happy that we're going to stimulate your economy a little bit. I did have one more question for you, Synth, because you made a point that we should not do this because, oh my goodness, what if we import medication from some other country and it is just way less?
No,
but it's way lower in the quality. We could set standards, and then so long as that medication, when we bring it in and import it, meets those standards, what would be your argument? Because we import shit all the time that has way higher risk profiles than fucking prescription meds, you're going to say like, oh, no, we can't trust anybody else but America to do it, because I really don't think do you want to...
No, what I'm telling you is that if you have things that are coming from a different country, it's harder to enforce regulations because the places you're buying from, they don't live under your jurisdiction. So it's just more difficult. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's some kind of issue with Canadians' average prescription drugs. They probably have just as high quality of drugs as we do. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure the averages are fine there. But the issue is it's way harder to enforce regulations if they're outside of your jurisdiction.
Even if they came from fucking Djibouti, like what Factoid said, if we test them and they meet a set of standards, then who the fuck cares? Good for Djibouti for producing.
What's wrong with Taliban as long as it works?
Lactoid does not like standards on drugs. Lactoid does not like the FDA.
All he's saying is that like you have to have a larger regulatory regime to deal with drugs that are coming across the border than drugs that are coming from within your border. That's all he's saying. Not that you can't do it. So we're gonna go back to it. And Corey, but I got to say one thing quickly, because it's like, and I'm surprised no one has brought up yet. There are fucking drugs. They're American drugs. These are most of these drugs are American drugs, American-made drugs. America created the drugs. We funded the creation of these drugs. Our companies made them, right? They might have been made in India.
They don't have, but still, they don't have generics, Prime.
But hold on, no. Just to be very clear though, we made these drugs, and then we send them across the border, right? And do the magic of lefty collective bargaining, it becomes cheaper, and then we import it back because we don't want to be fucking quote unquote socialists. We got to remember that part. That, and not all the drugs. Some drugs are made by other countries. But
do you think this is a socialist policy?
I don't think it's a socialist policy. I think it's a center left policy to simply negotiate for your drug prices. This isn't pushing the bounds of leftist thought. No, certainly not. But we'll go to Lactoid. Corey, very quick.
Yeah, this is difficult because I think I'm going to actually have a lot of overlaps of agreement with Synth here, which is awful. He tried to come at me, but I think we're actually going to have a lot of agreement here. First of all, the law's changed. Medicare can now negotiate pricing. That's not true?
No, I understand what you're talking about, the Inflation Reduction Act, which base Joe Biden has cured this issue, but it's not the case that it's actually passed it now. It's in 2026 is when we can negotiate the drug prices.
Okay.
And only for a few.
Which sucks.
So okay. I'll give credit where credit is due. Okay, just wait. Even though I fucking hate Biden, just hear me out. I don't. If it's a government agency, the idea of them not being able to negotiate, hey, we're gonna buy your drugs only at XYZ price, as opposed to just whatever the company charges, we're gonna go take the money from the citizens and give you. I don't think this is actually socialist. I think this is allowing this to continue happening is corporatist to the fucking nth degree.
It's bargain hunting.
It's borderline fascist, right? We're going to give the corporations unlimited bargaining power, and we're just going to make the people pay for it. That's pretty fucked up. There's no reason why Medicare should be able to negotiate these prices. All government, I don't think the government healthcare should exist, but as long as we're going to have it, it better be getting this shit for negotiated pricing. Otherwise, again, it's fucking crazy. So I have no problem with that. And when it comes to supply and demand, I also don't think this is going to have a massive effect on this, because if us Americans were getting drugs from Canada, right, then we have unsold drugs here in America that are just going to get either shipped to Canada and sold back to us, or they're going to be forced to lower the price because people aren't buying the American drugs, they're buying the Canadian drugs. The drug production is not going to just cease in America. It's either going to be shipped to Canada or it's going to stay here, and they're going to have to lower the pricing. And then in 2026, apparently this is not even going to fucking matter, because then we're going to negotiate the drug pricing. Is that wrong, Prime?
Medicare's one slice of government. Like
a tiny few amount of drugs.
I think it's like 100 or something. Or
It's it's not that many.
It's not that
what
not even that
percentage?
many.
What percentage of like though? Because you could say it's just 100 drugs. I guess I'd have to look at like what percentage of like Medicare's budget goes to these drugs.
It's but it's like Medicare's, and I might screw this up, so like don't take this as gospel. But like it's like the top drugs like that Medicare is charged for, like the big ones that like eat into the budget. Just a few of them, and then from there, other drugs can be added to, and there's like 10 or 15, I think, that they're going to be able to negotiate for. And then from there, like every few years, you'll be able to add new drugs to the list, but it has to go through this whole process. If it will go on that list, it's not the same as just like the Medicare, like writ all, being able to negotiate. So
I have it right
all
here.
right, okay,
It's 15. It's 15 drugs up to 2027. 15 more drugs in 2028, and then up to 20 more drugs each year after that. So this is a slow trickle at best. If you want to talk about like this being a big solution to the fucking shit show that is our healthcare system, then I hate to break it to you, you're wrong.
Well, okay. Well, so I'll just change the prescription then. It should be all drugs tomorrow. Yeah, that's what it should be. And the fact that it's taking so long is pretty ridiculous. The last thing I want to say though is, when it comes to the standards in other countries, I think that, even though you can make fun of Ron and saying like, well, it's Canada, not Djibouti, there's like an element of truth in that, which is the drugs in Canada, as I think we all admit, are going to be like similar in quality to the drugs in the US, especially if they're coming from US production facilities. And they're just more trustworthy than stuff like shipped in from a potential black market in Djibouti. I don't think that's a ridiculous statement. I think the concern for Canadian quality over American quality is not a real concern.
Let's go to Corey and then Fairy Queen.
Oh yeah, that's one of the things that I sort of want to semi-seriously point out. Anybody fear-mongering about the drug quality in Canada should probably realize that I believe life expectancy in Canada is higher than the U.S.
Oh, that's not a good. You can't prove shit.
But freedom expectancy is lower.
Because you guys eat less burgers and smoke less.
Yeah. I think we're more free to consume cannabis here in Canada.
But the real free market is in Djibouti. You gotta admit, no government there to interfere with things.
But I also want to like put on the table of like, we're talking about negotiating drug prices, and like, this again, as I said in my opening statement, that's sort of an artificial way to increase competition and drive down prices. But like, I guess I would pose a question like, is anybody else besides me in favor of abolishing intellectual property?
I'm so on the fence about that, Corey. I have a really hard time justifying intellectual property, but I'm like really concerned about like downstream effects of that.
Go back to what the Constitution says: 7 or 14 years.
Yeah. I mean, at the very
There has
least.
to be some level. You have to have it at least for.
You don't have to have copyright law at all. You don't have to have. You have to have trademark. That's true. You have to have patent. You don't have to have copyright law at all.
I can agree with that. I can
accept that compromise.
That should be a panel.
We can make it into this one because that's a big part of why drugs are so expensive. I was going to talk about that in terms of generics, but we'll get to that in a second. I first want to make sure. Corey, are you done? And then we'll go to
that was it.
Very quick.
I wanted to respond to something that Todd said, and I just want to confirm this. So Todd, is it not true that like drugs are more expensive in the United States as compared to other countries? From what I found, that did seem to be the case for prescription drugs.
But you're 100% right. And like, if we're just talking about a drug being researched, developed, and then manufactured, that drug is going to be more expensive for an American consumer, or to be honest, we judge these things, or we determine these things based off the manufacturer's price, not the end price. But at the end of the day, in America, it's going to end up being higher for that specific drug. But the moment that generics are able to be produced on that drug, and all of a sudden, Americans pay 84% of the average price.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so that's it. So basically, like the drug is more expensive prior to it becoming generic, to it being on the shelf to buy. Is that what you're saying?
Not before it's eligible to buy it, because there's a period of time where a drug is not it basically because of copyright or patent and all these different, property rights and laws, it has some effect where you can't produce generics on it for some period of time. But once that period of time lapses and you're able to make generics, then all of a sudden that problem is no longer a problem here in America. And actually, we have the benefit of paying less than what most people do.
The reason I wanted to just really clarify that is because this is the thing, and this is the reason why I'm not sure I'm completely on the side of Synth, Corey, and iCal Rich, although I want to be. And the reason why I'm not is because of, and I can actually link this to you in our chat, there was an article that was published by a doctor, and one of the arguments that he makes is that Americans receive a benefit for those high prices that exist initially for those drugs. And the benefit that you receive is early access to those drugs. So according to this article, which I'm not sure if it's true, so between 1995 and 2005, 12 new cancer drugs were first introduced to the United States versus 13 in Canada, France, Germany, Japan, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom combined. Of the 45 novel drugs the Food and Drug Administration approved in 2015, 29 were available in the United States first. And a 2017 study found that all 45 approved new cancer drugs were covered by Medicare in the United States, compared with only public insurance and coverage of only 26 in the UK. So the reason why I bring this up, right? So it might well be the case that you could put price controls, right, on the production of drugs. You could put not on production, excuse me. You could put price controls on these drugs and to make them less expensive for the public within the United States, as opposed to purchasing them and buying them from other countries. But the price of doing that, though, is that it means that it limits early access to those drugs within the United States. Is that not true? I just wanted. Oh, sorry. What were you going to say, Todd?
Well, I assume you were asking that to the lefties and the.
Yes.
I would want to see that article. I'm curious. I'm not questioning it.
Yeah. So I mean, one of the big explanations causally for why it's the case that the U.S. has faster access to drugs than a lot of other countries is because the FDA, despite the fact that it has a lot of issues and ends up being quite slow, it's still a lot faster than drug approval in other countries. I know CDER, you said that there was like a, I think you said that there, I don't remember the exact number that you said, but I know that in last year it was like 55 new drugs had been approved that had that had some active ingredient in it that had never been before FDA approved. So given how quickly the FDA is able to do things, it's probably a lot more of the factor there than something like the fact that we have higher drug prices on average. Higher drug prices on average can incentivize things like more R&D for those drugs, but the degree to which we have high drug prices is not going to be the main causal factor there. When you have things like for example, are much faster FDA than other countries have.
Yeah,
really quick though.
There's just another factor as well, like that's similar to the point that Fairy Queen's making, and that is like one of the justifications for higher drug prices in the United States also has been that that's where a lot of the R&D funding comes from, is that they're able to charge higher prices in the United States, which is why they credit us for being the reason why a lot of R&D happens. And all of these other countries, at least they individually have lower populations than we do, so it doesn't have as much of an effect on that budget. But if America started paying the same prices that a lot of these other countries do when they negotiate, then a lot of those R&D budgets, so these companies argue, would take a hit.
Getting the fuck out. 42%.
But there's one thing I want to correct here, because there's
all drugs.
There's this issue. There's this issue people do where they'll say, well, the R&D of these drug companies is where the R&D is coming from, but a lot of it's just public sector R&D, and the drug companies will then do some R&D on how can we probably Corey's probably about to say the same thing actually. Yeah, I'm going to stop talking so much and let Corey have a chance to speak.
Well, I don't know if I was in the queue or not.
Oh yeah. So Corey,
I'll provide the citations in a bit because I've covered this before. So yeah, I definitely have heard that argument before of the United States is sort of subsidizing R&D through the increased prices. Did you want to say something, Todd?
The fucking world. They're subsidizing it for the world.
Okay. So I'm going to push back on that, and I'll provide the citations in a bit because I've argued this before. If you actually look at the breakdown of what pretty much when the pharmaceutical companies take in their profits, that includes the excess profits coming from the inflated drug price in the United States. It doesn't actually funnel back into R&D. At least not proportionally. And as Synth brought up, there's also that issue of ultimately just about virtually every pharmaceutical has its founding at public sector funding. But regardless, I'll provide the citations in a bit. If you actually look at what pharmaceutical companies do when they reap in those massive profits, they actually don't. You do not disproportionately reinvest it into R&D. They disproportionately reinvest it into marketing, where it's not just, they don't just take those excess profits and put it back into research and development. It is largely marketing because, as I sort of alluded to earlier, as a result of intellectual property, they have a monopoly for whatever, 15, 20 years. And it's in their best interest to pretty much get it out there and get everyone on it as much as possible. And so that money is largely funneled.
Wait, so who here is against intellectual property? Like, let's just, I'm curious on that.
We already said it. Yeah. Go ahead.
Me or Admiral?
Yeah. Yeah. Quite a few.
You go ahead. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Really quick, Corey, the United States accounts for 42% of all the prescription drugs developed in the world. So one, that seems like a pretty disproportionate amount of R&D to subsidize the rest of the world, who then gets to create these drugs or gets to buy these drugs and then create generics later on down the road. And then on top of that, why do you think that money doesn't funnel directly back into more R&D? Do you think it might have to do with the fact that they have to market the ones that actually succeed and the ones that actually ended up working because they, dumped $7 billion into one project and it didn't work, and then they dumped $3 billion into another project and it didn't work, and then they dumped $2 billion into some project and that didn't work, and then on the fifth fucking try they finally hit it. Yeah, they have to market the fucking shit out of it so they can make money. That's why they're a company, Corey.
I'm not disputing the fact that I don't know the numbers, but I'm pretty sure the United States is at the top in terms of just overall science research and development. I'm not going to dispute that.
And a large portion of that's not private sector; it's the NIH, right?
Right,
It's
exactly.
the majority of that, even.
And also at the same time, yes, I can totally understand. I have a pretty good idea of the general budgets of large pharmaceutical companies, and they need to recoup the cost of R&D. But also at the same time, as Synth pointed out, the roots of every pharmaceutical company is in public sector university research, and so you are actually subsidizing it, but you are not reaping the benefits of it being subsidized. Where you're not getting some sort of reduced costs of yes, you as a taxpayer, and just as me in Canada's R&D as well, we pay millions, billions of dollars into public sector research university funding to pretty much get these pharmaceuticals off the ground, or to hand it off to pharmaceutical companies so they can further develop it, and then you just get the inflated prices.
So are you saying these pharmaceutical companies don't spend money on R&D?
No, they do.
It's what's called applied R&D, and that just means there's already an active ingredient they know will work.
They have to fund clinical trials. They have to recruit patients, all that stuff. But to actually found a drug in terms of a candidate, to use a technical term, a candidate drug, that is largely done, or almost exclusively done, at the university or public sector level.
In Corey, but you would agree that there's a whole lot more that goes into producing a item and selling
manufacturing,
it than just the development of the thing, right? We understand.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will absolutely not dispute the fact that there is a heavy investment amongst pharmaceutical companies for R&D. Okay. Yes.
So as long as you're giving me that concession, then I'll let you know.
Yes.
I'll go to Lightweight next, but I just want because I think this is a perfect place for. I just wanted to make a comment to Fairy Queen that you brought up let's hold on these price controls because we might get first access, but we could also just stipulate that, right? If the United States has subsidized the development of this drug by handing you a candidate drug, a candidate molecule, and you're taking that to market, well then, it has to come to the states first. Right? You could just say that if you are using our government money, well then we get it first. That's a way to it doesn't because we don't create all the drugs, right? Here in the States, right? We don't create all of them. It doesn't completely cover everything. But it would go a long way to dealing with the concern that you were talking about. You just say it's ours now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to respond?
Yeah, just a second. So basically, as I understand it, so what you're saying to me basically is that like we could just have first rights to the drug. We could just stipulate that.
Mhm. Yeah.
Maybe, but like, so I guess possibly I have no problem with that. Does anybody else want to weigh in? I don't know what my response to that should be.
Let's go to lactoid.
Okay. So I don't know if it's the salt lamp and the essential oils, but I'm gonna actually I'm gonna join with the lefties here. Actually, rarely, right? I hate doing it, but it is fucking crazy. I don't care if it's for R&D, and knowing that it's not for R&D, that it is mostly marketing budgets, like pisses me off even further. Like the American taxpayer is getting their shit janked from them, and it's being given to these fucking pharma reps, right? Maybe this is me just hating on like big pharma, but this is big pharma essentially extorting money from the U.S. taxpayer through Medicare. Yeah, no. I now the more I hear about this, the angrier I get. No, there shouldn't be any like. What was the argument? What was the argument for why? Was the argument really like we don't want the government? We want the government spending the absolute most possible on things in order to help those companies increase their marketing budget. Was that the like? I'm confused as to what like the actual position here is. I must be missing something.
This is the product of fucking just a shit show that is our like healthcare system, having years and years and years of bureaucratic like red tape layered on top of it, and then at the end of it all, unless you're going to remove and kind of like gut the entire system, which I think everybody in this room would be on board for or on board with, you have to like provide solutions to the problems that Americans are facing right now. And right now, this is a problem that Americans are facing, and this policy offers a solution to that problem. I just don't know how you can hate this policy on the legislation's face. Like when you just look at the legislation itself, I don't know how you hate this policy. But if you want to talk about the problems of the bigger healthcare system, then yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think I don't just to answer like, yeah, I think Ron is smart for doing this. I think this is a good idea, right? I'm just like upset this hasn't been done. Like if the drug was true, here's the ultimate point, right? Market economic, like markets should apply to this. If the companies don't want to sell drugs to the government at the price the government wants them to sell drugs in that, they shouldn't have to, right? No one should force the drug companies to sell drugs to the government. But the idea of like, no, the government just has to accept the price that the drug companies give them. Is that really just been the policy? They can just say, I think this drug should cost
fucking nuts.
Yeah.
I kind of want to jump in on this. Like, I mean, you know, I hate to be the guy that defends big pharma, but I guess I'm gonna bite the bullet here and do it.
Do it,
But
man.
like,
Just get on board. It sucks. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to cut me a check for this later, I know y'all got the money. All right, so listen, here's what I kind of
spend those on gift subscriptions on
exactly. You know, we share the love. That's what we do here. I just kind of when I hear these arguments, you know, it turns like I guess this is where I start my libertarian brain comes on, and I'm not really a true libertarian, but like I do relate. And the first word that comes to mind, I know everybody hates this, is slippery slope. Like, so we're going to go in here and we're going to like start regulating what we're going to charge these pharmaceutical companies. And then y'all had the problems with like intellectual property, right? So like, let's just like go through this. This company invents a drug, right? Let's say it's the cancer cure drug. It cures all cancer with a pill, right? So this company has researched this shit. They've researched this shit. They've come up with something. Now, before it didn't exist. And now they're saving lives with it. And everybody wants the cancer cure drug, right? It wants the one-shot cancer cure drug. So they're like, oh, let's make it generic. Let's do whatever. We want to take away their intellectual property. I kind of find that wrong. This company has came and invented something new that's saving lives. Why shouldn't they benefit from it for at least a while? And like, yeah, maybe other people would have lived if it was cheaper. You know, that's all relevant.
Nobody's saying they shouldn't be able to benefit from it. We're just saying they should have to compete with other people who are also making the products.
Yeah, but why? So you wouldn't
because market competition drives down prices and drives up quality.
So nobody. Okay, but you don't think there should be some kind of
drug?
Yeah. So yeah, did they develop the drug? Why should they like same thing with like a light bulb? Right?
We did develop it.
Let them have it for.
The NIH does develop the drug.
Can you imagine if we did this? Can you imagine if we did this for anything else? Like, imagine we did this for Section 8. We're like, we'll pay for your rent at whatever the landlord wants to charge. I'm charging $18 million per year, okay? And you're going to pay for it because you can't negotiate with me because you're Section 8. That's the rule. That's the law.
I just have a real problem. But we're only talking about this because it's medication, right? If we were talking about, oh, I invented, like, I don't know, a new kind of concrete that's way better and I patent it, right? It's patented. I'm selling it. And the government's like, oh, it's way more expensive. It's like, more expensive, but it lasts however long. You still would be like, well, that's shitty. You're not going to come regulate that guy. You're going to let him charge what he wants until his copyright's up, right? Or patents up.
Not me.
No, we're not.
Why wouldn't you want to do
reducing the
that?
time.
No, Gibbs. It's not the question is not whether or not somebody should be able to charge whatever they want. I agree with you. People should be able to charge whatever they want. But like, you agree that the buyer should also not have to buy whatever the seller demands the price to be.
Then don't buy it. If you can't afford it, then don't buy
then
it.
Don't buy it. That should be the rule. But right now, as it is the government has to buy it at whatever price the pharma company sets. That's crazy.
Yeah. So that comes back to why do they have to? Though? Why do they have to? Right?
Because we have Medicare, which I agree to get rid of. I don't disagree to get rid of that. Yeah, that's a different question.
Let's go to Aiko, who's been waiting. Then we can go to Haptic Takes and Corey.
Yeah, so this is about taking that R&D like investment, and I take Sense's point that a lot of the R&D actually comes from the public sector, but not all of it. And the argument is that you just need to incentivize it like to a degree. So Gibbs's point about the cancer pill is really funny because there was a Superman comic where Lex Luthor discovers the cure for cancer. Like there is a pill, and one of the underlings comes up to him and says, "Hey, we found this cure for cancer. Like, should I alert the press?" And he's like, "No, put it in a drawer, and we'll like every 10 years we'll release like some small portion of it as a therapy. But we'll be able to milk this for like
I remember
years.
this one.
Yeah. That's his immediate reaction, right? So the question comes up as to like IP about what do we do about intellectual property. I do think that a balance needs to be found. There needs to be a certain period of time where there's exclusivity to a drug in order to like recoup that initial investment. But these companies have really gotten expert at stretching that all the way to 28 years, whatever the limit is. And then right at the 27th year, they find some new application for the drug and get a whole new patent renewal, and the clock starts all over again, and they keep milking it. And so a lot of their innovations then don't get released until they can no longer milk that older drug. So I do think that there needs to be some sort of reasonability standard where, you can't just keep renewing patents forever and keeping things at that older price when your R&D has already been recouped. And I think we might be able to tie future public funding towards something like that, so that if the NIH is going to give you a shit ton of funding in order to develop a new drug, maybe you don't get to milk that one for as long as you would something that didn't take that kind of subsidy.
Or maybe just
there
not
needs to be a way for these
years.
companies to be. Yeah. I mean,
it's like 5 or something. Like you'll get a lot from that. You'll gain so much and having no competition for 5 years.
Yeah,
you don't need it for 20.
Yeah. I mean, whatever that length of time is, obviously, needs to be negotiated. I'm just saying it doesn't need to be indefinite. It needs to be limited in some way.
Yeah, so we're gonna go to Half-Baked Takes, Corey and Ali. But this is something I want to say to Half-Baked any which way. You brought up these generics, and that Americans are paying lower once the generics come out. Yeah, that's when they come out. Because I keep saying the past, just exactly as our friend Aiko said, and you fight them every step of the way. And then there's literally just fraud as to if there's a new use for the drug. They just do straight up fraud here. So yeah.
What percent of prescription drugs do you think have a generic available to them?
I think most of them eventually will have
roughly 90%.
Yeah, I'm saying when they come out. I didn't say that they don't come out. I said when they come out. Until then, there's a massive amount of time.
My point is that that's really not a problem, and that most drugs have generics. And the point of the incentivizing shit the way that we do, and then you see the R&D that we do see here in America, is for that reason, that 10%, that amount of time that they have to recoup their money and to make money as a company for all the, fucking money that they dumped in to produce and
we already agree that. But we already agree on that.
But no, you don't. But it seems like you don't, though.
But I do though. I just say I do.
But you don't.
But I don't. Yeah. But no, you
Exactly,
can.
you don't.
Like no, you you can.
He got you there, Prime.
He did get me there. He did get me there.
I am confused because I really don't understand. So you're saying you understand the benefits to the research and development, of this argument, right? You're saying you understand that. The benefit, my argument that there's benefit to these higher costs for prescription drugs in America when they're not generic, because the companies that produce them are here in America and they want to make money. So the only way to do that is to charge more.
I'm saying they can. They can charge. I'm taking Lacto's point. They can charge like whatever they like, right? We don't have to pay whatever they like. But they can have that level of exclusivity. The way they make their profits is through that exclusivity, right? Like someone brought up Ozempic previously. Ozempic, which is just making crazy amounts of money now. It's like literally unbelievable. They're just printing money
for
over
them.
there,
They
right?
made a great product.
But anyway, they're making crazy amounts of money, and through this pure exclusivity, that's when they can make it. But like that exclusivity has to be limited. It has to be limited for the public, but not limited in the way it is now. Well, you would agree with that much, then, I guess. Maybe we're not. We're just like
and that's why I was kind of confused. It felt like you were saying that we were on two sides, and it's just like no. I feel like
but the point. No, the only point that I was making is that. You said we pay less when a generic happens. Now I was emphasizing my time it takes for generics to happen, and in that time, these companies can make a gross amount of profit at the expense of many people. But I also wouldn't say that they can charge that we have to buy it at whatever they want. We would collective bargain that. But go ahead.
Like by default, you have like a 20-year patent, right? Like so that's what you get baseline, but. After that, you could also extend your patent and have it for even longer, over and over and over again. And 90% of drugs have a generic, but 70% of the most popular 100 drugs have had their patent extended. They've had more than the 20 years. They got to cheat in the market. It's not even just like they get the free cheat of the patent, but also they get extra patent time. It's insane. It's not even close to a free market. It's not even close to a fair market. It's just cheating. It's just cheating at capitalism.
So you can respond if you want. Happy takes them. We're going to go to Corey and Ali.
There's a lot that I wanted to address. So to what Gibbs brought up earlier, in terms, and I guess what's being talked about now in terms of like recouping the costs, and that they need these patents to recoup the costs. I'm not against pharmaceutical companies recouping costs, and and you do have an advantage, as in you have a first to market advantage. I understand it takes some information or rather some knowledge to sort of understand how difficult it is to reverse engineer a pharmaceutical, as in it's no easy feat for just some competitor pharmaceutical company to just go buy this brand new.
Lawson, brother, thank you. Holy shit. Thank you for the 25 subs. Really appreciate that. Jesus.
Already a pharmaceutical company that has billions of dollars to burn through, it's a very difficult task, generally speaking, to reverse engineer a pharmaceutical. I'm not saying that pharmaceutical companies have to be transparent about all their formulations and all that stuff. They just don't have the patented or intellectual property. And also to what Ika once brought up and what about patents and extension of patents and what Synth brought up, where there's a nice example of one of the best-selling drugs pretty much in history, Humira, and that's a drug that is actually I've been on, where an example of how it's able to extend the patent. So the original formulation of Humira, okay, that It's generally taken, or rather, it is taken by injection, roughly about every 2 weeks or every week. And that injection burns when you take it, as in, like, as you inject, you just have this pretty severe burning sensation. That's not a great thing, okay, but it doesn't affect the efficacy of the drug. But what did AbbVie do? And Humira, this pretty much put AbbVie on the map. They came up with a citrate-free version. Pretty much just, this is a burn-free version. No difference in efficacy, but now as a result of them pretty much tweaking the formulation and having no effect on the efficacy, or no change on the efficacy whatsoever, it just now burns less. They can now extend the patent and just renew it. And I'll provide the links in the Discord. Where
But
pretty
that's
much
applied R&D, Corey. Don't they deserve to have to be rewarded?
AbbVie aggressively protects its patents on Humira, because that is its money maker. It put AbbVie on the map.
This sounds like some Mickey Mouse shit where they tweak it every once in a while. This is a new thing. Go, yeah, fuck yourself.
No, that's Steamboat Willie. This is Mickey. It's different.
Well, okay, that's a perfect example, right, with the Steamboat Willie thing. Like, think of the
You can respond, but I also want to get to Ali. Half Big Takes. Anyone else want to jump in?
So I just want to I mean, just think about the precedent you're setting with that, right? Like the legal precedent, like, oh, you did all this stuff, and like now you're gonna go here, you're talking about Steamboat Willie, right? Like, I feel like that was fair for them to keep extending that copyright as long as they did so with the public domain, right? Like, that's just a creation of Walt Disney. It was his thing, like whatever. Why should we just, like, if we're gonna do this for the drugs, the only reason we're talking about it is because it's the drugs. But the minute you start some kind of legal precedent like this, it's going to be applied across all intellectual property, and that's the real concern here.
No, copyright law is so much worse. It's so much worse than patent. Patent law is bad. Copyright law is so much worse. It's like, yeah, it's the creation of Walt Disney. Walt Disney was dead 70 years before that went to public domain. And that's the case for every
Why
piece
is that
of
a bad
copyright.
thing? Why is that a bad thing?
Because you're not rewarding the author anymore. You're just giving monopoly to some particular individual, and having other people they can't compete.
I will provide
with the children that was benefiting. Like, it just because it's just.
I will provide you with the example and the counter example, okay? Because this is what I was alluding to earlier in terms of they don't take their massive profits and massively reinvest in R&D. They invested largely in marketing, because since AbbVie had this monopoly on Humira, okay, and they knew that they had it for 15, 20, and probably could extend it for like 25 years. It's like, well, we will market it and heavily market it, okay, and it. So essentially, if there was no intellectual property, okay, AbbVie would have been forced to invest in R&D. They'd have no choice. As in, in the pipeline, their new formulation, the burn-free formulation is not going to cut it. They have to come up with something new. They can't just, put a fresh new coat of paint on their car and say, oh, this is a brand new drug. And so, yes, you would have to invest in R&D and come up with something new. Like that is built into the incentives if in the absence of intellectual property. It is very bizarre to me that I'm arguing with a libertarian on free market and competition.
So let's get to I said which one did I say first? Ali, then Happy Takes, then Aiko.
Yeah, I think the argument that all the money that they charge is so that it goes back into R&D. It's I don't get it. These companies make enough money to where they can easily fund their R&D while still making money off of their sales of their products. I don't like the idea that companies that are creating things that people need, not want, these are necessities to people. So cancer treatments and things like that are necessities to people. They're not wants. That you create something and then you have this patent on it so that even if the people that need it can't get it, and only the people that can afford it get it, that doesn't make any sense to me, especially since the government is in ties with these pharmaceutical companies. I don't get why they wouldn't regulate them and make the prices cheaper, and then the company wouldn't leave and go do R&D somewhere else, because most of the countries that they're going to want to do their R&D and probably have the regulations to keep the drug prices low already, so they'd have nowhere else to go.
Okay, and let's go to Happy Takes. Yep.
Yeah, I feel like you would just see, countries start to then deregulate and then try to become the next, United States. Like, it's not like that market wouldn't open up for these companies. And
Why
then
aren't they already deregulated? Like, if they want to become the next US and they want to have all these companies there, they would have already deregulated, but they don't because
these companies have it good in America right now, and they don't.
They're on the gravy train. Why would you stop?
Again, I really want to make it fucking clear.
At the expense of the American people.
Yeah, they're able to write off the free money.
No, I don't care about the. I don't care about the people. Yeah, I don't care about the people. It's at the detriment of the American taxpayer. That's who it's fucking over.
Well, I mean that part
Yes,
and
I
to their
agree.
health.
And taxpayers
Well,
aren't people.
and to their health.
I mean, aren't pharmaceutical companies made up of American taxpayers, though?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Corporations are people. It's true. But
I know they're paying their taxes, but yeah.
Happy to take you. Anything else you want to say? Then go ahead.
I just wanted to make it clear. Like, I'm not sitting here shilling for the fucking pharmaceutical companies, and I'm not like some fucking a cheerleader for our system. I think it's dog shit, and I think it is completely broken, and I think it is a complete and utter failure of our legislature that they have not even tried to make serious attempts at fixing this. But that is neither here nor there. I thought the question was Ron DeSantis's like policy a good idea for what we're currently dealing with? And I would say yes.
Yeah, we're just far away from that now.
Yeah.
We're just far
And
from
then
that point
also,
now.
I would say we are putting price controls and regulations on every single actor within this chain, except for the fucking pharmaceutical companies. That is wild, and I wholeheartedly agree with you, Lactoid, on that point. I just wanted to make that.
I don't even want to call it. I don't even want to call it price controls, though, right? This is important because, like, price controls would be telling company you have to sell things at this price, like to us or to even like private buyers. But this is just saying, like, here we stole a bunch of money from like hardworking people, and we're gonna like buy some drugs from you with it, and we're not gonna stop you from charging us whatever you want. It's like.
Yeah, they're not allowing market factors to play in, and thus nobody's able to drive the price down so they can charge whatever the fuck they want.
So there's more than one way to do this, right? So the part of the problem I think might be perverse incentives, like if they're accepting all this public money and then they're turning around and making like gross amounts of profit over for longer periods of time, and the risk is like, how do we like calculate that? How do we know that we're not over subsidizing, or how long are we letting them sit on patents for too long? So that is similar problem in the health insurance industry for this, and the ACA came up with a different solution for it, and it was this: it was that yes, we're gonna like subsidize the insurance that people buy through Obamacare, and so these insurance companies are going to benefit from it. But the ACA asks those companies in exchange, they tell the insurance companies that okay, so that you don't make like exorbitant, like too much amounts of money over this, we're going to cap your gross profit at 20%. And out of that 20% goes all of your rent, all of your salaries, all of the expenses that like that company goes through. So if their gross profit is capped at 20%, you can imagine like, how limited their net profit's going to be. That's the compromise that they landed on with the ACA. If any given insurance company makes more than 20% gross profit in a year, it goes back to the consumer in the form of rebates. So maybe we could think about doing something like that here, where you can work your patents for as long as it takes to get your R&D money back. You can make a certain amount of profit on top of that because you need to make money, but beyond a certain cap you won't be able to do that. And if we estimate it in the wrong direction, then that money gets refunded to the consumer in the form of rebates. That should solve, or that should at least partially address this problem, right?
Absolutely, that was based. It was king shit. And you took a dub. Yeah, that's actually a great policy.
Thank you, Headless Hoodie, for
Thank you.
giving us the length of it. Let's go, Corey.
Did I have my? Oh well,
I thought you
actually,
had your hand up previously.
well, I actually did. So, I'm not done reading the article yet, Fairy Queen, that you sent, but I appreciate you linking. Yeah, I'm questioning some of the claims that are made in it, but I'm not quite sure yet. But yeah, their argument that you get an advantage, sort of a first access advantage as well as the drug prices. I'm not sure how they're linking the two. I think there's just something else going on. I don't think that the inflated drug prices are enough to explain, I don't think they're linked at all. But I'm going to cross.
You don't think they're linked at all? Well, so the reason I didn't really have a response for Prime here. Let me move the cat for 1 second. I don't really. Thank you. All right, I don't quite understand what the connection is between the inflated drug prices and between having early access to it either. I'm not sure if what the article is trying to say is if it's trying to say that the reason why we have early access to these drugs is because we remove price controls, right? And then Prime said, well, what if we stipulated that, the United States would have first access to these drugs, right? Regardless, and we introduced a price control. But I think like what the article is implying that it is the presence of a price control that allows the United States to be able to quickly develop the drugs at the rate that they do, and which is the reason like why the United States develops these drugs more quickly than other countries, which is I think like what the article is implying. But I don't know that, and I don't have enough background information to say.
Yeah, I'm not done reading the article, but I would also suspect a factor at play that the FDA is probably more like I can only go by the Health Canada experience, but the FDA is probably more efficient than Health Canada, and I believe the European Medicines Agency is also generally not as efficient as the FDA. And also at the same time, yes, I can understand a pharmaceutical company. They want to get approval in the United States as quickly as possible because, you can charge a higher price. But I think just the access to the large market in the United States should be incentive enough that I don't think it'll be that much of a change. Americans
Americans also have Americans have access to, and I would assume because I just thought this was healthcare across the board, but Americans have access to healthcare that is not seen in a lot of comparable nations.
Yeah.
And I don't have specifics for you, and I'm not going to be able to give you like any hard.
Sure, I will. Right. So the article points out, and I will fully concede that for some diseases and conditions, there's maybe some cancers, the outcomes are better in the United States. And I'm sure probably early access to pharmaceuticals is a factor at play, and maybe quality of care in some aspects. But I'll give you examples, and I'll provide again the links in the chat of cystic fibrosis patients live about a decade longer in Canada in comparison to the United States.
It also feels like a cope too, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that feels
let us charge whatever we want, and we'll get you the drugs fast. It sounds like something a Pfizer rep would tell me if I was a congressman to try to convince me to vote a certain way.
That is what they told me. I promise
you wouldn't be able to do that anywhere else.
Do you want these companies to leave? Like, do you want these companies to leave?
They wouldn't.
Pfizer's not leaving America. They're not. Where are they going to go?
So much fun.
So they can do anywhere. They go to Djibouti, bro. Like, what?
They're gonna go to Djibouti.
Rushing.
I'll let our friend Fairy Queen go first. I do want to jump in here because there's something else I wanted to say, but go ahead, Fairy Queen.
Okay, I just wanted to say this because like the responses that I'm getting to this, and again, like I have no skin in the game. I genuinely don't know what the correct answer to this is, but the article does point it. So you're saying that the reason for why that is because the FDA in the United States speeds drugs along more quickly as opposed to other countries. Is that what you're saying, Corey? Just to be very clear.
I think that's a factor, and also the fact that they want access to that large market. 40 million in Canada versus 350 million in the United States. Like there's an incentive. Let's get it improved in the United States as quickly as possible.
Well, that may be, but so this is another point that the article points out, and it says that a 2014 study of 642 drug launches in 76 countries found that drug price regulation strongly delays them. A 2005 study estimated that drug price controls would have led to 198 fewer new drugs in the U.S. market from 1981 to 2000 at a societal cost of $20 trillion, or more than 28 times the estimated savings from those price controls, right? So let's just say that that's true, right? Even if it's the case that the reason why it is even if that is a factor, assuming that what the studies that this article is referencing are true, right? It seems that price controls still have a negative impact, nevertheless, on introducing new drugs to the public. Which means, regardless of what other alternative factors that might be impacting, right? And another point that the article brings out towards the tail end of it is that now you have to wait. If a new drug has been introduced to the market, you now have to wait for it to be negotiated down to an acceptable price before you even have the option to purchase or buy it, which is another problem with negotiating of prices, right? Because which is another concern to have, right? So what if if a pharmaceutical company does come out with a drug and they do charge an outrageous price for it? Is that better is that worse as opposed to waiting 4 or 5 years after a drug has recently been introduced to the market, but you have to wait for the price to be knocked down after 5 years? There are people who have the ability to pay for the expensive drug who might die without having early access to it.
So, and if they can charge for it and somebody's willing to pay for it, then I don't see the problem in that. And also, government-based healthcare often restricts what prescriptions you are able to get, and then also restricts what type of services you're in.
So does private insurance.
Yeah, but not nearly as fucking much, and I also get to choose that.
Why can't they sell? Why can't they sell the drugs while they're negotiating?
Healthcare.gov. Oh wow, it's an interesting way to say. Like you go on the thing that AC created, the healthcare.gov, and you get to choose which one.
Is it private insurance, Prime, or is it?
Most people don't get to choose their health insurance, right? They have whatever.
They go on healthcare.gov.
They go on
private health insurance.
They go on
from the private.
They go on the health insurance of their employers. So whatever the employer's health insurance will pay for is what they'll get. And to go on any other health insurance on top of that, right? Like that is another expense that they have to pay, and you have to find the right one that will pay for this particular drug.
That's not the point.
That is the point. That is the point. That's 100% the point that I was making.
Prime. Are they able to pick the plan of their choosing? Yes or no?
No. If they're working for an employer. No, they're working for an employer.
Let's remove it. Okay, talk about somebody like me. My employer just recoups it, reimburses me. So I got to choose and pick a private insurance company. Are you telling me that I didn't get to go and pick what my insurance is?
If you're saying that there is a few white collar workers who get to pick, then
I'm poor as shit.
I didn't. Did I say rich? I said white collar workers. I said if there are a few white collar workers, great. That's a benefit of theirs that they can pick which one they want. But for most people in the United States, they work for an employer, and for most people, they whatever the employer picks is the insurance that they get. Period. That is true.
And on top of this, it's not like you can just quit one job and go to a different one. You have to move to a wildly different area because these things are regional.
Pull back. Everyone pull back. This is a simple fact, and we have to establish this. Most consumers, or healthcare consumers, like we talk in the United States, right? But most of them are getting their insurance through their employer, correct?
I'm arguing that. Yes, I'm not.
Okay, great. And for the vast majority of them, they don't get to pick, correct?
Well, they get to negotiate. They collectively bargain. They collectively bargain a lot of them get to collectively bargain if they're in a union.
If they're in a union, most people aren't in a union. I don't know why you're picking unions up. Oh my God. This is a simple point. I don't know why you're fighting me on this. It's weird that you are, right?
But most people fighting you. I'm just giving you examples of other people.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I already admitted that yes, there are some people who can choose. That yes, there's some people who, like a private contractor, like me, for instance, a private contractor who could go on healthcare.gov and get their private insurance. I didn't say for all. I said for most. I kept saying for most. Correct? For most.
Prime. Again, I'm not arguing that fucking point.
Is it the for most? For most. That's all I was commenting on. Is it
for the third or fourth fucking time, Prime? Yes, but that is not what we're arguing about.
That's why I asked
you. I want to disagree with that statement, though, that they can't choose. You can choose not to take.
A lot of people can. I know.
And then you can do whatever. When I was working, I never used my insurance. It sucked, and I just went and got my own. Like with the money I saved by not being in the employer's insurance. So like,
they're offering
act like you can't. Well, you don't have to choose. You don't have to choose that. So you can definitely choose
on healthcare.gov.
Thank you. No. Even not even necessarily on healthcare.gov, right? So you can forgo your employer's health plan and just call around and
but the
buy
vast
insurance.
majority won't and can't afford it.
It's
Who
not
gives
my
a shit?
fault.
It's usually
No,
more
hold on, hold on.
expensive.
I give a shit. That's the whole point of this.
But if
Oh,
they're
like,
not
what
smart
is?
enough to
Hold
choose,
on,
then it's
shut
not
up,
their
guys,
fault.
hold on.
Ooh, you brought that up randomly.
Knock it off. Hold on. The whole point of this is like we're finding what is the most effective way to deliver lower drug prices to Americans, right? Most Americans, as we've already established, go through an employer. Most Americans will use whatever the employer gives them because they can't afford to go out on the drug market, on the private market, and to buy it themselves. That is the case for most Americans. So, what would be the best solution for most Americans? Not just the ones that have choices, that have other options available to them, because obviously they're not the target of this.
So my answer to that is going to depend on like what Lactoid asked earlier, which is, can these companies sell these drugs? Are they able to sell them in the middle of negotiation? Is that true? Like you can sell it, like you
Yeah,
don't
they're
have
selling
to
them right now. They're not.
So
negotiations are currently ongoing. The prices take effect in 2026, and they're already able to sell the drugs. Yeah, so negotiations don't stop you from selling the drug. It's just the case that while you're negotiating, people can say something like, "I'm not buying at that price. You'll have to lower that if you want me to buy it." And that's just the yeah.
Okay, because my understanding was that you couldn't buy the drug until like the negotiation, like as to what the acceptable price was. Is that not true?
I'd be opposed to that policy if that's the policy, but it's not.
No, it's not.
apparently.
It's not the current policy, and I don't think it's the one that anybody on the panel supports. But I do want to say something about like the conversation you were having, Prime. I remember Lactoid saying, "Well, you can always choose a different employer." That's difficult, and Lactoid probably agrees with that. But you even including it changing employer will not be sufficient to change the healthcare in most places in the U.S. If you're living, like I live in Rhode Island, right? If I change from one employer to another, I'm still getting Blue Cross Blue Shield. Like that's just it. Like 80% of people in Rhode Island are going to be using the exact same insurance, this one major insurance company, and changing jobs won't be enough. You got to change states. Or you can decline your employee's insurance and pay out of pocket at a much higher price that you'll be saving or that your employer is going to be giving to you, because the employers will oftentimes subsidize that insurance more than the money they'll give you back. So it's just like you either have to choose, take your employer's insurance or make a dumb economic decision. And when you take your employer's insurance, if you want to live in this state, you got to have Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Well,
that's just how it is.
It's not just that your employer subsidizes it, though. A big part of it is just like bulk pricing. So if you're a large company, you can say like, okay, we're going to negotiate here. And like, if you insure all of our employees at this rate, then we'll go with you, which I think is totally fine. And I think that if employers want to offer that, that's good for them. But like, I guess
the employee wants to take it, that's fine too.
Yeah, I don't think
if
anybody
wants to take it, that's fine.
I'm confused as to like the disagreement. Like what? Like, so I don't disagree with you that like an employer offers a certain compensation package that you can either choose to accept or not accept, and they can obviously offer whatever the fuck they want. Like when you're saying, Prime, like you don't get to pick, are you simply saying like you don't get to tell your employer that they should go talk to another insurance company to give you different insurance?
You have a real choice. You have the choice.
Yeah, they don't.
That's
yeah,
like,
like
you do have choices. You do have choices.
Not really. You have the idea of choice, right? Like
there's
you
a
can
wildly
either go with
different
us or you can
conception
go
of
pay a
choice.
lot over here. It's not really like choice.
Yeah, this is just a semantic dispute. Prime and sociological and me are all going to have a different conception of what we mean when we're talking about choice. We agree that yes, there's a possible option you could not do. You could decline your employer's insurance. It's just dumb to do. It's like self-harm. It's like,
what do you mean?
You could do that.
I never once for any job I ever worked where they offered insurance, took their insurance because I looked up on what it was.
You know what? That's true. Right.
And then I went and shopped around and found better fit my plan. Like I don't understand like why you're sitting here acting like we don't have a choice.
Maybe
I'm
sorry
that most people are just like not intelligent enough to take an actual choice and go do a little.
It's a smarter decision to get your employer's insurance in most cases.
I can resolve this right now, Prime. Do you think most employees pick their salary?
It depends on what you're talking about in choice. And if you're saying that like, like in the choice of the employer that I apply to, then yes. But oftentimes, like once they're hired,
they don't get to just like pick their salary. They're just
yeah.
They can negotiate their salary. They can try, but they can't just pick it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agree. Yeah. No, I understand that. I'm saying that that was only responding to this narrow point that most people don't get to pick. So it was the point was about which, like, if your drug company, your insurance company does not cover a specific drug, right? The point of all of this is just to say that you're screwed in that point for most workers, and that they won't have an effective choice. You can go on the private market and oftentimes pay more. That's if you can pay less if you find an insurer that you can that was within your price range, right? There's often a plan within your price range that covers the specific drug you're looking for. Then yes, you're fine. But within your market, whatever that market is, if you don't have that, then you're fucked.
And it might cover the drug you need at this time, but what if you need a different drug at a different time, and then you have to switch it, and then it's a whole thing.
Yeah, it's a whole list. Right? Yeah, like for one condition where you have to deal with, like there are conditions where you have to take in multiple drugs, right? What if it's just one of those drugs that isn't covered? Everything else is covered, right? Then you have to switch looking for a plan that covers this one possibly rare drug, expensive drug. Like this is the choice that people have. And so, I understand that in the
really quick, my only point is that in America, you have a choice, or you can have a choice if you choose to do so, versus in a country that has public health care, you're not getting that choice. Unless, I mean, you can go out and get supplemental insurance, I'm sure, in certain countries, but some countries don't offer that.
Okay, so that wasn't the thing I was responding to. So at all. So like, I said
Todd, what were you responding to?
The thing that I just laid out. The thing that tell me what I just laid out. That was the thing that I was responding to.
Yeah, I mean,
so all of a sudden you bring up the fact that you think
that's what it sounds like. It's too much.
You just bring up the fact
research for their own health. Like I that's what it sounds like you're saying.
You know, it's like you're going to research more and get better quality. You're going to have a worse experience most of the time. The best strategy is to go with your employer's insurance.
I'm sorry that go in and do some research to make sure that I get the best quality insurance that covers my individual.
You're not tracking. Nobody's talking about that. We're talking about we're saying you don't actually have a choice because the optimal strategy is very clearly using your employer's insurance. You could say, well, maybe I have some specific.
According to who?
According to reality.
It's the most convenient. Doesn't mean it's the most optimal.
No, it's not just convenience. It's literally cheaper. We're saying it costs you less money. But it's like it's like at Gibbs. If I was walking up to you on the street, right, I hold a gun to you and I say, "Give me your wallet," you're gonna be like, "Oh, well, technically, I have a choice to give the wallet or get shot, but you didn't really choose to give me your wallet." Right? There's a force there that makes it really, really difficult to pick the other option. You kind of do have one choice. There's a huge strategic advantage to making the choice to go with your employer's insurance, a massive one, and you don't really have options there. If you go with your employer's insurance, you're going with their insurance plan. And if you're in most states in the US, the insurance plans you'll have, the employees you'll have to choose from will only have a small handful of insurance plans. Like, for example, in Rhode Island, just Blue Cross Blue Shield. That's all you really have.
It's usually
you realize Blue Cross Blue Shield has a vast number of policies.
Yeah, they have like hundreds of policies. Like
you realize that it's not just one policy.
I could have multiple policies, yes, and
those different policies allow you to choose from the different assortment of fucking
tailor
healthcare
to what you need.
Yes, nobody's talking about that. What?
I mean, that's what we are talking.
Yes, you fucking are.
Am I fucking crazy?
Literally what we are talking about.
Am I like amazing? I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, you are, but I'm not sure about this.
We're talking about a Marxist conception or definition of fucking choice.
Yeah.
My bad for not.
I'm not a Marxist. What? This isn't a Marxist definition of choice. This is a colloquial one, right? Most people are going to understand. Yeah, you didn't choose to give me your wallet. Technically, if you think about it, you kind of did. You chose not to get shot and give me your wallet. But we're talking about having a choice in a broader sense.
We're not talking about a threat of harm. You're talking about.
I don't think
we actually are. We are talking about the threat of harm. Yeah, actually, we are.
The choices that you have in the insurance policies are
economic harms or harms.
Wait, not just medical harm. Medical harms. You cannot get the drug that you need, right? That is a harm. If you go into medical bankruptcy,
pointing a gun at somebody and telling somebody that you can't give them their certain.
You don't understand the concept.
I mean, but here's what you're saying. Here's what you're saying, though. Like
this is commie shit, though. That they're they're pushing right now. It is
crazy.
No. This is commie shit because it's like the implication that
everybody disagrees with Johnny Con as a communist. You couldn't possibly be anywhere between.
This is why it's what you guys do is it's like Noam Chomsky's manufacturing. Yeah, Noam Chomsky's manufacturing consent or whatever.
That's a syndicalist. That's not even a communist.
Okay, sure. This commie shit where it's like somebody not getting something that they like want or need is the same as somebody threatening something to somebody else they actually have a right to.
Well,
There's obviously a fundamental difference here, right?
If you want to, if you're not tracking the analogy, right, we'll do a different one. They'll be just as fine, and most people are going to understand it. If I say something like, if you want to, if like you have to either give me your wallet or all of the fucking water in the village you don't have access to.
No,
it's my water. I got it first. You don't have access to that. You can travel a long distance and starve it, or like you can die of dehydration along the way. Or you can
No. Hold on. I don't. Yeah, I think water's different. I don't think water can be owned. What I am going to say though is I think the analogy is comparable.
Why can water not be owned?
Hold on one
but
second.
Medicine can.
We'll get there because medicine's actually created through human labor, which is
Water
ultimately
is gathered through human labor.
going back, Lockean theory. We can get into like libertarian theory in a second, but like. There are situations in which I guess we could use water, where it's like if I go and I collect water in like a big like plastic jug or whatever, and I'm walking down, I shouldn't have to be forced to give it to you, even if you need it. If I spend the effort to make like to grow food and harvest it, I should be able to sell that food to people, and it not be the same, and it not be the same thing as me killing them if they don't get the shit that I tilled the ground for.
I don't want to monopolize and all the prime.
Coconut Island. This is why Bosch uses the Coconut Island shit. This is communist shit. This is communist shit.
Stop. Listen, Lactoid. One question, just direct yes or no, because you said that the reason you can't own water is because you don't make it you don't make it yourself. You just find it in the environment. Can you own land?
No, I don't think you can.
Oh, base. Holy shit! I thought you believed in land ownership.
And
never mind then. No. Base.
They believes in contracts for leasing lands.
But we can change the analogy and just instead of using water, we can just use something like it's your farm and it's the only arid land in the area.
Yes, and you want to make me grow your food for you. This is slavery. On MLK Day, really?
Lactoid, I don't know why you even brought this up because that's not even. This doesn't have to do what we're talking about. All we were saying when I brought up harm, what we're saying is that like there was. Because Half-Baked Takes talked about like someone putting a gun to your head, right? Mm-hmm. And it's like this is not like someone doing harm. Yes, this is a physical harm. If you need this medicine to live, you will die just as surely as someone pulled a trigger. Like we can understand this, right? Like that's the only point that's being made here. Not necessarily like this is slavery or whatever. Like this, or that you're being forced to hand over again. The only point that we're making. So let's not expand this argument, right? We were talking about like access to drugs. How do you get access to drugs? You have to in this country. You have to go through a market solution. Being an insurance company, do you have the ability to pay either through your employer or through the private market, an insurance company that will, for insurance plan that will provide for your specific drugs? Is that the case? And that's what we were talking about. And if you don't, then there is harm being done. Not to say that the insurance company is necessarily evil, simply that a harm has been done when the person is denied that access. That's literally all that was. I don't know why you have to go through all this the coconut bullshit. All right, anyway. So I wanted to say this.
Well, the reason is because you guys smuggle this shit like under the list language.
I know it's smuggle. Yeah, but
I gotta just make sure the record is clear.
That's required.
Look, you can't accuse us of being communists and then say that the only way that value. Look, you can't accuse us of being communists and say you can't own water because value is only made through labor. The only communist on this panel is Leftoid TV over this way. Leftoid TV.
I wanted to get in this because we're gonna change topics. I just wanted this one thing I've been trying to get into like for like an hour. It's just that I brought up fraud within the patent market, right? Like this is my problem with the idea of like relying on generic drugs because it takes so long for us to get there. So the FTC or the FDA, excuse me, the FDA has a publication called the Approved Drug Products with Therapeutic Equivalence Evaluations. Ignore that name because everyone just calls it the Orange Book. The Orange Book is basically a list of drugs that are within patent. Right, like that the FDA kind of like recognizes. This is a simplistic explanation of this, right? In any case, what we found, thank you, Elizabeth Warren, thank you, Pramila Jayapal, for looking into this, is that drug companies will improperly list their drugs within the Orange Book. Like after the patents expired, they'll improperly list it, and then when a generic tries to go to market with this, they'll basically will say, "Hey, man, that it's in the Orange Book." And so, like, and once that complaint goes through, they get another 30 months. 30 months of like exclusivity while it gets worked out, like whether they have whether they still have the patent or not. But this is just ways that they put insert fraud into the system, where even when their quote unquote legitimate claim to the drug runs out, they still find ways to extend. I just wanted to get that out. So there is actually literally fraud in the system, and it was until late last year, that the FTC actually was sending letters out saying, you guys are committing fraud and you need to delist these drugs. So I want to get that point out. Okay. Guys, thanks all so much for this great discussion so far. I love it when we are ending a topic and everyone's heated and there's like so much more to say. This is really, really great. So we're going to go on to our next topic. Before then, everyone, if you enjoyed this, consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. Use your Amazon Prime, Prime Gaming here on the community. This is how we are able to continue on. Use your hype chats and super chats. If you have something you want to say it through there. That's the way that this goes. All right. We are going to get started with our next topic. Topic 2. According to an NBC News report, deepfake porn is easily available through the top search engines. Google and Bing have policies against non-consensual porn. But to remove the search results, victims must actively fill out a form and submit URLs for consideration. Google and other search engines already take great efforts to remove child pornography, so should they be required to proactively remove revenge and deepfake porn? And how far should we go to protect victims of deepfakes? Could image manipulation be considered a First Amendment protected right? Okay. So yeah, I think everyone here is familiar with deepfake porn, but just so you know, it's basically photoshopped porn, put someone's face on someone else's body, but it's like more advanced through AI, right? So like it's not just images, it's video now as well, and it can be very difficult to tell the difference between the two, right? So a person who may never engage in a certain sexual act can be made to appear that they did, and this is apparently readily available on search engines. And consumers, individuals have been complaining because they've been victimized about this, and it's a laborious process to try to get that expunged. That's just like getting it off of a Google search result, right? That's what they're working on, rather than even just getting it off the internet. Period. That's another challenge altogether. So I'd like to know what your thoughts on this. Should we be requiring companies to take action, take a certain level of action? Is this should this be treated like child pornography, which is like they have whole departments dedicated to getting rid of that from these search engines, which is another discussion in and of itself. So yeah, what are your thoughts on this? We'll start with our friend Lacto.
Yeah, I'm actually fine with deepfake porn. Deepfake porn, as long as it identifies that it's deepfake porn, so you don't defame somebody or fuck up their entire life. If you label it like, "Hey, just so you guys are aware, this is deepfake. It's not the real person." Now you can watch, Scarlett Johansson do a gangbang. If you want to put the effort into doing that, it's not my business.
Okay, interesting. Scarlett Johansson, that's what gets you going? All right, it's interesting. That's the one you pulled out. All right, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend.
What's wrong with Scarlett Johansson?
I know nothing wrong. So it's just an insight into your mind.
You and Prime have the same taste in him, and he was just surprised.
She's not number one, okay? She's just the first example I thought of.
Who's number one?
That is just.
It's a good question. I think Ariana Grande, actually, to be frank with you. Yeah.
Interesting. Surprising answer.
A minority, I know,
I'm
right?
actually not her
An
follower.
Italian, right? An Italian.
I mean, and Bill Clinton's a big fan too. Based on photos.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're gonna keep it pushing. Let's go to our friend Sid.
I hate to say it, but I agree with everything that the communist to my left just said. Not a single word I disagree with there. Should we be proactive in removing revenge porn? Yeah, of course. Should we be proactive in removing deepfake porn? No, probably not. It needs to be regulated very heavily, specifically in regards to, like Lactoid said, there are methods now so that you can make these things very hard to not be detected. When it comes to like adversarial neural networks, which is the older way that we used to do image generation, that was very easy to do detection for because you build up a detector as you're building up the generator. With things like stable diffusion or like the ways that DALL-E works, not so much. It's not much harder to do image detection. Google has some tech that they put out, totally publicly available for anyone to use. Any of these companies can use this to make sure that any image generated by them is permanently, even after modifications, still detectable. I think regulating and making sure that's enforced. You have to use this on image generation that's done by AI is very important. But if what two or more people do in the privacy of their own computers is their own right, so long as they're not doing that with an actual human being's videotaped sex. You can't involve someone else in your sex unconsensually, but you can certainly do things like make cartoon drawings that look like them. Or alternatively, you can make really good, really realistic drawings that look like them. You can imagine them in your head. There's so many things you can do where you're able to jerk off to the idea of somebody else. You can be uncomfortable with that. I would find it weird. I'm uncomfortable with it, but it shouldn't be regulated or stopped from being in use. And Google shouldn't do the job of the regulator there either.
Thank you so much. We're gonna have an interesting fight on this already. I can see it brewing. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, I'm a little bit on the fence, although I echo a lot of the same sentiments, at least currently, that Synth just went through. And like so, as usual, I like to bring up, Canada ahead of the curve when it comes to the United States. And I provide a link in the chat where, literally a month ago, story was published about basically, essentially not deepfake porn, but essentially AI-generated imagery, essentially used like in high school. It appears to be sort of like a bullying tactic, and I have genuine concerns about those things. But yeah, should revenge porn be banned and forbidden? Yes, but I have pretty on the fence takes about when it comes to deepfake and everything that just went through. But I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to echo the sentiment. I don't think anybody thinks revenge porn is good. It's pretty bad. I feel like that's something that should be really. As for the deep fake porn, I kind of tend to agree with Lactoid on this one. I think if it's labeled, it should be labeled as deep fake porn. I do have some kind of concerns when it comes like intellectual property or like what's your rights to your likeness, and how it's used. I don't know. Like I know that basically throughout history, people have used like satire, like drawn people that they think are like sexy, and they made like porn out of them. So like I feel like there's a pretty long standing like expectation that this is kind of allowed. I think what gets a little murkier is whenever you have something like similar to what they did with some of the Star Wars with Tarkin and Leia, where they bring them back. And what they'll do is like you have the deep fake porn where it's like somebody actually fucking, and then you impose somebody's face onto it as a real person. I think there might be some concerns with that because it's almost so realistic that it looks like this person and it can be done whatever. And this leads even like to the deep fake kind of concerns I have where, people can make like fake Biden or fake Trump and just like deep fake, like, whatever they say and put this out there. So I think there are some, like the regulations are kind of a little bit behind on this. So on one aspect, yeah, I think people should be able to make it. But on the other hand, I do see that we are going down a pretty dangerous slope here. And the idea that like if we're not labeling these things or like there's not any regulation for this is a little bit concerning to me, I think.
Thank you so much. Very Queen. Love to hear what you have to say.
So I would say that obviously what everybody else says, I don't think anybody's going to agree that revenge porn should remain legal or should be. I think that's probably something we'll all agree on. But I do heavily disagree on the subject of deepfaking. I think that the onus should be on Google. It should be on the companies to verify if the person has actually given consent to be deepfaked and to be placed on their website prior. I think that the onus is on the company and on the site to verify that before they allow that to be publicly accessed. I don't think that the burden of proving that consent was given should be placed upon the consumer, and I don't think it should be placed upon the people who could potentially be victimized within the video. And I don't think that it should be for a couple of reasons. Number one, it could create harm for the viewer themselves. So even if people accept and know that it's not you and that you were not somebody who decided to be a part of this video, asking you to verify and to say that you did not give consent to be in that video, in that of itself could be a form of harm towards the people. And because of the propensity of abuse that can exist with deepfake pornography, I don't think I have a legal problem with it existing per se, but I do think that if you're going to have a form of deepfake pornography and if you're going to post it on a site, I think that the company needs to verify absolutely that consent was given beforehand. And if they're not able to verify that consent was given, then it should be immediately taken down. That's what I would say. Morally, I don't think that you should access it.
Just a quick clarification of what you just said. Because you said one thing at the start of your paragraph, and then the thing at the end. Is it the onus is on the search engine or the company, like deepfake porn providing company, or both?
On both.
Both. Okay. All right.
More so, I suppose, on the company than the search engine.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to our friend Todd.
Yeah, revenge porn is bad. Don't do it. We should probably definitely criminalize anybody that posts it. Deepfake porn, different subject entirely. I think it's the product of technological progress that now provides a situation where we're getting the same effect as if a person gave consent, but no consent legally, I guess, needs to be given at this moment. So I guess creating a situation or creating regulation, like you said, Ferry, where we're creating a system where people give consent for themselves to become deepfaked, and then if they have done so, then companies can make deepfake porn out of them. I think that's probably the best route to go. But as of right now, I feel like you're gonna probably just see things like putting labels on deepfake porn, but that's just going to get shifted into making them more and more discreet and more like noticeable to the average user, and it really goes to the wayside anyway. So this is a topic that I really don't have a ton of interest in, but I do feel like is going to end up being pretty important going forward.
Thank you. Let's go to friend Aiko.
Yeah, as with many of our topics, Prime, Star Trek predicted it, right? So you guys remember that episode where Barclay starts having those sexual fantasies about Counselor Troy, starts acting them out, and then Counselor Troy finds out about it and has to have a talk with him about consent, right? So this isn't, I think this is the point that like Fairy Queen came up with or mentioned earlier is that, consent when it comes to this sort of thing, I don't think is much ethically different than it is for revenge porn. Like obviously, like there is some difference in terms of the technicality in terms of what it is, but issues of consent going forward are becoming important. And when you combine this with the writer's strike that happened last year and the SAG-AFTRA strike, part of that was centered around what do you do with the ownership of likenesses, right? Do actors own their likeness? Do writers own their writing style? And that wasn't resolved last year, but they took the first steps in moving towards some kind of a resolution. And I would argue that if we're going to give that right to actors to own their likenesses and be able to do what they want with them, I don't see why that same logic can't be extended towards ordinary citizens, owning their own likenesses as well.
For the non-Star Trek fans out there who might have had trouble.
Oh, right. Sorry. Those don't exist. They can't not be a Star Trek.
It was a deep cut.
Clearly. But but it's really good. It's not just this officer, not that he was just having fantasies in his head. He was using the holodeck, which can create anything, right? Like real life individuals, just like create a whole environment. Not real life, but like Yeah, so he can create characters, and he created an exact copy of this woman who was the counselor, who sort of acted like her, but was in love with them and all that. And she finds out there's a moment where she like walks in the holodeck. She sees her doppelganger there, and like like the story is about like, well, is this moral? Like, can we do this? She didn't know previously. Was she being hurt? So like, it's a really interesting topic. And yes, Star Trek did it first. Good point. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, so revenge porn bad. I actually think deepfake porn might be worse. Because like with revenge porn, the person you shared something in hopes of privacy and someone released it. That's very bad. That shouldn't be done, whatever. With the deepfake, it's like the person might not have ever even committed the act. And it's like, to me, if we have laws for identity fraud, this kind of sounds like identity rape. And like if you dig in a little bit deeper, the people that are going to go out of their way to search deepfake porn or make deepfake porn probably already have a weird connection to the person that they're making it about. So it's like this happened with Pokimane, and the people who are going out of their way to find like deepfake porn of that are probably like have a weird parasocial relationship, and you're just like you're enhancing their stalker gene. You're strengthening it. Right, like, and this goes for people that are like normal everyday people. If I can go on someone's Instagram and get a picture, and then do that, like that's already, I feel like a level above just like regularly watching porn. Like you're entering into like a weird realm, which is why I say like identity rape. So yeah, let's
Okay, open to the panel, please.
So I want to ask a question here. So because I'm kind of trying to like figure out, suss out my own thoughts here a little bit. So I want to I know that there's obviously the like sexual aspect. Right. Say you want to make the D4 point, right? We'll go whatever. So I'm also thinking back though, like throughout history, like they've had examples of like people, like, oh, Caesar sucks dick or something. They'll draw like pornographic images of Caesar or somebody, right? So what's the difference though if they were to say, okay, I mean, I'll even take let's take like a local county commissioner, some scrub, he's a low level guy, and they make a deep fake porn of this guy sucking a dick, and they're like, look at this guy, he sucks dick. And it's just basically they're basic like, oh, it's our gotcha, we got him, we're trying to degrade him, whatever. How is that different in a political statement? How would that then say any of throughout history where they've used artwork? Because and I don't, like I said, I don't really have a side on this. I'm just kind of curious because
they kind of
AI to do it.
They kind of did that. They kind of
with-
did that to Ron DeSantis, not sexual, but they made a bunch of deep fakes of Ron DeSantis, and people were talking about, how is that any different from any political cartoon? And that is where this conversation starts to get a little wonky, is because of how realistic these things look. It wasn't a problem when it was fucking Photoshop and we were just slapping Scarlett Johansson's head onto some fucking random porn star's body. I think it's technology's come a long way. But I think it really quick, I want to bring this point up so we can continue on the discussion. I think there's a term, and Waxwood, maybe you can expand upon this, private person. People who are not within the public eye are probably going to get treated different than like a public figure. So if you make a deep fake porn of fucking Scarlett Johansson, that should probably be treated slightly different than if you make it of your neighbor next door. I do think that's also important.
But what's real weird about that is if you're saying that there's no issue with the maybe you do think there's an issue, but it sounded like you were saying there's not really an issue with the Photoshop stuff because it's not realistic. Well, as long as you label it, then make it clear that it's deep fake, then it's also not going to convince anyone that you don't have the issue there. So I don't understand is there any morally relevant difference? You can say they might do something bad. I would agree it'd be bad if they did that. We should have restrictions on not labeling it. On AI generated things.
How do you think regulations are going to be all porn websites?
If we can do deep fake like that, of course, we can absolutely do that. So if it's the case that we can, if it's the case we can regulate them having deep fake porn, we can regulate them having deep fake porn that doesn't have a label that says deep fake. Yeah. But what I'm trying to figure out here is what's the morally relevant difference between the Photoshop stuff and the deep fake stuff, because I don't see anything there.
I don't think there is no difference. There is no.
I don't even see a morally relevant difference between that and drawings. Yes, exactly. If somebody just draws Donald Trump and Joe Biden butt-ass naked kissing and they're a really good artist, is there a morally relevant difference there either?
Well, yeah, because that's clearly not a real thing. Versus you can Photoshop.
He's saying, what if it was
real?
If it's labeled this is fake, then it's also clearly not a real thing.
Yes, exactly, Lecter. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're gonna act like everyone's gonna go like people are gonna screenshot and just post it as real. Like I don't know that we're gonna actually label this thing.
Then
as
they can get in trouble. If we can't regulate it, we can't regulate it, right? If we're just saying there's no way we can prevent people from posting it without the label, well, then we can't regulate people posting it.
So then
at all.
Should people have to label their tweets when they're making jokes then and label it as a joke?
No, if it's obvious it's a joke,
depending on the tweet, potentially. Okay, if it's there are some tweets that should probably be labeled as a joke.
Assuming you mean something that is obviously sarcasm, then no. If it's unclear, yeah, you should probably be more communicative.
Yeah, exactly.
But also, you ask for the consent to make the joke either when you make it, right? Like, you're not going to go and ask them if you can do that.
Let's go to Lactoid and then Fairy Queen and Aiko.
So I hate this because Synth literally said what I was going to say. Where it's like, yeah, the question is confusion as to what it is. It doesn't seem to be a huge difference between like deepfake that's labeled as deepfake as opposed to like a cartoon. Like, where is the line of quality of the reproduction before all of a sudden like it becomes wrong? That blows me away. I also maybe this is a very undeveloped idea that I have. So you guys feel free to grill the fuck out of me for this if I'm just missing something. But like revenge porn, okay? Like why is this necessarily bad if you haven't told the person that you're not going to share it? Like if I record somebody with my phone and they know that I'm recording with my phone and I never agreed to not share it, I'm just simply distributing my shit from my phone.
A lot of people are bitching. A lot of people are bitching about the fact that they did say don't share that, or that they won't share
yes, that would be a contract. I would agree with that. But like let's go even further. Let's say someone's like, yeah, I don't care. Like I don't care what you do with it. Or should they be allowed to later say, no, this is revenge porn? I don't think so.
Are there no social contracts that just exist? Like there's an assumption there that that person, you're sharing a private a moment with them, that they're not going to share it.
What if you're doing it in public? Then obviously there's no expectation of privacy.
No, I would agree.
Well, then if you're in public, you're in public. Yeah, for sure.
All right, great.
If you and your partner have pictures of you taken in Times Square fucking, then you've already been in public. You consented, right? But
like someone else could have gotten that picture, you're good. But if it's private thing, there's a social contract there.
But yeah, there's an assumption we should have as the default, which is that people don't want you to do it.
I actually think it should be like the assumption. I think is going to be very contingent on context. Actually, I'm not going to just straight up say that revenge porn is bad. I think revenge porn in a situation in which somebody like contractually agreed to privacy, that could be bad. But the deepfake porn here is like we're so far away from that. Like this feels like people like those like fucking sitcoms where it's like asking permission to think about you when I jerk off or something. Like, what the fuck? Like, you're gonna tell me like what I can't imagine in my own fucking head now because it happens to look like you? This is like the ultimate authoritarian. You're telling me what I can or can't do as art in my own fucking computer? Crazy.
Let's go to. Sorry, we got to go to Fairy Queen, Aiko, and Corey.
Look different
after me after.
Sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so there are a couple of different responses to that. One of them, which is what Ali was trying to say earlier, which is that, like, even if you do put the label on, like, the difference is, could somebody realistically click on the video and believe that what's happening on screen is actually happening? Does it look real? I think, and can you record and can you take a screenshot of it and can you reproduce it and spread it around the internet, okay? And to deny that that's a possibility of it happening and to say that you can easily regulate that, I think that, like, that's silly. I think that we've seen, like, I think that like, ignores the nature of, like, how, like, these types of images and these types of videos spread. The minute it is out in the public, you can't unring the bell. The second one has to do with, like, you know, why do we limit, like, why are you going to come into the privacy of my own house and tell me what I can draw and what I can think of and what I can jerk off to, right? And remember, we're talking about, like, actually taking this and posting this on a public space for other people to see. We're not talking about, like, you sitting, like, doodling, like, in your artwork drawing, or you having a collection of the videos that you, homemade videos you've made with your partner. We're talking about actually taking the video and putting it out in public for other people to see. That's what we're talking about.
But those other people are consenting, right? Those other people want to see it.
Very Queen, yeah.
Okay, but then those other people are consenting to click on the video and to watch it?
Yes, they're consenting to watch the porn that I doodled.
You misunderstand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, like, if you have doodled, like, let's say you doodle a naked picture of your coworker, right? Nobody has to know that you've drawn the naked picture of your coworker, except for you in the privacy of your own house, right? But if you take the naked picture, the naked drawn picture of your coworker, and you then put it on your Facebook page, right? Now you're not just, it's not just you in the privacy of your own home. You are putting this out in the world for other people to see. And by virtue of putting this image out in the world for other people to see, that because it's a drawn picture, I don't agree that it's defamation, but it is something that nonetheless causes the public to view that coworker in a significantly different way because of the fact that you've chosen to post the picture of them. And frankly, to view you in a different way because you've made the decision to post it.
And
So,
you can cause them harm. You can cause them actual harm through like financial or other.
Those other individuals.
Well, and like this is like
the other
sexual
individuals seeing
harassment
it
too, isn't it? This would go follow
and
the
they
guise
could
of sexual
fall-
harassment to an extent.
The other individuals seeing this.
What do you mean?
The
Like,
other
do you
individuals
disagree?
Yeah,
the other individuals seeing,
I
yeah,
disagree.
the other individuals seeing this are also seeing it in the privacy of their own home.
Okay, so
Wait, how is that not sexual harassment?
it depends. It depends on the context, right? It could be sexual harassment in certain circumstances, depending on how it's used, right? Like if you're, it's a Fair Queen's example. I don't think would be sexual harassment necessarily, right? It could be.
I drew a naked picture of my coworker.
Yeah,
and then posted it.
yeah. Like if I don't see how that's necessarily sexual harassment, right? Sexual harassment requires like a consistent basis of unwanted sexual behavior towards somebody. Towards somebody, not necessarily like if I draw naked Scarlett Johansson that she can come after me for sexual harassment, or like it's harassment, non-sexual harassment, just harassment. If Charlie Hebdo draws Muhammad, like no, it doesn't fucking matter. Like there is a line here that we got to be really fucking careful on treading because we're like quite literally talking about restricting like art, like very much art. And the lines here have to be like fucking as crystal clear as we can get them. And right now, I'm not seeing like evidence of harm. You've got to prove to me with some kind of evidence of harm that a deepfake video labeled as deepfake would actually cause substantial career damage to somebody.
Here's an example. So one example would be, so let's supposing for a minute, like, so Portia de Rossi. So for many years before she married Ellen DeGeneres, people believed that people throughout Hollywood knew that she was gay. They knew behind closed doors that she was dating her partner. They knew that they were lesbians. But it wasn't until she made the decision to choose to come out as gay that it was not known to the public up until that point. So let's supposing for a minute that somebody creates a deep faked porn video that is labeled lesbian sex with Portia de Rossi, and now they post it on their video and it says, look, this is Portia de Rossi, look, she is a lesbian, right? Well, now you've placed Portia de Rossi in the position of where she has to deny whether or not she is or isn't gay. You are compelling her to come out of the closet, which is a form of like compelling people to admit to ideas and admit to personal information about themselves that they might not otherwise have wanted to be placed out in the public, like for instance their sexual orientation. So by the harm that is caused is that you're asking people potentially by posting this out onto a website to reveal information, personal and private information about themselves, to debunk it or to affirm it that they might not otherwise have chosen to do.
Or to say it's none of your business.
Literally,
it's none of your business. That video's fake. That video's a fake video. It's none of your business.
Well, hold on, quick. I would have a problem with the video as described by you. I would have a problem with it because it's missing the clear thing that we've said multiple times should be on this, which is a label clearly indicating that it's deepfake. If there is a label clearly indicating that it's deepfake, all this person has to say is that's obviously deepfake. Per regulation, it says it's deepfake. This isn't really me. And then what? What are like? It's not them. It's like it's like if I draw a cartoon of somebody like scissoring Ellen DeGeneres, and then it's like, well, is this really you? It's like, no, it's not me. Somebody fucking drew that.
Yeah, but you're still building a whole bunch of like sexual
there's this
tension
looping
for the
argument
people that are watching this, right? You're still building this weird thing where like these people are going to get sexually harassed. They're going to get people are going to, even if it's deep fake or whatever, they'll screenshot the photo and send it to the person. They'll post it on their pages. They'll do the whole thing. It still fucks with their reputation. Still defames them to a certain extent because they're going to garner a whole new fan base that just only sees them from this and will harass them from that. Which if you're sharing,
we keep doing the same shell game where it's like the problem is that it's not labeled, and you'll say, well, even if you mandate a label, hold on, even if you mandate a label, other people might screenshot it and not show the label. Other people might not show that this is fake. But if you're just saying other people might not follow the regulations, that's true of all regulations. If you have a law against murdering, well, what if somebody just breaks the law?
Well, if you remove the video completely, this doesn't exist.
We got to move on.
If you remove the video completely, people just break that regulation too.
It to you too, Synth. All right, so Fairy Queen, I'll give you the last word. This is your thing. And then we'll go to Aiko. We'll go to Corey. Ali's already had his turn, taking other people's turns. Then we'll go to Admiral Gibbs.
Can't answer questions anymore.
So you can't break it. Yeah.
Can go. I'm sorry. So another aspect of this, which we're talking about revenge porn and we're talking about deepfake pornography in these two very separate spheres. Like they are completely different, right? Revenge porn is in this box and we have deepfake porn in this box, right? When in reality, I think that it's often the case that these two things would often come together. I think it's very possible that somebody might use deepfake porn as a form of revenge porn against a previous partner. And I also think, and this is something that goes along with another concern that surrounds like deepfake pornography. Like let's supposing for a minute that you have a sexual encounter with a partner and you agree to do some things necessarily, but you don't remember everything. And some of it's recorded, right? And then like, the person then creates a deep fake of you performing sexual acts and then posts them, tells you that you actually did them. And not only do they tell you that you actually did them, because it looks real, it looks like you don't even know necessarily yourself in that instance of whether or not the deep fake is real or whether or not it's deep faked, right? So deep fake pornography is dangerous not just because it violates your consent, but because it can be used as a way to manipulate what you believe actually might have transpired within the sexual act itself. If there is reason for you not to remember, right? This is could literally be used to fuck with people's minds as to whether or not
regulate. You think we should create regulation because of that?
Like what you can do the same kind of, you can do a lot of harms to somebody by saying, I used to fuck this person. They're into weird freaky shit. I swear, look, here's proof I fucked them. This isn't, it's on a video. Here's like me, here's our Facebook statuses for 10 years. And if you just say, if the argument just ends up coming down to what if people misrepresent things, everyone on the panel agrees that's bad, but the way that you regulate it is by making sure that it's public and that it's publicized. This is in fact fake. Make sure they're using the technologies that allow it to be detected by other detectors. Making sure that you can verify these. And if the argument just comes down to what if it's used maliciously and somebody pretends that it's real, well, that's something we can regulate directly. We don't have to regulate all deep fake porn because of that.
Yeah, I'm seconding that.
Wouldn't you? So we got some people who are already in line. So Fair, can you make if you have anything else to say, Echo, Corey,
I need you to
Gibbs, and Todd. Go ahead.
Cynthia, I need you to reiterate your point about like what Ali and what I am saying, which is that even if you provide the label saying this is deep fake pornography, this is not really me, we're saying you could still take recordings and you could edit out the part where you say this is deep fake pornography, and it will spread, and some people will believe it and some people will not believe it. You are responding to this by saying, well, why don't we make then what's the point of having regulations at all? Is that
no, what I'm telling you is your argument, I'm telling you that what you're saying is just what's the point of having this regulation because people could just go around it. That's true of all regulations. We should still have the regulations. We can have those regulations and it's the case that, people could break the regulations, but all we can do is put those people who would break the regulations and post it as though it's real are the same people who would break the regulations, post it as though it's real, even if you have the regulation you want, which is a total ban. They can just say, okay, you're going to put this ban, you're going to put the ban through meta keywords when I'm coming up on Google. I just want to include those meta keywords in the HTML. So now, how are you going to ban my page? I'm going to take this image, I'm just going to post it to Twitter with no kind of regulations. If you have some middle ground where you're saying there is some level of regulation, you can have these listed on Google, but you have to do it the right way. Well, that's way easier to regulate, and it's a way more effective regulation than a total blanket ban.
Synth gave an example a while back about like what if there was a depiction of Donald Trump or something like that. But there actually has been, not in the context of a deep fake per se, but you guys remember that like statue of a naked Donald Trump that was like put out in the public and everyone like would walk by it. I put it in the StreamYard chat if you want to see it. It was in 2016. He had a micro penis. This was before the mushroom shaped allegations came out, but they put it out there, and like people like in the Trump camp were like, not very happy about it. That they thought that it should have been illegal in some kind of way, and I don't think there was even a question of its illegality, right? But maybe that changes over time if we start to develop this concept that people own their own likeness. But then if it's politics, does that make it okay? Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene posted revenge porn in a House committee meeting for Hunter Biden, all of his porn and stuff at one point. So because it was political, did like that make it okay? There's a lot of I think scenarios that we can come up with that don't even necessarily involve deepfake technology. It just sort of brings it to the fore and makes it more obvious what the point would be. So because we're eventually heading towards those holodecks, but these questions already exist, like without that new technology as well. There has to be a way to address it at some point.
You can respond to that later. That will go to Corey and Todd. And yes, I really didn't want to look at. That was a mistake. That was
You consented by clicking on it.
I did. I did consent. Okay.
He did warn you.
So I want to. I think this goes with Aiko's point, and it goes with something Cynthia said before as well. Of like, we have to address this at some point. I actually think that the policy that's being proposed, that I'm proposing, would actually potentially reduce instances of like harmful deepfake pornography. Because if we made it the law that like the deepfake pornography produced has to have like certain watermarks that would indicate that it's fake and like certain labels, et cetera, we can mandate that companies that create AI software ensure that all the deepfakes made with their platform has to have XYZ measures on that particular program. And then with that, so that way, when people go to use deepfakes, which they're gonna, more likely to gravitate towards like more easily accessible software as opposed to like, the black market software or whatever that might not have these regulations, then you have more people using the software that actually protects people through these safeguards. And if you don't have this software available at all, people are just going to, you're not going to stop people from getting hold of the software. They're going to get software that's negative, that doesn't have these safeguards in place, and they're just going to produce unlabeled deepfake pornography. So I think the best way to address this is quite literally to allow it as long as the deepfake pornography is labeled as a deepfake, so you don't have people defamed.
What if someone deepfakes the deepfake? So like there's the deepfake video which is labeled. They take that image, which is no longer the original person's image. They could deepfake that, and then they don't have to label it anymore since it's not a person that is under.
Well, no, what we're talking about is making sure the regulation exists on the side of these the people producing the software. There are both ways that you can have watermarks that are totally invisible, and even after crops will still be detectable. And also on top of this, we can also have like just a very plain text label in the corner of the screen.
Well, no, I'm saying you take that video that is labeled, regardless, however well it's labeled. You take that video, that image, and you deepfake that image.
It's
right.
Still
so now you're not.
If you want to deepfake that, you'll be using deepfake tech, and if you're using deepfake tech, the regulations are going to be directed towards that deepfake tech. So as long as you're deepfaking, it's just you got two labels in the same image.
Yeah, but
I'm saying I think it would like go under that regulation. I don't think
it would negate the original deepfake. No, it wouldn't. No.
It's not like that's kind of what I'm wondering. Card effect, actually. The more you put it down, you put the deepfake down as a fence position, and then when you flip it up.
No, that's not how it works. It could easily define, make legislation that account for that. Like, and what Sim said, like, just you're going at the source. You're not going at like the necessarily the person who is creating it. You're going at the tool they're using to manufacturing it. And if they undermine, but you could put in the law, if you undermine the watermark in any which way, then you could be in trouble, right?
Yeah.
Like the end consumer. Yeah.
Well, I think he's kind of arguing that it's a separate entity, like the deepfake person is not the same as the
but that doesn't matter. You could just say that this is a deepfake image, right? And working with those images, then that in itself is the problem.
The concern for me is again like it's going to be defamation, right? It's going to be libel. It's going to be these kind of scenarios where it's like, how believable is it, right? If I say this person has a micropenis, I'm just kidding, but I think they have a micropenis. That's not defamation. In the same way, it would be like, I've seen Donald Trump and I know he has a micropenis, right? Those are very different statements, right? Obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's go to Corey. Sorry, Aiko already did it. So Corey, and then Todd, and then Gibbs, right? Yeah, I think that's
what seems at least for me like complicates things is sort of, well, the creation of the internet and how the internet pretty much allows for like the mass distribution of these things. Of like, yeah, just the example that Lactoid gave, and what Synth alluded to earlier, of like, yeah, you can like damage someone's reputation by like spreading rumors, but like, yeah, there's appears to be sort of like a built-in sort of barrier of like that. People seem to sort of understandably, intuitively understand that like that's only going to spread so far, as opposed to like the internet, essentially global and essentially permanent. And so I'm curious, Lactoid, to maybe just see where your limits lie or not. I understand you probably didn't read the entire story that I posted in Discord, but did you at least read the title of the story that I posted?
Give me 1 second.
Just tell him the title, so he doesn't have to just
AI-generated fake nude photos of girls from Winnipeg school posted online. So is that a wrong thing to you, or that's permissible to you?
How old are the girls?
Yeah, so that's the factor is gonna. So does it change it to you whether
AI made them 19?
Because this is high school.
Oh fuck!
What?
Look,
That's yeah.
That is a real fucking point, though. That's a real point. Like, what?
That is a point.
We're not.
The 300-year-old dragon version.
So we're not going to.
It has them in college. It has them at a college campus.
Yeah, no, I don't want to explore
Yeah,
this.
like it's just the AI telling you what it is. Like,
okay, to answer this, I don't want to explore this on Twitch. I think it's a very fucking time bomb discussion. But we currently have legislation where you can't necessarily draw even with hentai people underage, and that doesn't there's no problem with enforcement. Nobody's saying, well, what if they did? Therefore, we can't have drawn porn at all. Therefore, we can't have drawings because some people might draw porn. It's like, okay, I guess some people might do this, but look at the ramifications of what you're proposing.
Doesn't that bolster whatever Fair Queen's, Ali, and I guess my argument as well of you can I don't think anybody, or at least generally speaking, in the privacy of your own home, not much of an issue. Depending on
I don't want to debate this on Twitch. I don't want to debate this on Twitch.
Oh, okay.
God, there's so much. I'm gonna jump in at some point because
it's actually before he's going by Lactoid TV, he was going by Lollytoid TV. It's I don't know.
Absolutely not. No.
Dude,
it's
remember
a joke.
That defamation? Remember that defamation?
It's a joke.
That was a verbal deepfake right there.
/S. That's satire, not real.
Let's
really quick. So,
Top, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you asked a question of why are you guys putting these two things into two boxes when it comes to revenge porn and deepfake porn? I think one very much matters that one is the actual person doing a thing, and then it coming out and them not liking it. There are a lot of ramifications to that. I think they're meaningfully different than the outcomes that come from a deep fake porn being made of somebody. And then again, Lactoid keeps talking about it being obvious that something is real or not, not real. I think you have to end up. I think you have to just fall back on it's not an actual person, and as so long as you can prove that they said at the end of they said in the watermark or whatever that this is a deepfake porn, I do think it matters that you're not actually the person being violated. It's an AI image.
I think that's true, but it also creates. Even if you say, for instance, and even if you do have the watermark that says this is not me being depicted, right? The implication of the video existing of you, depicting you performing this act, it suggests the idea that you are the sort of person who would engage in these sort of acts, right?
Yeah, and it puts the onus on you to say, to prove, but at the end of the day, we can't legally. That I know it sucks, but that's just the way the world is you're going to have to prove if somebody does this to you, you're going to unless you want to eliminate, all deep fakes entirely, then you're going to have to live within this world that some people are going to, break that and the victims are going to have to pick up the pieces.
I think we might actually get to the point where we eliminate deepfakes entirely, because this will just eventually become identity fraud if people can use people's faces and people's voices, and I can just AI generate their social security because I know the number.
If you create an AI version of something and then try to pass it off as real, I do think we're quickly going to find ways to make it similar to fraud. But that's not what we're talking about. You're just kind of talking about what if somebody breaks this rule that we established, therefore we shouldn't have the entire thing. We're saying, well, no, we don't want to give up the entire thing. We need to create better rules.
Let's go to...
But then why is if I can ask, like, why is it an unreasonable rule to say, okay, you can have a deepfake porn of somebody, but that person has to give a verified consent for their likeness to be placed on the...
I think most people here would say, I think most people would say that's a good idea and they'd like that. But that'd be a very complex system of creating, giving consent for not your likeness, or for your likeness and not yourself. And again, like if you're a public person, I think that's meaningfully different than if you're just go down the street and you're not out in the public eye. I do think if somebody creates fake shit about you, it's very different than if you're a famous person getting fake.
Well, but this goes back to the question of intellectual property, right? So let's say I have a picture of myself. It is my picture that I took of myself. And this is my picture. This is not your picture, okay? And I have this picture of me posted on my Facebook page or on my Instagram. And you take my picture and you use my picture to then create a deep fake of me. Is that maybe grounds for saying that you're not allowed to do it because it's my photograph? It's not a picture you took of me. It's a picture
if they went about procuring the image in an unlawful manner, I would probably say, yeah, that's where you'd have the problem. But because if you posted that image out into the public space, then I think that is kind of your consent for people to then create.
So then everyone's a public.
Really.
There aren't really.
Hold on.
There aren't really private citizens.
Hold on.
I got a
If
couple
you create a video that defames somebody and try to pass it off, that's different than just creating it. She just asked me if I can create a deep fake from that photo. That's all she asked me.
Well, I was just saying, like, then no one's a private citizen because, like, most people are probably online to some extent. So, like, everyone then is a public figure. So, like, you're putting, like, Scarlett Johansson and, like, the average person.
But hold on.
So, let me just jump in here. Can I just jump in because I feel like I got something kind of like tied in this.
Let him get this out. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just think when somebody takes an image and they post it online, and you create a deep fake from it, if that deep fake is innocuous and doesn't depict the person doing anything bad, then nobody's going to give a shit, and I don't think anybody has a problem with it. But then if you go to the extent of putting that person in a bad position or something that could cause harm to them in their personal or professional life, then all of a sudden you create a whole string of consequences that actually have
What if I make money off your likeness? I'm not doing anything negative. I just used your likeness, and now I'm making money off your likeness.
See, but I think that's a different. I just think that's different than if you violating the consent of somebody to do something horrible or do.
I'm violating your consent to do something good. I'm making money off your likeness. There's no consent there.
But you're not have laws causing me any harm, right? But you don't think there's harm in using a person's likeness to make money? Like, for instance, if they use, like, I don't know, Shaquille O'Neal is the first person.
I guess, yeah, you're probably right. I'm probably just wrong in my initial assumption there. I'm probably just wrong in my initial assumption. You're probably right. I probably should have a problem with you making money off of it.
So what happens, like, club owners that, like, say you're a club owner, right? And I decide, instead of advertising that I'm having Drake there, I hire an actor who looks like Drake to come be Drake at my club. And so I'm paying him to act like he's Drake. So all night he's telling people.
Did you tell everybody that
I didn't advertise that I had Drake there, but like now the word's out. Hey, this guy's got Drake there. People believe he looks like it, right? Or so like I don't see a problem with that, right? Or let's go with you all talked about things that are potential harm. What if you look like somebody? Like, so we all knew who Andrew Tate is. He's the top G, right? There's that guy that's an influencer that makes fun of him called the bottom G, right? He looks just like him, and then he does all the, like, flaming stuff, and it's all real funny and mocking him, right? Now Now, okay, no one has a problem with that, even though that probably could be argued like, oh, someone could take that and say, look, this is Andrew Tate. Look what he's like on the side. Like, because it's done in parody, right? But you can still sit there and say, oh, this is harmful. Look how harmful it is. It's hurting his brand. I can like actually attach a monetary amount to what it's hurtful. So when I look at those, I don't see a problem, right? That's not an issue because it's a person, right? Okay, so now we get down to like the deep fake level, right? So now you just sit here and go, oh, well, we're sitting here making fakes off these people, and it's a form of art, whether it's porn or whatever. Okay, and you mentioned bringing the photo from like your Instagram, right? So someone takes a photo on Instagram, they post it up there. You wouldn't ask consent if you were sitting at home, you took, oh man, that's a hot photo of that girl, and you cranked one out to the photo. You're not asking consent then. It's a little weird, but maybe that's your jollies. I don't know, right? So okay, so they say once you put something in the public domain, I kind of think that maybe you've already consented at that point. But once we get to like the deep fake level, now we're sitting here going here and doing all these different things. We're making these videos that are doing all these things. I think that the argument that it could be harmful really goes out the window whenever we sit here and we allow impersonators and parody law to go, because those things can all be used as harmful intent just the same. I get that like it's the sex act that it's kind of like makes it a little bit like different, but in reality it's not really any different than if as long as we're talking like a monetary hurt their brand kind of thing. Oh, they have to confront this thing. Well, if this guy acting like the gay version of Andrew Tate, not something like Andrew Tate might have to confront, like, oh, I'm pushing this brand of men's health. Oh, there's this guy acts like me and looks like me, and people think is me and is gay. That would hurt his brand, right? So I don't see any difference between that and this other thing. Like,
okay, so there's a few things I want to address. I want to throw some things out here, and like it's all part of the same pool. And just a quick response to Admiral Gibbs. There is a guy, I believe he lives in Texas, who looks exactly like Chuck Norris, like exactly like this man. And he also does like karate. He has like his own dojo, and he just like puts up advertisements. This was like a while ago. I'm not sure if it still happens, but this is like a decade ago. He'll put up advertisements with his face on it, and like his dojo, and people would go there thinking, well, it's Chuck Norris, but he never said it was Chuck Norris. But he looks spitting image of this man, right?
You just
Chuck
change
Norris
his name.
Chuck Norris known for his like action karate bullshit.
What if
like,
he change? Should he be able to legally change his name to Chuck Nordis or something?
or no,
what if he changed it directly to Chuck Norris? Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if he did. I think that's just a question. Like, what if he did change his name? but it's a thing that happened.
I'm okay with it.
So there's lots of things I wanted to toss out here. From even the start of this conversation. All right, so talking about like victimization, right? So Synth and Lactoid talked about like is there victimization happening now? I am a person who believes that like when it comes to like drawings, right? You should be able to like draw whatever the fuck you want. So like if I make an anime, right, of a young looking nude girl, and I say her name's Sakura and she's 20 years old, right? And then I copy and paste that, and then saying it's Sakura, 17 years old. Like, one is illegal. Like, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. It'll never make sense to me. And and I can't see any harm done in a person doing that or a person selling that. I just don't see it. However, I have been, and I took that also up to deepfakes as well. But like, I've heard arguments that have changed my mind. So there is CP out there of that happened, right? Children being assaulted. And that stuff gets scrubbed or whatever, right? But like, it's like a thing. And among that group of individuals, like, they have their favorites. With deepfakes, they're able to take those the people who've been assaulted and then reassault them with new images, right? Put them in new situations. And when they see these things, like the victims, right? Like, that's a fresh wave of violation. Sure, like they weren't raped this, well, maybe, and in our scenario, they weren't raped the second time, but it sure feels that way because we can understand there's like a violation that's happening, even if like that person wasn't touched. There's a violation that happened. Now you can say, well, CP is illegal either way. Fair enough. But the same could be true. Like if they're 18, right, and they experience a sexual assault or something, like having that rehashed through other images, other video, of this. We can see the harm there, right? So I'd love to hear you guys.
Or if you're just like a
later on.
prudish person, like if you're a prudish person, you're a religious person. These are things that you don't want out there of yourself. It would 100% destroy you seeing these images, and that could 100% cause trauma.
Absolutely.
Like
Absolutely. And I just want to respond to Gibbs. So there are a couple of things I want to respond to. Like the first one is like, okay, like I'm drawing like this in the privacy of my own house. Like, you know, like why does anybody really give a like, you know, so I just want to respond to that. Like what I think that morally, we're not talking legally here. I think that morally, like there is a difference between you just looking at like a picture, like on somebody's like Instagram, or looking at a picture like in their, I don't know, like from when they were in college. I think that is morally different as opposed to actually creating new media and creating new media that is depicting them in a sexual position. Because when you have created a new piece of media that you are keeping within your house, you are assuming the risk that doesn't get out upon you. You are assuming that their risk for consent, that if this gets out and if this defames them or embarrasses them in some way, that is a risk that you are assuming on behalf of the other person, as opposed to you just clicking on somebody's Instagram page and looking at them. Well, you're not assuming any risk on behalf of the other person. You're just doing your business and then you're leaving, as opposed to you creating a new piece of media where if you, for instance, leave your computer out or somebody walks in and finds it, you have now created risk for somebody else that has no idea. You have created a liability for somebody else who didn't ask to be put in that position. So that's, I think, what the difference is between them. And the second one has to do with, like, we keep sort of skirting around this, like the nature of sex. And I get that there are lots of people who will say, oh, well, you know, this is very personal, it's very spiritual, et cetera, et cetera. And when I say that it's unique, we should not be skirting around the fact that sex is simply not like other acts. People quite literally commit suicide, like because like nude pictures of them are posted on the internet without their consent. The ramifications of having deepfake pornography, even if you put the addendum, this is deepfaked. The psychological ramifications that we'll have for people who are victimized by it could quite literally lead to them dying. It could lead to them killing themselves. It could lead to them being fired. It could lead to them being bullied out of like where the harm that could be caused could be
illegal to fire somebody for that.
Well, maybe, but that doesn't necessarily, that it depends on who you are, right? Doesn't it depend on like the position that you have? Like what happens, for instance, like if you have a teacher, for instance, or you have somebody who like
fire a teacher for that.
You wouldn't be able to fire a teacher for having a deep faked pornography like video that's been
illegal.
And now it's been emailed to all of the parents of a preschool teacher who did not consent to being a part of that. That person
it would be illegal to fire that person. Yeah, it'd be wrong for firing. Yeah.
You think it would be?
But you'd have to also prove that that's the reason they fired them, of course.
It'd be pretty easy to in a court of law. If the case has been emailed to all the parents, it'd be one of the easiest wrongful firing cases.
Yeah, there'd be like
maybe, or if it's just sent to the employer, right? And the employer doesn't tell anyone that they
then that's creating a hostile work
Yeah.
environment if she stays, though, because all the parents that are at the school don't want her. That's
which is
creating a hostile work
another
environment
violation.
Too. Yeah.
I had a bunch of other stuff that I actually wanted to get through. So, Lactoid, you had your hand previously, and then we'll go to Corey. Anyone else? Okay. And Happy Takes. Okay. So there's other things I want to say. You also were talking previously about like just a drawing you make of a coworker and saying like, what's the harm in that? Now, again, like I think a person should certainly be allowed to do that, especially in the privacy of their own home. But the moment we start talking about posting it, right? Like if I post it, now this is outside of work, right? But it's a Facebook group where most of my coworkers happen to be, right? Like drawings of my female coworkers doing sexual acts, right? Like that's going to have an effect. Now, they weren't quote unquote violate. No one touched them, certainly, right? And no one believes that like they actually did this thing, but like that has a social effect. The image itself becomes a violation. So I'd love for you guys to address that one later as well. And there are some interesting like cases that I don't think we've really examined here yet. So we take an image, and the reason I'm using the example of women because mostly this is going to be towards women, right? Which is another thing, another point that I was going to make. We can say that that these deepfakes put an unfair like burden on women in the public sphere, right? Because it's women who are going to be hit with this more than anything else. And to say that, well, that's just like the price of being a public figure. Well, a price for women being public figures because they're the ones who are going to catch the brunt of this. But what if, and this is the last thing I'll say, what if you take an image of a person, right, and you de-age them, this is a person who's 18, right? Public figure, whatever, and you de-age them, and you put them in a sexual act. It's like, should that be illegal? Like,
I think it should
is
fall under
that
lolly porn, and yeah, it probably should be illegal. But I mean, if you disagree that lolly porn should be illegal, and you probably should have to disagree that that's illegal too.
I'm just asking the question because like if they look slightly younger, like not talking about lolly porn, right? Like let's say like this person is in their 20s, you age them slightly and you don't label it, right? But like, you know, like I'm just curious as to like what that might be. So let's go to Lactoid, Corey, Half Baked Takes, and then Fairy Queen.
Yeah, so I wrote down a couple points here. So a couple responses to Fairy Queen, and then a response to Prime. So yeah, I take the point that religious people could be offended by things that people depict or say on the internet, but I don't think that's a credible or a very convincing, I guess, argument as to why there should be any kind of prescription, right? It's true, yeah, people can take things very personally and kill themselves over rumors, over sexual depictions. People have killed over depictions of Muhammad, right? Charlie Hebdo. Does that mean we should ban Charlie Hebdo from being able to depict Muhammad because people have died over this? Well, yeah, people will kill and people will die over all sorts of artistic things. That doesn't mean we say, Charlie Hebdo, you can't draw Muhammad anymore. When it comes to likeness, I agree that there's some legal precedent for this. I hate it. I think likeness is like the worst kind of intellectual property. And it's got so many fucking exceptions and weird arbitrary rules that just don't make sense. So like, do you guys think that if you have a twin, should you be able to do pornography? Well, all the arguments still apply. Somebody might think that it's you, and then it's up to you to like go tell them that it's not actually you. So are people with twins?
A label, just
Yeah,
a label.
you gotta put a label like I am not this twin, or like or when it comes to like lookalikes, right? Like, when I go, let's say I were to go to like the Vegas Strip, and there was like a I don't know, fucking Michael Jackson impersonator there. Like, oh well, are you really you? I mean, the negatives of this are substantial. And then to address your point, Prime, I actually think again we could use the same argument that I talked about before, where if you wanted to use like allowing this could help restrict CP more than not allowing it, because you could simply program in the software to not allow depictions of pornography, including minors, and then the program automatically just wouldn't do that. And then any, of course, programs that do allow it, you could potentially ban. And let's say you even allowed this, right? Do you really what do you think is going to be more likely in actually combating CP here? Do you think that this could help replace CP? Do you think that's more likely? I think that actually makes more sense. That's probably more likely in terms of people like going to that instead of fueling the market for actually victimizing children and getting videos of actual children, because they can just get the deepfake ones that they're not going to go to prison for the next 20 years, right? Like there's to me, at least, I think that'd be a much more likely outcome as opposed to the former of this actually encouraging CP. Yeah, I guess those are the main points.
I think to be clear on the deepfake side, like I agree with you and Cynthia that like we should just be labeling these things, right? Just label it. That's like require watermarks, and if there's a tool that's not using a watermark, if you undermine the watermark in any way, then that's a violation, and you can be punished for that. It's just that for I don't know how you would regulate that. Like this image is now quote unquote CP by like de-aging someone, right? Because like we're talking teenagers, right? Like, oh, this is them in the teen years. Like there's all kinds of stars, right?
I mean, there's the AI apps that make you a baby that like show you what you look like as a baby.
Yeah, but we're not talking about but we're not talking about that. Like we're talking about like a young girl, and then there's already individuals who look young, right? Who look young, and then like at what point are they now like below 18 looking? But like you can tell that they've been de-aged, right? So at what point have they like been de-aged?
So this was a case.
We had that with the high school photo shoot app or trend where like everyone would put in their pictures and it would show them what they looked like in high school, and it de-aged them enough to the point where they looked 18 or 17, 18.
There was a criminal case in America, I recall. I think I remember, I don't know who the actress was, but a guy had a porn film and she was
you're talking about
18.
Lil Lupe.
Yeah, that
Lil
one.
Lupe.
Right, that was one.
Yeah.
They literally had to fly her out from like Brazil or something, and like she brought a birth certificate, and she was like, "I was 18 at the filming of this." I mean, shit. You're right, Prime. Like the lines here are incredibly difficult. So I'm glad that you agree with us that we should not ban it.
No, so well, at one point in de-aging, I wasn't really fighting anyone on that. I'm just like putting that out there because like I don't know. Like it's like I don't know what the implications of all these things are. And yeah, if you didn't know the Lil Lupe story, she was a porn star who very much looked young. And she played into that with like the settings and the clothing she wore.
Oh, that's pretty disgusting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, but anyway, guy got quote unquote caught having it. It was in Puerto Rico, and the judge didn't believe it, like that this person was 18, and I think she was living in the States at the time.
Well, no, it was an investigator
anyway,
who didn't believe it. It was a trained CP investigator who watched it and said, "I don't think that she's 18."
Oh, well, anyway, they flew her out and she had to like present her IDs. Like to say, like, yeah, this was illegal. So let's go to Corey. I see your hand, Fairy Queen. So we got a Corey. Happy take then you.
Well, yeah. So a lot of the points that you brought up, Prime, are great points, and they're addressed or not addressed, but they're also brought up in the article that I posted of like that is one of my genuine concerns of like as you sort of alluded to, like generally speaking, girls are women would probably be disproportionately affected, and like yeah, that's why I posed the hypothetical to Lactoid, which I understand why you don't want to talk about on Twitch, but like yeah, does that change for you whether they're over or under the age of 18? For me, like it doesn't. Where whether it's high school students or university students, like I see that as like not a good thing at all and shouldn't be a thing.
What if it's Hitler? Can I do deepfakes of Hitler?
I mean, no.
Really? We're defending Hitler on MLK Day. Really? I can't do I can't do a deepfake of Hitler.
Corey, just bite the bullet on it being like a public person versus somebody who's in the public.
Well, it depends. Like, so that's why I said the internet complicates things. Of like, in the privacy of your own home, especially like if it's a drawing, I agree with Prime. Like, if you want to, draw,
I'm not talking about that, Corey. I'm talking about somebody who's like famous versus making a deep fake of somebody who's like your neighbor.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, the distinction between public, like, I don't know the entire legalities of private versus public figures, but for me, that's a pretty like I don't see that much a distinction there. Where like
Really?
even for me, those who are public
like
figures, I don't think there's like I'm not in favor of like paparazzi and all that stuff. Like like so to answer your question, your hypothetical specifically, Lactoid, I'm okay with you defaking Hitler in the privacy of your own home. But I'm okay with living in a world where there's no deepfake of Hitler, and they're also wiped from existence.
Let's go to Happy Take and then Fire Queen. Or
Corey, that's that authoritarian in you, I guess. It does suck because it's like you can see where the obvious harm comes in these situations where people are put in positions where you can hopefully find empathy with the shitty situation that they're put into, and then understanding that sometimes we can't legally restrict those things. Because I think the problem is like at the end of the day, it's not really how the person feels about the deep fake. It's about showing if there's like tangible harm that came from the fake thing that was made. And then if that fake thing was made in a way to deceive or to do that harm, I think is also meaningful.
Well, then I would pose that hypothetical to you then. Does it matter whether it's high school students or university students? Same hypothetical to Lactoid.
Like, yeah, I like whenever you start talking about children, I think there's like a very big difference because they're children. But
what if they're
and also with deepfake, wait. Deepfake, you're saying it is a real person. It was made from like that thing is real child.
Well, so I believe, so I'll cite the story specifically. I remember correctly, like it was the high school student's face was placed on an adult
that's
body.
fucking that I think there's obviously that's a gross, fucking wrong and
why.
But if it's like what Lactoid was talking about, where it's like you're creating fake children porn for these fucking CP addict or these CP people, is that then and that makes less children harmed in the real world? Like you can have that discussion. I don't know, and I don't want to have
discussion.
it. Yeah, but yeah, as soon as you're talking about a real child, a real person who can have harm done to them, I do think that's where the line gets drawn.
That for me, that there's also a line there, like something that's completely like imaginary, and presumably doesn't exist in reality, as in like this human doesn't exist on the planet. I'm more open to that as opposed to a deepfake of a human that actually exists.
What's the harm done that's to a younger child that's not done to an above 18-year-old adult? What's the difference in harm?
The sexualization. If you sexualize a child, it does much worse
really?
things to their mental. Yeah,
they're putting it.
Hold on, listen. It is much worse things to a child's mental health to be sexualized as an adult. If somebody walks up to a child and says, "Yo, I've been jerking off to you," it's gonna be way worse to that kid's head than it is if somebody walks up to me or anybody on this panel and says, "I've been jerking off to you." It's weird, super fucking awkward, but not nearly as bad to us as it is to the kids.
I kind of want to high five them.
So the difference between 17 and 19 is.
I mean, so what Ali said, is true, right? Like when we're talking about how this particular age between a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old, right? Yeah. I'm not sure if the difference in how traumatizing will be that different as opposed to a 17. But beyond that, but
if there's it's a sliding scale. Right?
This is a very different. This is a scary conversation. What's really the difference between a 17 and 19? We should stay away from that specific question.
I thought that
what's the difference between 17 and 16? 16 and 15. It's 1 year at a time.
So here's in terms of harm that's caused. In terms of harm that's caused.
There's a reason why we're circling the drain with CP and why this is coming up. And the reason why it's coming up is it fundamentally gets at the heart of why it is that why we disdain and why we criminalize and stigmatize CP in the way that we do. And that's for a couple of reasons. The first one is obviously because we care about protecting children, and we care about the exploitation of children, and we recognize that sexual activity with minors is extremely detrimental to their psychological and physical well-being. That's true. It's also because minors fundamentally cannot consent, because they fundamentally cannot give consent to engage with sexual activity. And so any media that is created that sexualizes minors, you are reinculcating and reifying the idea to a group within the public that this type of behavior is okay to engage in and to be acceptable to the public. So the reason why I think we're discussing CP in particular is because that second aspect of CP, the fact that you are sexualizing somebody who cannot give consent, who does not want to be in this position, is a big contributing factor to the reason why CP is illegal in the first place. And it is the reason why me, Ali, and why the other people here on this panel are saying that deepfake pornography is something, when the person does not want their likeness to be used in this way, is uniquely abusive to them. For the same reason why CP is abusive in that second regard to children.
Go ahead. And they wouldn't be able to give consent. They wouldn't be able to give consent for the deepfake to be made.
So, would y'all be okay with them making these deepfakes of these kids and whatnot if there was a government tracker and it tracked it to this person's house and then we use that to drone strike them? Would y'all be okay with that? Because we're eliminating this harm going forward. You don't have to worry about
for who?
That's the American response. I was waiting for that. I was really waining for that.
Oh, we don't have to worry about the CP people coming back and hurting you with all these other people if we're using the drone strikes on them, and the government's tracking them through the deepfakes.
We should have laser missiles.
Yeah,
more precise.
We can just eliminate that bloodline right there. We don't have to worry about any future.
I'm not against it.
Let's go to our friend Sim.
Yeah, the issues with CP remain, even if it's the case that you can control out for the consent factor. So instead of it being a real child's sexual phase, it's a fake child generated by AI. You still have the same kind of factors of perpetuating and reestablishing the norms in yourself, which are bad to do. It's self-harm is the issue. Even if there was no child's consent being violated, it'd still be wrong to watch child porn. Even if there was no impact on the child and had nothing to do with the child, if it was completely artificially generated, still be wrong to do. It still be bad for you. It's substantially self-harming.
So I don't think there's people that self-harm to go out of your way to make or find deepfake porn of people you have probably.
I absolutely do think that there are going to be people who are going to use deepfake porn to harm themselves. I totally agree that there are some cases of that. The same is true for porn broadly. The same is true for drawn porn. There are some people who are going to use that to harm themselves, but we don't ban entire categories of things because subsets of people use them to harm themselves.
Well,
That's
yeah,
not
so
complete.
that's what you're saying. That's against your point. You're saying that the first point is, or that if we remove the
No, the
consent
entirety,
aspect-
100% of people watching child porn are harming themselves. Not a subset. It's all of them. You're watching child porn, you're harming yourself.
Do you think the people that are watching deepfake porn are like a subset of those people are harming themselves, or do you think everyone that's watching deepfake porn is harming themselves?
No, only a subset. The majority of people watching deepfake porn are probably not harming themselves. The majority,
I think
of
the
people
majority
watching
of them are.
are
I
watching
disagree
actresses
there.
that they. Well, hold on. Listen. Wait. So imagine just for the record, right? The majority of people watching deepfake porn are just think there's some actress out there that's hot, and they're like, I want to see this actress naked. I'm gonna look up some deepfake porn. It's not the case. It's not the case. They're doing something that harms themselves. They're just watching someone who they find attractive, and there's no kind of harm difference between that and having a porn star you really like and going and seeing that.
Can I respond to you something you said? So earlier you said basically your response to that was that this is a form of self-harm, right? And in all cases, whenever you engage with CP, you are harming yourself, and therefore this is always wrong. Is this what you're saying?
There could be some rare exception. In those cases, I wouldn't have an issue with it. If you could find some way that it's actually good for you, I just don't think those exist.
Okay, but I think you misunderstand what I was saying earlier. Okay, I don't think that we as a society make CP illegal because we care about the people clicking on the individual person clicking on CP. Their particular health. What we care about is promoting the sexualization of minors and the sexualization of people who particularly cannot consent, who are vulnerable. And we don't care about that because of the person that's sitting down at the computer and clicking on the image. We care about all of the vulnerable people that person might come into contact to in their everyday life. That's the reason why we heavily stigmatize.
No, I totally disagree. I think that we absolutely care about I think we absolutely care about negative mental health impacts that perpetuate bad values in yourself, even if it's the case we knew that pedophile was never going to act on it. They were never going to harm a child. They were never going to touch anyone. We'd still say, you're harming yourself. In the case of a pedophile, if you don't think it's true, I'll ask you the question directly then. In the case of a pedophile who, for some reason, we know will never harm a child, and they're just sitting by themselves watching AI-generated child porn of non-real children, do you think that person, that we shouldn't legalize it? We shouldn't prevent them from doing that?
Drone strike him. That's what we should do.
Very quick.
You've got some weird fetishization of drones.
He's a fan of drone strikes.
Well,
that's what he draws.
I didn't know we had Obama here. That's crazy.
I mean, I'm just
Well, let's have Fairy Queen answer that question.
Yeah, I just want to be able to hear an answer before we all.
So my answer is that yes, it still should be illegal because we want to heavily stigmatize that type of behavior, but it's not because of whether or not the person might ever offend. Because let's say they never offend. Let's say that they never offend and never actually hurt. That doesn't necessarily mean that they might not go to their buddy and talk about what it is that they do on their computer. There's a possibility that they might share it to other people in order to interact with it. There's a possibility of them talking to other people and normalizing the behavior. So even if there's 100% possibility that they might not ever offend themselves, there's still a possibility that they might talk about it to other people, thus raising the possibility.
Let's imagine also it's the case we know for some reason they're never going to talk to anybody. We still want it restricted. I think so. But they're never going to talk to any of their friends about it.
And in this scenario, we're only talking about only one person engaging with this material by themselves.
Yep, they never come into contact with anyone else about it. They're completely secretive about it. Like probably most people who watch this content are.
I mean, I would say that it should still be illegalized. And again, but I don't think that it's because we care about the harm that it's done to that person. I think it's because we've recognized that person is doing something intrinsically wrong, and we are punishing that person for doing something wrong. That's
I don't think that's even close to how ethics should work. We shouldn't be punishing people for having mental illnesses. I think, in fact, what we should be doing is making sure people.
I think that you and I we have to debate about prison rehabilitation sometime, but that's a whole other bag of worms. I think that this is
but I don't think the issue is the intrinsic harm that exists magically or something. I think the intrinsic harm is there to harm. I think there has to be an agent being harmed. And in this case, the only agent being harmed is the individual.
Okay. In the vacuum that you have presented me, sure. But obviously when we're discussing issues surrounding CP, there is no realistic person who almost never will offend, 100% guaranteed, who almost 100% will never discuss this with anybody else, who will never share this with anyone else, which will almost certainly become more normalized if this was made illegal. It will become more normalized for people to talk about it, more normalized for people to think about doing it, and therefore more normalized for somebody to act upon it. So yes,
I totally disagree. I think that if you normalize being able to talk to at least your psychiatrist about it, I think that's going to reduce the overall rate of children who are abused. I don't think it's going to have a harmful effect there. So I just disagree on the empirics.
That's that's an interesting conversation right there. But before we get to that, Lactoid.
Well, I was going to ask you, Synth, like, so the position that you hold, where it's like we should still legalize it if it's all like fake and they're never going to actually go do it or whatever. What if,
for
like,
the same reason for suicide? Yeah,
sure,
which is just you have to have the government step.
this is going to sound like a gotcha, but I think I hold this position too, so I swear it's not. What if, like, we allow it, and then because that cuts the demand for actual CP, it reduces the overall amount of child abuse in the system. And I mean, for me, I mean, if this was demonstrated, I would be in favor. Like, if it actually led to overall decreased rates of child pornography, like, because the biggest thing with banning child pornography, one of the actual main reasons that's proposed, the government uses to propose this, is that we have a difficult time cutting the supply because it's often shot in countries where we can't really reach. So we have to cut the demand, right? We have to go after a demand side. There's fewer people that demand it. Therefore, less incentive for people to actually create it overseas. That's the argument the government gives, right? Well, if we can cut supply we can cut demand for the real stuff by using this fake shit, and it actually works, I mean, fuck it.
Yeah, which is why I think there should be a different. I think there should be a different level of punishment for the two crimes. I think in the case, punishment's even weird. I don't even think there should be punishment in the case of this one. I think it should be illegal for the same reason suicide should be illegal, which is because then the government can step in. If you don't have it illegal, then it's just like obviously you can't do that. If somebody's trying to kill themselves and it's not illegal to kill yourself, then what's the government going to do? They can't force you to not kill yourself.
Sure. So
but doesn't you have a problem? Or increases supply. The increased supply then ultimately leads back to an increase in demand. You're talking about having.
No, we're talking about alternatives, right? So we're saying here's a competitor to actual children being harmed, and we're saying will it decrease demand for one by increasing demand for the other, and increase supply for one by decreasing supply for the other.
I understand, and I'm just asking Lactoid because the goal at the end of the day is to reduce child harm, right? Children being harmed.
Yes.
But I guess my problem is I remove the controls within this, because if you talk about these people not being able to watch this shit but never causing harm in any way, I don't know if my problems with it fall within that reality. You know what I mean? Because I don't know.
I can sympathize a little bit with Synth's proposal, because the idea of suicide, although personally I think it should be legal, the kind of situation we have now, which is like it's illegal, but it's not criminal in the sense of you're not going to get punished for it necessarily. Like, you're going to be compelled to seek certain mental health, but you're not going to be punished in the same way. I think I would actually like a proposal where it's like, if the government finds out you're accessing this shit, you could put in a list, and we're gonna watch you to make sure.
We lock you in a room.
No. I'm not saying we necessarily come after you right away. I'm saying it's it's kind of like if you
elevated surveillance,
like a no-fly list, except you can still fly kind of situation where it's like elevated surveillance.
Put a drone inside their house.
No, I'm not in favor. I'm not in favor of the drone striking or whatever. But I do think that
take them out, bro. Why do you want to put them on a list?
Because this is somewhat of an opportunity, I think, to actually keep tabs on people who have this condition, and then we can make sure that they're not getting jobs near kids. And on top of that, if it curbs the real shit. And it actually, let's just say empirically, would anybody here be against the policy if, let's say we tried it for 2 years and child abuse drops in half? I think everybody here would be like, oh fuck, we gotta have it.
Willing to take the risk. I don't think any of us are willing to take the risk to find out.
I don't understand why you even want to put them on a list at this point. I would take
the risk.
And then you don't have to worry about doing anything.
Well, no, you should never kill people for having bad thoughts. It's so bad.
I don't ever see a world where by providing or by creating fake child porn to give to people who have proclivities towards that shit, I don't see that ever ultimately making less people.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, you're kind of at some point saying hey, it's okay if you feel this way. Just come over here and off to this shit. That then kind of tells other people in society oh, okay, maybe it's not as bad, and then they can explore the idea. That's just where my head opens.
What evidence?
I want to respond to this.
Anyway,
I want to. Okay, so one, the evidence on this. There's apparently studies on this. I've had this conversation quite a few times. And there are apparently studies on this, and I think some are inconclusive, and others say that maybe it harms, maybe like it's a net harm or whatever, right? So, but I don't know. Right? I don't know. So we're gonna take from the stance of the world that we don't know. We're gonna produce content in which no one was hurt, right? For the possibility that we could reduce harm in the real world, right? If that was the case, that's the choice I'm being given. I'm like, of course I'll take that. Of course, yeah. Let's run this experiment and find out what that would look like. And furthermore, this is maybe I forget if it was Simph who said something like this. I forget who, but like, I think it would be very important. It would be better for society if we could not normalize CP, because certainly not, right? But normalize this.
Hold
No, please, don't tell me here, because it's important. I need to get this part out. Because not normalizing CP, but normalizing discussing the proclivity, right? I had listened. I'm sure you can find it if you search YouTube. Atheist Experience, right? It's a call-in show. One guy calls in, not about atheist stuff. The guy like slowly builds up like this story about him that he's having this like psychological trouble. Right now, it's like it's off program, but like they keep the call going because something has happened. This person's clearly in distress. Right? They're talking about some harm that's happened to them, and they can't find help. And eventually, it's made obvious that this person is talking about that he has proclivities towards children, and he's saying that, well, I have never touched anyone. I never do want to touch anyone, but it's hard for me. It's hard. Oh, not me. Them. It's hard.
Your voice kind of cracked very emotionally when you were saying that.
It's hard for them. Hold on. This is. I gotta defensively talk against clips, right? Like, it's hard for them to do so, but they can't get help. They've gone to psychologists, and the psychologists turned them away. How is that a good state of affairs? Where this person who is having some sort of who's experiencing some deep psychological harm that could hurt other people, but when they reach out for help, they are told you need to leave, and they are ridiculed and stigmatized more. That will only lead to more children being hurt. So along those lines, we should normalize talking about these things. And this could be a step along the way. I don't know.
Can I ask a question about that? Like, so I've heard people say this before. I know people usually say, well, we should normalize talking about it so that people can go get therapy. Can you tell me what is the therapy? Like, what is the model? If you are somebody who is like somebody who believes that they're a pedophile, I mean, what therapy is available? Like, what models of treatment and how successful are they? Do we know what those are?
There's a variety, and we do have
chemical castration is very effective.
Yeah, that's what I was going to.
Well, that is effective, but it might be going a little too far. There might be other approaches that are.
It's not effective.
No, hold on.
Yes, it is.
Prime. It's incredibly effective. There's one study from Korea where it drops the supposed recidivism from 50% to 2%.
Yeah.
So it's very effective.
You know what else is effective is just taking them out completely. I really don't understand why we're like.
But they're human beings with a mental illness. You should kill them.
Listen,
I don't know. You don't like them. They're gross.
You're a predator. You're a bad part of society. If you listen, I'm sorry. If you play the game, hey, I'm gonna go look up these kind of things. We all know these are bad. Take them out. Like, that's not somebody we want in our society.
Actually, I think if you think about killing people, you should be killed. Actually, if you think about killing people, you should be killed.
You should have been on the last panel.
Lactoid just confirms like pretty much like what I've been finding as well, right? It seems like the most effective thing you can do is to offer chemical castration. That's like my understanding. And like when I was prepping a debate, like as we were talking about abusers, and not stigmatizing abuse so people could talk about it, okay? But when you actually look at the therapy treatment models and you actually look at like what pedophiles and child molesters like go through for the treatment model, it is not therapy like what most people think therapy is. Okay, they do not. This is not them sitting on the couch and talking about like the history of their lives. Typically speaking, they have to go to specialized abuser programs. They typically there are a couple of models. One is called the Good Lives model, where they basically they try to do everything to make the person, if they've actually molested somebody, they have to admit to the fact that they've done it, and they have to take personal responsibility and accountability. That's a huge part of the treatment, which many of them are unwilling to do. But secondly, the second part of the therapy really, honestly, what it is, it's trying to make the person as happy as they possibly can be and giving them lots of chemical castration to pray that they never actually act upon that proclivity. That's what the therapy
That's not true. That's not true. Just to be really clear, androgen deprivation therapy is one form of therapy for pedophilic disorder. If it's the case you have POCD, SSRIs are the therapy, and if it's the case you have any kind of
not being a pedophile. That's not the same
No, it is being
thing.
a pedophile. It's not having pedophilic disorder. Pedophilic disorder, even if you have pedophilic disorder or POCD, pedophilic thoughts OCD, right? Then in the case of both of these things, both of these will use CBT as a treatment. That's not cock and ball torture. That's cognitive behavioral therapy.
But that could work too, potentially.
No, they're not the same thing. They're two
the-
different conditions, both of which drive you to have pedophilic thoughts. Both of which will make you a pedophile through the way we communicate. I agree they're not the same thing. They're two different conditions.
Pedophilia is a paraphilia. It's a type of sexual.
Pedophilic disorder is what is a different condition than POCD.
Paraphilia is not the same thing.
Repeat what you're trying to say, because we didn't hear most of it, because like guys were yelling at each other. So repeat what you were trying to say.
Cynthia is saying basically that CBT is the appropriate therapy model that is used for both POCD and both for if you're actually a pedophile, if you actually have pedophilic disorder. Okay, that's only nominally true in the sense that like CBT, cognitive behavioral driven programs, are used for both people who have POCD and for people who are pedophiles. But it's not true that they have the same form of therapy. It's not true that they go through the same thing. It is fundamentally different. The medication that you receive for OCD is supposed to be fundamentally different.
Yeah, you use SSRIs. Yeah, I explicitly said that.
Yeah, but also the therapy that you go through if you have OCD as opposed to being a pedophile is fundamentally different, even if fundamentally like they use CBT methods in order to do that. That basically just means they're challenging your thoughts. The thought that's being challenged when you have OCD and you believe and worry that you're a pedophile is you're being challenged. Oh no, you're not really a pedophile. Look at this picture. Look at this picture until you feel comfortable with it. If you're a pedophile, you have to be convinced, no, you are having these thoughts. They are bad, and you need to take responsibility for them, and you need to take responsibility for them now. These are not the same things. Even if
nobody's saying they're the same thing or they have the same therapy. People are saying that people are saying we owe it.
The same thing, right? That's the implication.
Nobody implied that. That's not even close to what I said. That's a blatant mischaracterization. It's a blatant straw man. I explicitly told you there are two separate conditions, and the treatment for one is different than others. In the case of one, yes, the medication is different. I told you the different medication. I told you. Listen. I told you the different medications. I told you for POCD. Listen. In the case of POCD, I explicitly said SSRIs are used. In the case of pedophilic disorder, ADT is used. I agree there are different things that are used for both of these in terms of medication. Both of them do use CBT. Both of them do use things like group therapy. Both of them do employ things like fucking family systems theory.
One of them is way more likely to be effective without
both of them use therapy is what I was saying. I'm not saying the effectiveness is the same. I'm telling you both of them do use therapy. They are both different conditions, but they both use CBT.
It is not the same. But
nobody said that.
Yeah, but I am saying that because unfortunately for the general public, when they hear they both use CBT, that's what they think that means. They think that both of them are using a roughly similar treatment plan, and they don't. It's not true. And the danger of selling people on average, because I hear this frequently, people will say, if people have been abusive, they should go to therapy. You should go to therapy to fix that. And the problem is that when you just say go to therapy and therapy is available, that most people think that could mean so many things. That can mean going to couples counseling. That could mean going to addiction counseling. That could mean going to some Freudian person. That could mean going to a crystal mommy and telling you about how
go to therapy does not mean go to a psychoanalyst. No, it means go to a therapist, a licensed therapist, not somebody doing psychoanalysis.
But what I'm saying is the danger of when we constantly say abusers exist and the response is, well, but we have therapy programs. And when most people don't understand what the therapy is, that causes them to then choose to go to seek out therapy that's not effective and to accept abusive people within their friendships and within their families, believing that they can get better, believing that they can become safe people, when that isn't actually true. And it not only doesn't
true. ADT is wildly effective.
All the people around them as well. then it's an extremely dangerous thing to promote and to say over and over
it's
again.
absolutely true that if you go through the process of if you have pedophilic or POCD, the treatments for you are highly effective. ADT is highly effective. SSRIs are highly effective, and in combination with CBT, they're extremely effective, wildly reducing the rate of effect.
And why is it the case that in multiple states, if you've been convicted or if you've been accused of molesting children, the go-to thing for you is to basically have the good lives model? And why is it the case that chemical castration is usually
That is what ADT is. Androgen deprivation therapy. It's what ADT is.
Chemical castration?
It's a form of, you deprive them of androgen. You deprive them of testosterone.
You take their T away.
Holy fuck, were you guys just talking past each other the whole time?
Probably. It sounds
oh my God.
I hope to God not. It's so heated. I think it was just about fucking both of us were just talking past each other.
Okay, well that makes a lot more sense.
We're talking same thing.
Okay. Sorry. We'll go to Toby and Gibbs, but just to be clear, it is 11:30. That's the end. So if anyone needs to leave, then you can just head out. That's okay. But I'd like to continue this conversation a little bit longer. But it's up to you if you want to be here. Let's go to Half-Baked Takes and Gibbs.
I just wanted to say thank you guys. Appreciate you. I got to get to work in the morning, but love you guys. And even if I yelled, it's all up. So
congratulations on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And I'll send more invites in the future. So yeah.
I'll be popping in as much as I can.
We'll just deep fake you. It's fine.
Yeah, we got it. we got it.
And we'll label it. Don't worry.
We got it, boys.
Bye.
Gibbs.
Yeah, so I'm just having trouble understanding how this is a proposed treatment even makes sense. Maybe I'm not a psychologist. I mean, I'm not a psychiatrist.
Maybe
I'm not.
You're not.
I don't know, but I'm just.
He might be one. He would drone strike his patients, all of them.
I'm just sitting here
Depressed, drone
hearing
strike.
the idea. Let me ask you a question, guys. All right, so say I'm a straight man, right, and I am, and so we're sitting here, and
we'll just say it.
Are you? So yeah, but hold on. And so the idea, hey, we're gonna wean this person off their whatever the fucking word is, proclivity. Yeah, there you go. Thanks. I don't know why I couldn't say that word just now, but they're sitting here. We got these sexual deviant things, right? So let's say, hey, we're gonna wean him off of liking women. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make AI images of hot women and show him and let him use these AI images to wean him off of women so that he no longer likes them. That idea, yeah. So that idea is ludicrous, in concept, right? So the idea that we're going to use that for child porn to wean people off by showing them this, or use this so they don't act on their urges.
No, Gibbs, your argument actually works against you, because the idea is not to wean them off. The idea is to keep them occupied in the same way that porn keeps straight men occupied, so they don't go get girlfriends, right?
He's very occupied.
Right?
No.
Yes, the reason. No. Look here. This is obviously not true for everybody, okay? But for a lot of men, I think the reason why they're not going out and talking to women is because they're sitting at home watching porn, right?
So hanging with the goon squad.
Let me ask you this: do you think people that watch porn watch what their kinks are? Say you're in some BDSM, right? You're gonna probably watch BDSM porn, right?
I would assume so.
Okay, so then whenever you do have sexual partners, you're going to try to find people that have sexual partners you match with the same type, right? So you're going to sit here and go, oh, I'm into BDSM. What do you think? Oh, let's introduce this and see if we both like it here. All right, so that's likely, right?
It could be. It could be, yeah.
So all right, so let's just take the same logic and apply this to this other thing. So now we've got a person watching this AI CP, right? And we're sitting here watching this, and they're doing this. So now, what's going to happen? Now they're going to go out there and they're going to try to find their mates. And now you're going to have them trying to find someone who matches a similar thing.
Gibbs.
And now we're breeding more of these people.
Yeah. This is look.
We should just call the bloodline.
This is a possibility.
If you want to look up these things, you have POCD or whatever other one y'all got. Okay. Those just should be automatically enders.
Okay. Wait. So. First of all, if you wanted to call a bloodline, you could just do the castration. You wouldn't have to do the drone strike.
No, it's not good enough. We got to make sure they're done.
Well, they're done. They can't. You. Okay, so
I don't. But what if
let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. So how a child is made. Testicles are critically important for the process, and if you remove them, the situation can't continue.
if they've already frozen eggs and frozen sperm
true.
on the face, right? Someone else, right?
What if they
it could
get
be
cloned,
like
bro? Like, take 'em out.
they could
You're right,
plant the
yeah.
child someone else, right? And as the child comes out, it's like the Terminator 2 music. Dun dun dun.
Fair
dun, dun.
enough. In fact,
It's not over yet.
this is a good argument to ban all sperm donation, actually, because it could be
I
the sperm
agree.
of it. No, but Gibbs, like the other element here is like you could be right. You could be right in that actually we're just like
I'm absolutely right. I know
well,
I'm right.
no. You can't say that. You can't say that. You know you're right.
I'm 100% sure. I'm right,
You're
yeah.
100% sure. You're 100% sure.
Yeah, we should call him.
What
Call him.
basis do you have to claim that you're 100% sure?
I mean, because hey, the idea
Divine
of like,
revelation.
Yeah,
It was revealed to me in a dream one time.
It's just real simple. It's real simple logic. You can't breed more child predators if you're taking them out. Like it's more likely,
What
it's
if
more
the case is
likely.
environmental?
Okay,
Wait,
wait, don't you agree? Hold on. Do you at least agree? Look here, logic. You agree with me that there is at least some intuitive basis to consider this might work, right? Like, do you agree with me that there's all these single men and probably a lot of them are single? Hold on. Do you agree with me that a lot of the single men are single because they're just at home jerking it? And they're not going on dates. They don't want to go on dates with women because why would you when you have access to pornography?
No,
you got to talk to women. You got to buy
that.
them food. They're going to tell you about their day.
It's a
Right? With
whole
pornography,
thing.
you
It's
can
a whole thing.
just like right there.
No, I don't agree with that statement. I think that's just it's like there's a plethora of reasons why they're not going out there. They're just saying,
I know
it's the world.
microplastics. I'm aware. Like, there's all sorts of reasons, but I'm saying that but I think pornography is probably part of it. Honestly,
Participation trophies, all the whole
yes.
But no. So I'm not gonna bite on that one and say, yeah, I agree. I don't agree. Like,
you don't even agree. You don't even agree that it's possible. It's possible that this could potentially disrupt the market.
Anything's possible. There could be a flying spaghetti monster behind the moon. I mean, like, there's all sorts of possibilities.
All right,
He's not
let's
worried about
move
that
on.
though. He's on the
Let's
fence
move
about the
on.
flying.
Synth.
It's not even about the topic. I'm just saying I've got to go. I love all of you. It was super cool meeting the new faces here. Really, really interesting discussion. I've been putting off doing paperwork for college for a very long time. I need to go do the new one for the new semester. And fill out classes and schedule those. So you guys have a good one. It was really cool.
But yeah, go ahead.
That is true. I was gooning too much. I was gooning too much.
That's why he's sitting so low.
Exactly. So you can't see. Yeah, it's been goose sesh the entire time. Okay, you guys have a good one. Peace.
Always a pleasure.
Like rational arguments turn them on. That's actually true. That's actual fascism.
Fact. Okay, peace.
But so this topic I think is actually fascinating because there's just so many levels to it. I wanted to ask you something I didn't say previously, Fairy Queen. That we're talking about damage, right? What if someone takes an image of a woman and they change it slightly? No, I'm not talking about de-aging like I was saying previously, right? But now she has blonde hair when she was previously brunette. Now she has blue eyes when previously she had green eyes. But I look at it and this seems like me, right? Would that be a way to dodge these things? Yeah, go ahead.
Is it a way to dodge these things? I mean, fundamentally, I guess it would be could you look at it and conceivably think that it is real, right? That's the question, right? And you are using somebody else's likeness without their consent to put them in a sexual position that they would not want to be in, right? Are you asking, so just to be very, very clear, are you asking this morally, or are you saying that this is what the companies should do? This should be a policy that they should enact? With this question, does this change the policy question, or does this change the moral question of you clicking on deepfake pornography? It's
I guess I want your legal prescription for this, because the problem is how do we regulate this? I like the idea that Synth and Lactoid was saying that we simply put a some sort of a watermark, right? The diagonally across the stream, the screen, deep fake, right? Playing during a video, deep fake, and then also a hidden watermark within the file that says deep fake. Okay, so and then we can track these things no matter what. That'd be my preferred solution. But if we're saying that you can't use a woman's, or not just woman's, but a person's image and then put them in some sort of sexual situation like that, then it's well, what if I alter it, right? What if I use this person as a base and like how we know at what point would it change enough that like it doesn't like it's so far off from the original person that it doesn't matter. But if we age them up, right, and they're like they're fucking 90, right, and like we can't tell past all the wrinkles, like is
I would
there a
say
point where God,
I would say if it conceivably could look like the person, then I would say that like it should still be censored, and the companies in question should still make an effort to take it down. So I'll just use myself as an example. You might notice that I look a little blonder, right? If you've ever seen me on a like panel before, right? So for those of you who have seen pictures of me, you'll notice my hair is a little bit blonde, right? That's because I recently got it dyed, right? So like you mentioned, for instance, like they just look slightly different. Like maybe their hair is blonder, maybe their hair is a little bit darker, maybe they're wearing makeup here, maybe they don't usually, right? There are all sorts of things you could do, right? But the problem is like if it's that slight, you could come up with a million different, like it could still conceivably be them, right? I could have gotten a haircut, I could have gotten, I could have gotten a nose job, right? I could have gotten my eyebrows done, right? There are many things that could have happened, right? If it conceivably persuasively still looks like the person, and if without that watermark I could still click on that video and I could conceivably believe that that is you and that is you right now, then I don't think that is. As far as like aging up, right? So the person looks like, I don't know, like a million years old. I don't know if I necessarily care about that as much. And I don't care about that as much because in that instance, that doesn't necessarily have the same propensity for abuse as say, for instance, if it looks conceivably like you, that it could have been a real video or a real picture of you in the present.
Okay.
And I also think like this issue about like, again, like the second reason, like why we heavily stigmatize CP, like I know we kind of went down a whole rabbit hole, like talking about child molesters, but that wasn't really like my point, or I think what Allie's point is. Like, I think what the point of that is that we stigmatize like material like that, not just because there's an actual person that's being abused or raped like within the depiction, okay? It's not just because the person is real. It's because we want to stigmatize the idea of you violating somebody else's sexual consent in order to receive pleasure from. And we want to stigmatize that because we care about people who are in vulnerable positions within society. And so if we allow material to proliferate that shows you sexually abusing people without their consent, and you know that when you click on the video that it almost certainly will be without their consent, then that means that you are proliferating material in society that is encouraging people to violate people's consent. It does trickle down into it could potentially influence people to, actually it's hard to say this. My knee-jerk assumption would be that if you allow that kind of material to proliferate, you're encouraging people to be more likely than not to commit assault, would be my assumption, because of the fact that you know that the person does not want to have this picture of them out there, and because you were willing to click on that video and watch it of them anyway. That to me seems that like if you are willing to do that, you're probably more willing to violate people's consent in other ways, which means that you're probably somebody that's more likely to engage in dangerous behavior in society, which is
so I'm gonna go to
I think there's a burden of proof there, honestly.
Yeah.
So
I'll go first.
Okay, so like, in the age of OnlyFans and social media influencers and stuff. So if I make a deep fake porn of somebody, right? And then that porn becomes so popular, I make another one and another one and another one, right? So now I just have basically a deep fake porn star of this person. And then this person potentially becomes more popular and more well-known than the original person that the porn is made out of, right? So you can take it away from porn, right? And let's do it to like panels. If I made a Leftoid TV AI and it was, Lactoid's face, Lactoid's everything, but it's completely like different takes, the complete opposite takes. And then my profile overtakes, if my profile overtakes his profile, if my profile overtakes their profile, is there? You don't think there's an issue with that, Lactoid?
I don't, in fact, and I like.
Well, you're a lawyer, though, right?
Well, this has been again, as long as you label it deepfake, I'm totally fine with that because, like, you're literally talking about parody, right? Like Stephen Colbert does this. He like mocks arguably some very specific conservative commentators. There's people who Charlie Hebdo like represented Muhammad in a particularly demeaning way. Like, yeah, there's plenty of, you can Google right now. There's like The Onion lives off parody, right? They literally parody specific events and specific people. And you could argue that a lot of the people The Onion parodies, like The Onion has way more reach and way more power.
They try to get
than any of those specific people. Yeah,
try to
or
get like
Weird Al.
almost real.
Weird Al is another example, right? Somebody who does like parody songs of people, and Weird Al like has grown so big that he might be bigger than some of the people that he parodies. As long as you're,
There's a difference.
what's really the difference?
So like you're like for like I'm gonna use like you're a lawyer, right? So like
Yes.
what if all these
Supposedly.
deepfakes supposedly. So if people then associate the deepfake with you, right? And then now you're losing business because the deepfake is saying things that they normally wouldn't hire the lawyer to agree with. Right? So like for example, you didn't want to have the conversation on Twitch about this about Corey's topic. But the leftoid TV would,
Sure.
and then anyone who watches it would still associate with you. Though, like not everyone is going to be like aware of, like even if they see the watermark there, they might not believe it. They might just think that you're faking the watermark, right? It could just be the thing. I'm just thinking. And now you're losing money on clients. It's your likeness that's the problem. So when you're doing parodies, everyone knows that Weird Al is making fun of someone. It's obviously Weird Al doing the parody. Then you have like Colbert. I mean, that's him making fun of people, but like he's not literally like imitating that person one for one.
It was still the Colbert Report.
So let me ask. So for Weird Al, for example, let's just say like I haven't seen one of the artists that he's doing a parody of, and I watch that and I think that that's like the real song, right? This is actually true, by the way, for a couple of Weird Al songs where I had no idea what the underlying song was.
If you mistake Amish Paradise with Gangsta's Paradise, I think that's
no. Like when I first heard Amish Paradise, I have never heard Gangsta's Paradise before in my life.
Look at his skin color. Obviously, I've never heard
So I thought that was the fucking song, right? And so like when I heard the tune, I thought that was the song. Look, if you post a video of me saying something wrong, or you post pornography of me or whatever, and it's very clearly like in the thing, this is a deep fake, like, and it's clearly advertised as a deep fake. But people, I think that in any society in which this becomes ubiquitous, in which like people are just having deep fakes made of them because anybody can fucking do it. Just the same thing of like rumors, for example, right? Like you can just say whatever you want about people. There is a level of like, I let my reputation speak for me. Of like, no, this says deepfake. Like I'm telling you, it wasn't me. And if somebody says, well, but I don't really know that, like then that's just their choice. Like it's their choice to not give me business. It's not like they were lied to. They were told it was fake, and they said fuck it anyway. In the same way, if somebody decides to not give me their business because they don't like the cut of my jib, they don't like the fact that I'm got like a weird fucking patchy ass beard growing out. Maybe they're like, fuck that. I don't want to hire him. Well, then I guess they don't fucking hire me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, well, yeah. In the world where everything has to be labeled, I just don't know how that's going to happen. But I guess I'm speaking. We're not living in the world where things are labeled. So I guess right now you're against the deepfake then.
Yeah. So if you make a deepfake of somebody that's like represents them in a negative light in a way that makes people believe it's real, I would consider this to be on par with fraud or defamation, and I should be able to sue this person in the same way that if they were telling like my employer just wrong negative things, right? Where it's like, okay, same concept, I'm suing you because you're fucking me over by.
You think the watermark is enough to like deter that completely?
Yeah, it depends. I think it should be clear. I think it should be clearly advertised. So the watermark, I like Synth's idea of like there's the watermark that is like hidden but always there and can be like validated by a computer. And then you also like right at the bottom, like in bold letters, like this is a deep fake or like
not the bottom. Fake. It has to go across the screen, or they're just going to cut that out. That's why I said diagonal. Actually,
sure,
like,
yeah.
Fake,
like those pictures, like the Google Images pictures or whatever. Like where it says like like stock or whatever. Yeah,
like something like that.
Yeah. You could have like that across like the video where it's like transparent, like deep fake or whatever. I think that's the best way. And if any fucking idiot like sees all that and is still like, well, Lactoid, I don't really know if you were part of an 18-person bukkake. It's like, well, then I guess I just don't get your business. Sorry.
What about to like the associates of the people? So like if someone's dad sees a deep fake of his daughter's porn, right? Regardless of you seeing that it's fake, it's still her face. It's still like, the image is still there. You can't really get away from it. And regardless of the watermark, that's still causing harm. You don't think?
Yeah, I don't think it's causing harm. I think that you get into weird examples of this. So it's like, let's say you look like an actress, or like you get plastic surgery to look like an actress, and then you do porn, and the father of that actress sees that pornography. Is that going to harm this person? I guess, but that's not how we do the First Amendment, right? We don't do it this is going to like cause some psychological harm in somebody because like they can imagine their daughter. It's like, well, a lot of religious people, like their argument against pornography is this is someone's daughter, and like this is why we got to fucking ban
There was
this
a
shit.
porn star who looked like Tyra Banks, and she, she did porn for like a half second, but she did it right, and she called herself Tyra something. And Tyra Banks, Tyra Banks, actually, at the time she had a talk show, and she brought her on, and then like shamed this woman, like just like destroyed this fucking woman. I don't know why she even agreed to go on. It was crazy. But it was
free publicity.
Publicity, a lot of publicity.
Yeah,
right?
it was wild. But yeah, that was the thing that happened. But yeah, like. Because this goes back to our friend Fairy Queen. Like you said that, like, if you could imagine that an image, right, the deepfake image could be this other person, this real life person, person A, right? But like, what if it's actually person B who gave their consent, but person B happens to look like person A, and now this is out there,
It's like one twin consents, the other doesn't.
Yeah,
Basically.
or something like
That's
that.
It's not the other person's likeness. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the answer to that is. I guess I would say that in that instance, I would still. Are you saying like should it legally? I would say that. Well, in my system, I would say that like what I said, which is not what Lactoid Instant said. You have to get verified consent from the person before you upload the video in the first place, right? So in this case, you would have verified consent from the person whose likeness is being depicted, right? In which case, like I would say, like in that sense, it would be okay. So the fact that other people might mistake you for it. I think that because it's actually your likeness that you are using, right? I think that's a little bit.
But you're sharing a likeness, though. And let's say one twin says, don't do porn. Can I not do porn?
I think there's a difference between you making a decision to do something with your body as opposed to making the decision to do it for somebody else.
But
I agree.
doing
doing like with my own body, such as programming a deepfake.
But like the whole basis, but like it feels like you just undermined the whole basis of your argument, though, right? Like you said that, like, well, if you've already gotten consent, and like it's not anyone else's fault that like anyone makes this mistake, right? Well, then that's deepfake in itself, right? Like other people are making a mistake that says that this is a real individual, even if it's labeled, right, that it's fake. And like how is it now the proprietor of the site's fault, right, or whoever created the work's fault, that someone else says that, well, this deepfake is definitely the real thing, even if they warned them.
I understand what you're saying. I honestly don't know like what the correct response should be, except for I think that generally speaking, like if you are the person who's made the decision to take a photograph of yourself and to upload it, I think that that's okay, even if like you necessarily share a likeness with somebody else, because it is you specifically giving consent with your own body. But I don't think that you can give consent for depicting somebody else in a very realistically sexual position to then upload and then to proliferate on websites is what I would say.
I don't think anyone has the answer.
I would also just say, like, and I will also just be honest with you because I've given this take before. Like, admittedly, like my views on pornography, like, have become significantly more anti-sex work. And again, it really does boil down to this issue of consent, right? As in real life, like when we are engaging with other people sexually, like we care a fuck ton about whether or not the other person is absolutely giving consent. Like, I want to do this. I definitely want you to have this picture. I definitely want to have sex with you. I really want to be here. And like, we put a huge amount of emphasis on that in real life when we're engaging with real people, right? But when you sit down anonymously as a consumer and you just click on a website, like most people do not research the companies. They don't research the practices that are used within those companies. They don't know anything about it. The average person does not do the legwork to try to verify, even if it's an ethical porn site. They just sit down, they type down blonde with giant boobs, they click on the hottest video, and then they do their
That's what Prime does. Yeah, that's what Prime does.
That's 100% what I type. Blonde with giant boobs. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, but I think what I'm saying is I think that's like, I would say that would be an unethical thing to do, right? And it's unethical because you can't verify necessarily if the other person is actually giving consent. You don't necessarily know what the conditions are. You don't know what's actually going on behind the screen. And because of that, you could potentially be clicking on a video of somebody who didn't want that to be produced, who doesn't want to be depicted in that way, somebody who is behind the scenes through cutscenes has been coerced to do this, somebody who is, you have no idea. You have no idea about the circumstances by which that video plopped up in front of your screen. And you haven't done any of the necessary legwork to ensure of that. So for you to sit down and to just randomly click on something, to assume the best that everything went fine and that if it's there, then therefore they've consented, and then to leave, that seems to me to be an irresponsible thing to do, which is why I think that in most cases, I would say probably as of right now, I think in most cases when most people engage with pornography in that sense, I think most people do it in a very unethical way. I think that like if you're is what I would say.
I wanted to ask you then. Do you think? Are you a capitalist? Are you?
I think that I am. Yes, I do. But like again, like I'm in a bit of an evolving stage right now.
Okay, but like, I mean, I'm going to give you the basic take here. I'm sure you've heard it before, and we can go to Corey next. I'll give you the very basic take then. Then that's like everything that would produce under capitalism, right?
No, it's
like,
not. And I'll tell you why. You want to know? And I've heard that take before. You wanted me to tell you why?
Please go
okay.
ahead, yeah.
So imagine for a minute that I have a masseuse and I have a prostitute and I'm holding them both at gunpoint. And both of them willingly in their everyday lives, they're happy to do it. The prostitute likes having sex for money. The masseuse likes giving you a back massage for money. You've held both at gunpoint and you forced both of them to perform their service for another person. Do you think that both of these acts are morally equitable and morally the same?
I think they're both a violation.
I understand, but that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is like, is one worse than the other? And which one?
No, I don't. You held them. No, I don't actually. Yeah, you held them up to.
It depends on the impact. Blackwood's argument on taxes, right there.
Well, yeah, for sure, and the Civil Rights Act. Good day to talk about that.
Yeah. So like I hear what you're trying to say, right? You're trying to say that like even if I give it to you, right? Even if I say like one is greater than the other, but in the end they're both violations. So like
I understand that they're both violations. That's not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you,
I'm saying I know.
Do you want one of these people to go to court and to be stigmatized more than the other, or not? Do you think the person that forces the masseuse to give you a massage is actually like the same type of criminal as the person that?
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about the stigmatization.
The question is,
but I'm engaging with you. Right? So like, I hear what you're trying to say. I get what you're trying to set up. Like, this isn't mysterious to me. I get what you're doing here. You're saying that, well, the one that's forced to engage in sex have had a bigger violation. Okay, let's say I give you that it is a bigger violation. Still, both of them are wrong. Both of them are should be illegal. You don't think so? You don't think that like?
I'm saying, I am saying, of course, both should be illegal.
Okay.
Obviously, both are wrong, but it's also obvious that one is far more wrong than the other.
Okay, then I've already given you that.
Entirely different degree, right?
And I've already given you that. I've given you that. So even no matter what I think, right? Let's say I completely give it to you that like it is a different level of violation, but still establishing that both are violations. Then within capitalism, yes, you don't interrogate the products that you get, the services that you get. You don't go.
First of all,
when you go to the drive-through, you don't know, like the Burger King drive-through, how badly those workers have been treated, right? You don't know. Oh, hey, one of them might have been sexually assaulted previously by her boss, and then or their boss, and then giving you the burger, right? Like that's the thing that happens.
What I'm going to tell you, the reason why I don't care about that nearly as much is because I think that we should care way more about violating some types of consent, way more than we should care greater propensity to other types of consent. You should care more about whether or not you've accidentally sexually assaulted somebody, or whether or not you've accidentally killed somebody, or whether or not you've accidentally hurt somebody physically, as opposed to whether or not you've accidentally bought a hat that was made with slave labor in Taiwan. I think the person that sits down and okay, let me just put it to you this way, okay? This is the same thing, okay? Do you think that a person that goes off and buys a hat they know there is no mystery, I've removed the veil of mystery, okay? You can either choose to buy a hat that was made with slave labor in Taiwan, Or do you think that person is the same type of person as the person who sits down and watches somebody being actively raped on screen, masturbates, and then leaves? Do you think those two people are the same?
I absolutely think those two things are equal.
I don't think that they are the same.
Just because
I don't think they are the same. You want to know
why aren't they equal? You know,
They're not
like it's not a question. It's
you
not
are
a question.
pleasure from seeing somebody.
Hold on, let me ask the question. So you know, hold on, let me ask the question. So you know, without a doubt, that this has been created by slave labor. That these people have been forced to do that. They haven't gotten any recompense, right? And when there's force involved, there's violence involved. So there violence have been enacted on this individual, some sort of physical, some sort of economic, some sort of emotional, whatever. Some violence has been acted on this individual. And then there's this other situation where you are watching a person being sexually assaulted, being like sexually violated. Right? Now, one you see, the other you don't. But you know the other thing has happened. You know within the situation it's
I'm not
happened. Why wouldn't these things be equal?
I'm not denying that both things are wrong. What I'm saying is you sitting down and actively watching somebody being tortured on screen and receiving sexual pleasure for that is bad in a way that you buying the hat is not and never will be.
But that makes no sense. That makes no sense.
It reinculcates you taking active pleasure from other people being mistreated in front of you. It means you're more likely to mistreat other people in real life. The hat is, you know that it's bought with slave labor. You can be placed in conditions where you don't necessarily need to buy that or to purchase something else. When you start reinculcating the idea of watching somebody who you know is being abused on screen, that means that you're more likely to repeat that behavior in real life to others.
I can work with this because the slave labor hat is cheaper, right? It's slave labor, so it's cheaper, and so I'm getting pleasure as to not paying as much for the hat. And so because of that slave labor hat, right? And I know, oh wow, things that are produced by slave labor have to be cheaper, right? I get to keep more of my money. I get to have more life satisfaction, economic satisfaction by using slave labor. So I'm going to seek out slave labor now. Like I can play this game as well. Like sure, why not?
Okay, so I'm going to ask you the question. This is the Vosh question from like a few years ago. Vosh stated a few years ago that, listen, we all know that child labor is extremely exploitative. We all know that it's wrong. And for that reason, I don't think that there's any reason why CP should be illegal. Do you agree with him, Brian? Do you think that CP should be legalized since there's so much that's created in our society that's created through child labor? Do you agree with him then? Because I don't.
I don't want either of those things, though.
I'm trying to explain why. Okay, the reason why. Okay, we know that when we go into the store, when you go to any Target, you go to any Walmart, you go to any Publix, you go to any localized place, and you purchase something off of the aisle to buy, there's a possibility that it was made with child labor. You know, when you may not necessarily know, and we do not hold the average consumer that goes to pick up a cup from Target in the same way as we do somebody that's searching through Pornhub and accidentally clicks on a link to a porn site that depicts a child being abused. We hold the person that accidentally looks at the piece of CP way differently as opposed to when we look at the person that picks up and buys the cup from Walmart.
But we shouldn't.
And the reason why we do that is because we care more about people violating sexual consent than we do about violating other types of consent.
Don't say we, because that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
Yes,
No, don't say we. Like maybe you, but I'm sorry, I'm not irrational in that way, right?
You can be washed, and that can be retaken.
I don't give a fuck what Bosch said. I don't give a fuck. Oh, Bosch made this argument. I don't care. Like no,
I don't care that you don't care. Okay,
yeah,
that's what your logic boils down to. Your logic boils down to being washed. That's what this means, dude.
You can yell at me. You can yell at me that Boss said it or that you don't care that I care, whatever. But I'm trying to engage the argument here. So here's my response. I say that then the situation that you just set up, that if a person accidentally uses an item created by child labor, right, which is a violation of those children, right? Let's assume it's a violation of those children, and then a person accidentally clicks a link to CP, right?
And masturbates and orgasms and leaves. Do you think they're the same? Do you think they're the same?
Hold on, because I need to ask a clarifying question. Is the person who is masturbating, do they know it's CP? So after they accidentally clicked on it and they masturbate, do they know it's CP or not?
Let's say that they don't. Let's say they're just like the person from Park.
Then they're exactly the same. They're exactly the same. 100%. If a person does not know it's child porn, then how are they the type of person?
Even if you do not know that the thing that you are clicking on is actually CP, we stigmatize that person way more, absolutely more, as opposed to something that like a cup that was made with slave labor from Target. And there's a damn good reason for that.
How do you accidentally click on child porn? Like, I mean, listen, I'm not saying
No, sorry. Let's not go down that route.
You don't just accidentally click on any kind of
I accept her hypothetical. That like you accidentally click on. That's fine. Whatever. I don't care. Right. But like a society that does that says this person does, just like if you have sex with a
crime, I'm sorry. It's hilarious.
I don't know what you're doing here. I'm telling you
what I'm doing. What I'm telling you.
If you have sex, hold on, I was talking. If you have sex with an individual, right, and you believe they're 18, right, you had every reason. They told you they're 18, 18 plus, right, and you believe them, right? They were like wearing a collared shirt, like you have every reason to believe that. Then afterwards, you find out that they had lied to you, they deceived you. Do you think that person should go to jail?
Yes, I do. I do think that, you know know why? Because it's that person's responsibility to know and to find out. It's your job as the adult to know, to verify that the person that you are having sex with is of age. Yes, absolutely.
Who else agrees with her?
Absolutely your job. Absolutely.
Yeah. I know you're biting the bullet, but like unless you have like an ID verifier on you on hand, like that's a really like.
I'm sorry. Cap, you take them out to go to the bar to get a drink. That's what you do, okay?
Yeah, but okay. Hold on.
Have a fake ID.
What if they're at the bar? What if you meet them at the bar? That's a real crime.
They had a fake ID.
Her position though is the popular one.
I know it's a popular one. I think it's vital.
popular in terms of like how America works. So California has like a mistake of age law, and I there might be other states that do, but most states don't. It's strict liability. So like in my state, for example, there is no level of proof that you could demonstrate that would get you off those charges. So even if it's like a fake birth certificate, like doesn't matter. You're fucked.
Yeah. I'm asking you, Lactoid, do you think that's justice? That this person who took all reasonable measures to ensure this individual they're interacting with was 18, had no reason to believe otherwise, that they should go to jail?
I don't think so. I think that'd be ridiculous. Yeah.
That's absolutely ridiculous. Aiko, like, do you believe that? Everything that I just said. Like, what's your thoughts?
I think it's context dependent. I think there's a certain level of verification that you ought to perform, but I think there should be a reasonability standard where, there are absolutely ways in which you can be fooled. Where I don't think it would be reasonable to say that you should have taken X, Y, Z steps, going above and beyond like what it would take to like prove your age reasonably buying alcohol at a store. It's the same standard.
I mean,
in terms of how the verification process works.
Yeah, I want to touch on that. Like, I mean, the one that I keep thinking of is in this scenario is like, remember Akon whenever he was like dancing with that girl at an over like 21 event, and the girl ended up being 17, and then he got like arrested for it. Like, what is the reasonable expectation? This is the guy who's hosting the event. Like, I mean, maybe there's some more like stuff on him because he's hosting the event. I guess maybe they didn't check the security. But like, if the expectation for the club is it's a 21 and up club or an 18 and up club, and this person's in here and they like bamboozled the bouncer, I mean, at that point, you know what? Maybe if they should be charged, then you know who else should be charged is the club should be charged. So they should also be charged. The bouncer should get the same sexual assault charge as the other guy, right? Because if that's the route we need to go down. Because at that point, this person, what
we got a drone strike them.
We got a drone strike.
Yeah. I mean, I do sympathize when there is like some areas where it's a reasonable expectation. I can tell you times when I've been at the bar and like you'll buy shots and like somebody will walk up and like they have the 21 and up wristband on and like you're about to do a shot and someone's like, oh, don't give it to them, they're not over 21. You're like, oh, okay, good. And then you double the shots, right? Like you gotta watch out for that. Like
this literally happens all the time. This is like why we have this an infrastructure to try to stop kids from getting into bars, into spaces that are.
Wait, there was a kid at a club
all the time.
There was a kid at a club with Drake this weekend. He, like a literal. I think was 9 years old. He was at the club. Like I think it was a strip club. It might have been, but he's like 9 years old, maybe 8 years old.
What the fuck did this 9-year-old look like? Holy shit!
He looked like
beard and everything.
No, you guys didn't.
Was
say
it
that?
2 kids like standing on top of the shoulders?
No,
like
it was.
sneak
It
in,
was
like a
no. He's like a kid. No, it's like, it was a kid. He's like a rapper or something, and he raps about pretty explicit shit. But he was at the club with like Drake and Lil Baby.
Okay, so I don't know. That's weird. I don't know what to do.
Yeah,
with,
that seems kind of fucked up.
What I'm trying to establish here is that by the logic that you are giving me right now, you are giving me Vosh's take. And this is the problem with everybody that says this. Vosh's take is that if you are going to allow child labor to be, which is absolutely exploitative to children, to exist, and for you to be able to buy products at the store that has been made by child labor, then therefore that CP should be legal, right? That's the take that you're giving me right now, which I don't agree with, by the way.
Hold on, Fair Queen, you're misunderstanding my take.
I'm not misunderstanding. I'm giving you what the logic of the take is. The logic of the take is that since nothing we can verify, we're not sure, anything we verify might be slave labor, that therefore it might not have been made with consent. Therefore, porn, there's nothing wrong with you clicking on porn and not verifying if consent has been given, if you're not really okay and sure, right?
I don't know how you're making this my take. I don't know how you're doing that.
Because that's what the logic of this boils down.
The reason why I started with this, asking if you're a capitalist, I'm like, do you support this system? Because it's a system that that leads to these outcomes. That's why I asked you that in first, right? I am not a person. Hold on, just let me respond, right? I am not a person who supports capitalism, right? I'm gonna take it down, right? I am lactoid's like a sworn enemy here, right? I'm a socialist. And as lactoid's been here as well, right? Like I've argued like vehemently against child labor. Like that's the thing that we should use every step possible to get rid of, because of all the reasons that you know, right? So I'm a person who doesn't support any of that. Now, to say that, like, within the system that we all live in, right, that we're all stuck in, that you might accidentally run across one thing, and that mean like one. That's
not what I'm saying. Okay, so the system with as it exists right now, which you don't agree with the system as it exists right now. Child labor does exist, right? So would it not therefore be consistent under the system in which we live right now for therefore CP to also be legal?
No, that makes no sense.
Fuck no.
Why would that? I don't know why you have to accept one.
I understand the system that you do not agree with that we all exist in right now.
Yeah.
The system that you agree with has child labor.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, but I don't understand why I have. If I accept one,
I understand. I know you don't agree with the system. I know this is not your take, right? But the system as it exists right now, right?
I hear you. I've already said yes.
Is that it exists, right? So therefore, if you're going to be consistent with being okay with the standard of that being legal and that being okay, if this is the system, right? Why would therefore CP underneath this not also be legal? Because that's Vosh's take. That's not my take, but that's Vosh's take, and that's kind of the take that you're giving me.
Vosh's take doesn't make sense. The way you're, but Fairy Queen, work with me here. Like, then we can both agree that Vosh's take doesn't make sense because. Child labor
it doesn't make sense for very different reasons, right? You think it doesn't.
Hold on. Let me get it out. Then you can say why you disagree with whatever I'm going to say, right? So I agree that not Fairy Queen. Child labor, Fairy Queen should exist. Child labor should exist, and that is illegal, and it should be legal. So it's already an illegal thing, right? To say that, well, there are violations of that law, right? And because those violations of child labor exists, right? Then we should also be fine with the normalization of another type of violation, being child porn. Like none of that makes sense. That's a. I don't know why why you're bringing up this take because we can both understand that it doesn't make any fucking sense. Right. But
I think it makes sense for a very different reason than you do. Okay, I think that it doesn't make sense because I think that we value violating some types of consent differently and weigh them differently as opposed to others. If I go up and I rob somebody's purse, that's violating their consent, right? But it's not the same thing as me setting them on fire. It's not the same thing as me stealing their house. It's not the same thing. All of these, I can list you so many different things that are absolutely all violations of somebody's consent, but we do not prosecute them in the same way. We don't hold them all to the same moral weight, and we don't think of them in the same way. We think of them very differently, and we think of them differently, I think, and especially in regards to CP and especially in regards to revenge porn, because we as a society value respecting somebody's sexual consent to a degree that we do not value other types of consent in society. We value it more. And that's not just me, like in my feelings saying this, okay? That is just simply true based off of the way that we prosecute it, the way that we stigmatize it, the way that we talk about it. There is a reason. And what's more, you and nobody else here in this room wants to live in a world where that's not true. Nobody here should want to live in a world where we think that spanking your child is the same thing or should be morally viewed as the same thing as molesting your child. We don't want to live in a world where prosecuting somebody for like being a masseuse and forcing somebody to give you a massage, that shouldn't be held in the same way as forcing somebody at gunpoint to have sex with you. Those two things should not be held in the same way. And they're not the same because of the sexuality that is being depicted.
To be clear, right? How do I want to phrase this? I think that we can have different legal prescriptions for different things. Like obviously that's the case, right? But I was working with like what you handed me. You handed me a hypothetical of unknown slave or known slavery, and then accidental accidentally supporting slavery and accidentally supporting CP. Those are the things you've given me.
But you think that those things are the same thing. You think that those things are
slavery, yes, slavery and the crime of slavery and the crime of
rape
rape
is the same?
Yes, there are different violations that I hold.
But they're different violations and we handle them differently. That's my answer to you. They're both evil, but we handle them differently and we stigmatize them differently because they are different.
Yeah,
and they're different because one is sexual and one is not. And you make society safer to stigmatize sexually deviant, abusive behavior.
Hold on. But that's not what let's go back to what you gave me.
And that's why I care less about accidentally buying the cup that's made with slave labor than I do about somebody
go back to what you gave me. You said you were talking a person who accidentally happened to jerk off to CP. That is not a person who was trying to normalize the situation. Not a person trying to engage with it, right? Like purposely so, right? This is a person who has stumbled upon that, right? And comparing that to a person who also stumbled upon the great crime of slavery, but has monetarily supported it. I think for those people who did not actually mean to, right, as far as we know, who didn't actually mean to, that those people should be held in the same light. That accidentally stumbling upon them is different.
Yeah,
now,
I think that we have stigmatized the CP more than we do accidentally buying them. I don't think it's weird. I think it's pretty consistent. I think.
We're just never going to see eye to eye on that one. But
why I don't think that any materialism is the same, and I don't think that violating somebody's sexual consent is the same as violating other types of consent.
But you didn't violate their sexual consent, like in this particular situation. Like, did you violate their sexual consent when
if you are sitting down and you're watching CP, then yes, you are violating the kid's consent on screen. That's a person that can't consent. That's a person that has no capability of consenting. You are watching material of them being viscerally abused on screen. You're watching somebody being abused who cannot give consent. Yes. You are violating their consent by choosing to click on that video.
And so then you violate a person's consent by taking the hat or buying the slavery hat as well, right?
Well, you do, but like what I've said, this is why I was talking before about like the different levels of consent and why we care about different types of consent differently. Because of the
there's some example creep here because at first it was you accidentally clicked on it, and then it was you're choosing to click on it. Those are two different scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you admit those are two different scenarios, right?
I admit those are two different scenarios. Yes. So you're accidentally clicking on it, you see it, and then oh my goodness, you accidentally buy this, right? Well, I guess. So if you're accidentally clicking on it, like you could just be randomly like looking through Google, like maybe you're looking at shoes and you accidentally click on a link that brings you somewhere. Like, how do you accidentally buy something? Like you accidentally click on a link and you put something in your, like, I think the fact that you're purchasing something implies a more of an intentionality as opposed to accidentally clicking a link. So I suppose like if we were really going to make the example consistent, we would have to make it an intentional choice as opposed to. But I would agree with you, like the wording upon that is different. So that's a fair point, Cal, that there is a bit of an example creep there.
Okay, so right? You accidentally buy both, right? You didn't know that both were made by violating these individuals. And Okay, that makes more sense for me. Well, slightly. I'll leave that alone. But anyway, you're accidentally taking these actions, but you're suffering. I don't know. I guess there's no point going over this again because you and I just don't see this at all in the same way, and that's fair. That's okay. Corey has been waiting forever, so I'll let Corey go.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there, but I just had a question that I do want to engage with at some point, but probably not now. But I just had a question for Fairy Queen. So yeah, based off what you outlined about, let's say, with pornography in general, which I don't necessarily disagree with, or I share a lot of the same concerns. But what are your views on, let's say, strip clubs? Do you think
strip clubs
are permissible or not?
I don't really know. I'm not sure what I think about regarding strip clubs. I would say that, I personally would never. Do I think it's actually immoral to go, or do I think? I don't know is the short answer, right? So this is the problem with talking about pornography. So part of the problem with talking about pornography in general, right? So when you're actually looking at statistics and figuring out whether or not people are being abused in the industry, whether or not that's happening at a wide rate, it can be difficult to tell sometimes. And part of the difficulty for me telling that is that, there are studies that I've looked at that do show that there are porn stars who do say that they have a high quality of life, that they enjoy their line of work, that they have a high degree of work satisfaction, and that they actually and that they actually are, contrary to public perception, are actually not nearly as likely to be victims of CSA, of child sexual abuse, as other people. So I have seen those studies, but here's the piece of it that makes me wonder about those studies, right? We also know that when you look at those studies, there's another thing that porn stars usually say that they typically do. And what they usually say is that they are more likely to have tried a variety of drugs throughout their lifetime. They are more likely to have tried illicit drugs. They are more likely to have tried addictive types of drugs. I don't have any studies that say whether or not it's very difficult to find out what the suicide statistics are regarding porn stars. Are porn stars more likely to commit suicide than other people in other lines of work? I can't find that. I've tried really hard and I can't. Rates of depression, rates of mental illness, that's also really difficult to determine. So, and the reason I bring up the drug addiction specifically, because doctors, which is a weird way to put it, have a similar problem. So if you actually go up to interview doctors and you ask them, are you experiencing any negative side effects? Is your mental health deteriorating? Most doctors will say no. Most doctors will actually report saying that they really enjoy their line of work and they're not experiencing any difficulties. But you'll also notice that many doctors also are, in some professions, are more likely to drink. They are more likely to commit suicide.
Abuse disorder.
Yeah. So this is the same issue that I'm having with the statistics and studies regarding porn stars, right? Is that it seems on the one hand you have a high degree of rates of people reporting and saying that they have high work satisfaction, that they really enjoy their line of work, but it's coming alongside a lot of other data that seems to indicate that they're vulnerable to drug addiction, right? And I'm not sure if we have somebody that's telling me that they really enjoy their line of work and everything's going well, but you're also telling me at the same rate that you are more likely to use illicit drugs, if that's a person that's actually more likely to be in a good mental health state. I'm not sure if that's actually true.
Yeah, sure. That's all fair, and I can totally understand your viewpoint. And there's actually some decent overlap with my views as well. But I would just say I think your analogy with porn stars and doctors breaks down a little bit, I think, just because I think there's maybe a potential confounding factor of maybe burnout, compassion fatigue, etc. with doctors. I don't know if that would be the case with porn stars, but I'm not.
So we're going to
go. They're getting pretty burned out, man.
I want to go to Aiko, Lactoid, and Gibbs. Aiko, I don't know if you saw the DMs, but you said Bosch had a different take.
I'm not sure if I recall it in its entirety, but I think he was just doing a reductio ad absurdum that says that if you accept the exploitation of children in capitalism, especially as regard to in countries where there's slave labor and stuff like that, then logically you must also you have no basis on which to object to CP. I don't think he was actually speaking in support of CP. He was saying you should oppose both.
Yes, I think that, and I think that you're right about that, by the way, you are right about that. But the reason why I brought up that example is because I will meet people and I will see people who will say, that they believe that, okay, you're against like accidentally clicking on a porn link because you might accidentally violate consent. Well, this piano behind you and all this other stuff, you don't know if it's made by slave labor, you're not sure. And what I would say to you is, like, first of all, I think that the Vosh take of where you oppose both, where you should oppose both, is true. But the reason why I think that the Vosh take is wrong in that is because when Vosh is saying that, and he explicitly says that in the video, is because the reason why we oppose the children, why we
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. Yeah, you're breaking up.
Am I breaking up? Can you still hear me? Hello?
You're all breaking up.
Breaking up.
Is it? I think it might be all.
It's everybody.
Yeah, I think it's everybody.
Fucking Discord.
Hey, everyone, you can hear me. You can hear me. Try to disconnect from the Bush channel and reconnect. Go into a robot room, okay? So disconnect and reconnect.
Hello?
Hello? It seems to be good.
A lot better.
We're good now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We fixed it.
Yes, please go ahead, please.
So ICAO, what I am saying though is that, like, the reason, like, why I think that Vosh is uniquely wrong is because Vosh ignores the fact that the reason there is a second reason why we stigmatize CP, which is different, is not the reason why we stigmatize like childless slavery. The reason, there is an added reason, and the added reason is because you are always necessarily, by virtue of clicking on CP, you are watching somebody doing something against their consent. They do not have the capacity to agree to engage in sexual interaction, which is an added reason on top of the fact that it's exploitative why we care about it. And I would say that actually it's a canary in the coal mine as regarding sexual consent, because in most areas of kids' life, you don't give a fuck about whether or not they consent. You don't care if they consent. It's the reason why we care about children going and working in the coal mines. It's not because kids can't consent to work. They also can't consent to going to the doctor and to going to school and to living in this neighborhood. There's many aspects of their life that they cannot give consent to. The reason why we care about it is because we as a society value children, we value exploitation of children, and we want to protect children. That's a value that we hold, which is the reason why we don't allow children to work, okay? But the added reason about about consent, we care about valuing sexual consent to the degree that although you can violate a child's consent in almost every other capacity in their life, you can spank them, you can make them eat food that they don't want, you can make them have medical procedures that they don't like, you can make them go to a school that they don't like, you can make them tolerate a ton of different aspects in their life. But sex is something that nobody, not even a parent, can give a written waived permission to allow them to do. That is to the degree to which that we value sexual consent. And we value it because we recognize that it is something that can be uniquely abusive towards people, and that's why we value it. And I think that that's for a good reason, and I think that we should continue to value it and should continue to stigmatize people who choose to violate it.
Yeah, I think that's a much clear, like you're making some clearer distinctions there than you were earlier when you were talking to Prime about it, because like now you're making it clear that they're both wrong in similar kinds of ways, but there can be degrees of harm, and that we can make some distinctions between the two without justifying either one necessarily. And because your conversation started with Prime asking you whether you're okay with capitalism, it kind of was important for that dynamic to make it clear that, yeah, there are some reasons to have objections to the child exploitation side of it, even if I do think that like adding the sexual component like makes it one layer worse.
Yeah. Okay, but we can. Like, I don't know if I should say it, but like, like the way that you intimated Bosch's argument seemed to have been incorrect, and that was a lot of our disagreement, because I was like trying to struggle with an argument that that's not quite what Bosch was trying to say, at least in the way that you reiterated it. reiterated it.
Yeah, I don't think it made his nuance clear.
Yeah. So like what I was struggling with was apparently not his point. And okay, good. So me or Bosch aren't for any of that stuff. Okay. I think though we still have an issue about like accidentally violating people's rights. So if you say that it's a violation of a person's consent, okay, sure. I I have some issues with that framework, but I can work with that framework. That let's say it's violating a person's consent to view this porn. Okay, fair enough. But like within our law, within our framework, so you've been appealing to like the way that people look at these things writ large, right? Like how our society looks at these things, right? But if that's the case, then I can do the same thing. Our society looks at accidental violations completely different, right? So we know that like if you accidentally kill someone, right? You didn't mean to. It wasn't a matter of negligence, right? Let's focus on that part. Not a matter of negligence. You did everything that you were supposed to, but this person still died as a result of your actions. That you shouldn't necessarily be punished for it, right? Looking at the details of the case.
Isn't that manslaughter where you accidentally kill someone?
Well, we got a lawyer here. If there is no negligence, lactoid, and like a person did everything they were supposed to do, but a person dies, any which way as a result of their actions, are they like? How does law treat that?
It wouldn't be a crime if there's no negligence. Even it wouldn't even wouldn't even be manslaughter. In order for manslaughter, you got to show like some kind of recklessness.
Yeah. So if you weren't, so that's why I was relating it to either clicking the link or accidentally buying the CP, right? Like if you had gone to this, and also accidentally sleeping with that individual, right? Like if you had gone into each of these interactions, assuming you had one set of information, and you even took steps to verify it, right? Like you meet this woman and you take steps to verify. You look at her ID because you look a little young. I look at your ID, right? And it's an ID that fooled you and fooled bouncers, right? Then I don't see how we can treat that as the same as a person who purposely violated that or punish them at all, really. So, like, what? Like, yeah, why do you think that's different?
I'm just saying that it's your responsibility to try to ensure that the other person you are watching is giving consent, and because you can't necessarily be certain if you willy-nilly wander into a porn site and you don't do the appropriate legwork to discern whether or not the people are consenting, whether or not the business has a good reputation, whether or not standards are in place, if you truly have no idea as to any of that and you just click on the link and masturbate and leave, then in my opinion, you are doing something that is unethical. Like the reason why I'm sort of leaning towards being against most forms, if not all forms of pornography, is I don't know if you as the consumer, even I've spoken to some people who've worked in porn about ethical porn, and apparently like actually consenting and actually the background of that is a lot murkier than it appears. But my tentative thing for you right now is that in most cases, engaging with pornography is usually wrong, and usually not that it should be illegal, but it's usually personally immoral for you to do because you can't be completely certain if the other person on the other side has actually given consent. You could be watching somebody in a terrible, horrible position without even realizing it. And I think that it's your responsibility to know that and to verify.
So two things, and Gibbs and Ali, I see your hands here. And Lactoid. Okay. So Gibbs, Ali, Lactoid. And two things here. So one, to be clear, when we're talking about adult porn in which way, you're saying that like if there was a violation, you're saying this is morally wrong, and but there shouldn't necessarily be a judicial response.
Well, right? I mean, I think that if you actually could verify if the person is actually being abused, then I think that necessarily is revenge porn, or somebody is if you know for a fact that somebody is actually being raped on camera, right? And if you actually, then I think that you should have a duty to report it so that it can be taken down. You should try to contact, you should do something. I think that there should be an onus on you to do something about it, right? But if you just click on something and you are not sure and you don't have any reason to be certain of whether or not the person is giving consent, I don't think that you have a legal responsibility, but I think you have a moral responsibility not to engage with it.
Okay, great. So we're making progress here, right? That's fine. I guess my only other point is that I don't see why that doesn't also what you just said about being able to verify is like how that doesn't apply to all other interactions within capitalism because we're separated from the source, right? We're separated from this. We are buying a product oftentimes in a retail space, but then there's a wholesale space, right? Then there's wherever it was sourced from and the labor conditions there, right? And all along the ways, there could have been levels of violation. And it's very difficult, extremely difficult for people to figure that out.
Right, but I've already given you my answer to that. My answer to you is
you think the violations are different. I understand. I hear you. That you think those level of violations are different, but still a violation is occurring. Correct? Right? That you are participating in that violation.
Yes, and which is why I think you should try to be ethical as best you can with the consumption decisions that you make. So if you can make the decision to try to buy ethical products, to try to buy products that are more ethically sourced, I think that you should try to do that. I think that you should do that to the best of your capacity that you can do, as best you can afford. Now, obviously, nobody's perfect. You're not going to be a perfect person verifying everything. And some people, especially from lower income families, aren't going to be able to afford every ethically sourced thing to do. It's not going to be an option for everyone, I realize. But I do think that as best you can with the resources that you should try to do it as best you can.
Okay, so then all right, then I want to ask you one other thing then. Okay, right. So the crux of your argument is that when it comes to other different violations, like physical violations, those are different from sexual violations. And we should do everything we can to that if you accidentally or otherwise engage in supporting a sexual violation, right? You have extra moral onus and possibly, at least when it comes to children, right? There might be an actual legal onus on you, correct? Right? Just want to make sure we established that. Okay. So, people sell milk, human milk, right? Breast milk, right? That's the thing that people do.
Yep.
What if that breast milk was a result of an assault? That person got pregnant, and it was a result of sexual assault.
It was
the person the consumer who buys that milk, that was a result of sexual assault, right? Had they taking a product that is a result of the assault, are they the same morally as a person who has clicked on or bought a video of an assault?
No, because I think that when you're actually watching the person being abused on screen, you're not just taking you're not just taking pleasure from the end result. You're taking pleasure from the act of them actively being abused on screen, which is part of what makes violating somebody sexually different than forcing somebody to make you a hat. Or forcing.
All right. Well, we're never going to see eye to eye. All right, but thank you. But thank you for engaging with that. All right, so let's go to Gibbs, Ali, and Lactivate.
Man, there have been some ludicrous things being said here. First of all, you know what? Not enough drone strikes. You know what's unethical? The idea that I can't buy something for the cheapest price possible. So if China and them they're using slave labor or child slave labor to make the iPhones, you know what? As long as my iPhone doesn't go up, and it's not happening here. I don't feel like any sort of ethical, moral obligation to go and buy, some specially labeled thing or whatever. That's ridiculous. You know what's unethical is me being forced to spend my money to go make sure it's ethically sourced. That's outrageous. That's just un-American. I can't even. I don't even. Secondly, as for the other thing, with you accidentally click or these persons are this child. I don't even know who the fuck Vosh is. So I've been lost for the last hour and a half talking about Vosh.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, apparently I guess unless this guy is some coming down from the heavens, giving us the gospel truth, they got 10 degrees in this, then I don't really know what kind of weight this guy's opinion has, but it sounds like it doesn't really hold water because, first of all, like I said, I want my stuff cheap. Second of all, when it comes to this kind of like the pornography and whatnot going on over here, like it's outrageous that like the idea like, oh yeah, you want me to sit here and do a background check on a company before I spend 2 minutes wanking one out. Give me a break. That's immoral. You're gonna sit here and give me blue balls by the time I get done sitting here researching whether or not actress Sophia Johnson III was accosted in Bolivia before she came up here to America.
And that's only one of the tabs, right? I got 85 of them up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, yeah, that's and I'm sitting here to do this for all of you because you swap like it's outrageous. It's I can't, an unnecessary burden. In fact, it's that's unethical too. Like, in fact, you're causing assault on me by slowing down my wank. That's what's really
cutting his
happening.
goon time.
Yeah, like I can just get this done and over with and move on the rest of my life. But now you actually expect me to sit here and research this shit? Give me a break. Give me a
FQ,
break.
you don't have to respond to that if you don't want to.
These are real arguments. I'm 100% serious.
If you want to, you can, but I'll just move on.
No,
okay. Ollie.
You guys kind of touched on my point, which is that like, yeah, you should try to source things ethically, but for the vast majority of like people, they're just not going to be able to do that. Whether it's be like affordability, whether it just be like they don't have the time, they don't know how to do that proper research, and just like for the porn thing, like, yeah, people are just kind of going onto a website. They're going to assume that because the porn stars are a part of this company, that there is this consent, like it's being recorded, it's put out. And if there's a real issue with that, just watch solo porn,
No, solo porn. Oh, yeah. Well, that's a good question. Are you okay with solo situation?
I don't know. I again, like, I think it comes into the same problem, which is that, and this is the fundamental problem I think that I have with most porn, is that I don't know that as the consumer, the viewer, that you're really in a position to really, really know what's going on, right? So it's possible the person might have consented and put out a solo OnlyFans or whatever. It's also possible that like it could be deep fake porn of them. It could be, revenge porn from an ex-boyfriend. It could be they honestly did put it out, but they put it out on a separate account and somebody stole all of their content and is now trying to make money off of their product off of a different site. And now you're paying this to this new person who's actually stealing all of this stuff from their website, right? So I will give you this one concession. I think that drawn pornography that obviously that is depicting adult human beings. So pornography that is completely fictionalized, that is depicting adult subjects, which is depicting everything legally. I don't think that there's anything immoral with that. And I don't think that there's anything immoral with that because all of the subjects are, by virtue of the fact that they are fictional, consent isn't really a problem. And by virtue of the fact that everybody is an adult and everything depicted is legal, I don't think that you're like reifying or reinculcating a bad behavior for society. So I don't have any problem with that type of porn. But I do have a problem with stuff that actually depicts real people in hardcore pornographic situations. And I understand the solo stuff is kind of a sliding scale. I understand they're like pictures of like women in bikinis and all of this other stuff. We can go down the whole rabbit hole, but I also think that like this, it's similar to like if you know it, you know what it is if you see it.
But what if, right? Because artists use models, right? They modeled a drawing of a legalized situation, a legal situation on an illegal act. I mean, that's a possibility too, right?
What?
So there's a scene, right? Where we got a clip, 20-second clip, right, of a man and a woman, right, engaged in sex, right, doggy style, right, and in this scene, we have the feeling that this is completely consensual on both sides, right? That these two characters want to be with each other, but the artist drew that out of the scene of a woman being sexually assaulted, right? That he used as his model, but the setting that we are enjoying here, right? This hentai that we're enjoying is of legal consent. Can that also be a thing that happened?
I think that like I actually don't know what the answer to that is. So I would say that like you as the viewer, I think it's necessarily. I think that like when you click on it because you know that it isn't real, and I'm assuming because you don't know the subjects that are depicted within the picture, I don't think that that would necessarily be bad for you as the viewer because you can't know, because you don't know that the people are real. You think that they're fake, right? And you know that they're fake, and you know, and they look fake, right? They look fake. They don't look like actual people like within because it's a drawn picture. But I think that like if you do know, then obviously I think it's immoral. And I actually would apply this to like films of like, so like for instance, so there's a movie for instance that's called The Last Tango in Paris. Okay, so this is a classic example of this. So in the video, in that movie, it's completely fictionalized. No sex actually happens on screen. Okay, but there's a scene in that movie where Marlon Brando, he basically takes butter and he wipes it up the ass. Didn't know that. She didn't consent to this happening like when she was in. It's completely fictional. It's a complete movie, right? It's a movie. It's a fictionalized account. And what happened was like the screams of her like flailing against the ground, begging to leave as he pretends to anally rape her. Those screams are actually real. Those screams are her actually like freaking out on the scene, right? I don't think that like people that went to the movies to go see that film before they knew this, I don't think that they were all doing something wrong. But I do think that if you know that after the fact and you click on The Last Tango in Paris and you watch that movie, I do think that you're doing something wrong because you do know that something wrong is happening to that woman, that she didn't agree to have that happen to her. And you're choosing to watch it and to gain pleasure from it anyway.
I don't know how your take here isn't the copy paste of my take previously. But we're gonna. I don't know if that's interesting. But Lactoid, go ahead, please.
Okay, I got a couple of things written down. I'm gonna agree with you on some of the things you're saying because I think some of it's pretty fucking based. But I don't.
Who are you talking to?
Fairy Queen specifically. But I don't agree with all of it. So I'm gonna start with something that I really don't agree with, which is this concept that sex is in this unique category, right? It's a sort of ethereal and inherently different thing. I think that every kind of sexual harm is only justified as harm for the exact same reason that any other form of harm is also justified as harm, which is whether it violates somebody's consent and whether it impacts their life in a negative manner, right? If sexual harm doesn't do either of those things, then it's not sexual harm. Specifically regards to children, because children can't consent to anything. One is already assumed. And the only question then is to number two, whether or not there is harm. The reason why we can't give children permission to engage in sex is because we have evidence, like scientific evidence, that there are substantial negative effects. If we didn't have that evidence, and let's say we had evidence to the contrary, then it wouldn't be wrong. However, there are things worse than sexual abuse, like certain types of substantial physical abuse, right? Spanking, I guess, like a light spanking, probably not, but like a hard enough spanking where, like, you know, you take off the kid's leg, yeah, that's like substantially worse, I would say, than sexual abuse, generally speaking. To Prime, when you're talking about like accidentally violating rights, and that's being looked at as less, I think we all agree with that. But I think Fairy Queen has a good point when we're talking about how taking precautions when you take precautions to lower the risk of doing something negative, this is generally a good thing, right? Like if you have the resources to and you spend the money on like the fair trade chocolate that you know is not made by slave labor, like you are doing a good thing because the risk of it being a bad thing is therefore less. Again, this is not unique to sex. This is a chance for everything. And, you know, there could be elements of not just capitalism. This is not just capitalism. This is the nature of consumption, right? Even under some kind of Stalinist regime, I could be like getting a government issued handbag that is made of children's skin, right? That's still bad, right? And I should try to like go to the place that sells handbags that have a pretty reasonable likelihood are not made of children's skin.
Adult skin.
Or adult skin. You're right. That's also probably pretty bad. As opposed to, well, you know, kind of flipping the coin. I disagree with you on this, Gibbs. Right? If you know that a company, where's it like a 50% chance that like their bags are made from like humans that they keep in some pit and they're torturing, I don't care if you can get this for cheaper. Like you'd be a better person if you didn't order the tortured pit bag. It's better to buy from good places. It's also better to watch porn on verified websites. And I think the responsibility is a two-way street. I think for porn stars themselves, it's better to only market their porn to people with financial or without financial social difficulties. I don't think that they do. I think the problem with this is a huge problem with OnlyFans, where they see their own financial and their own kind of like, you know, consumer, I guess, benefit in terms of manipulating people in kind of potentially similar ways. Now, the main thing I disagree with, I know I've been through a lot. I'm almost done.
That's fine.
I don't think that taking pleasure necessarily matters when it comes to the wrongness of the act. I think it might matter in terms of how concerned I am about being around you, but I don't think, you know, if I have some kind of guarantee that you're not a threat, I don't really care if you experience pleasure. And I also don't accept, and this is the biggest disagreement that I think we're going to have the most contention on, I don't think that just because you watch somebody having their consent violated that you are necessarily violating their consent. An example of this could be if I watch, let's say, a video of the Lebanon accident, the one where there was a giant explosion at the shipyard. A lot of people were very non-consensually blown up, right? By me watching this, am I like violating their consent by watching an explosion that killed them? I wouldn't say so. I'm watching the news of like an event that happened. And yes, if I blew them up, that would be a violation of their consent. But simply watching them having their consent violated, I don't see how that's also violating their consent, because I'm not infringing upon their body. I'm not infringing upon their property. I'm just like perceiving their likeness having something happen to them, or not even perceiving potentially, but just knowing that it does.
Does it matter whether you enjoy it when you're watching it?
Again, so somebody who jerks off to like the Lebanon explosion, again, I don't think this is like in of itself that makes the action
Well, I didn't
wrong.
necessarily mean sexually, but
Sure, but let's just say you did, right? I wouldn't think that makes it like wrong, but I'm concerned now because there's somebody here who likes to jerk off to people dying, and I'm concerned what this might mean. But if, like, let's say you have like some perfect psychiatrist who can guarantee me they're not going to kill me, then I don't give a fuck. They can jerk off to explosions all they want. It's not my prerogative.
Very quick.
I appreciate it.
Okay, so I actually have an answer to that, Blacktoid. So this is a genuine question. So in New Orleans, there is a museum. It's called the Museum of Death. And the Museum of Death, it's not this museum, it sounds like. So for those of you who don't know the museum it's not I thought, when I first went to this museum in New Orleans, I thought it was going to be a creepy, cool voodoo of New Orleans type of thing. I thought we were going to learn about the ghosts of New Orleans and that sort of thing. That's not what this is. It's basically like a horrible, like glorifying shrine to people who were serial killers. So you can see like letters to Ed Kemper, you can see, Ted Bundy memorabilia, you can see board games that were made to celebrate who was the horrible guy that dressed up as a clown and killed people. You can
Ed
see,
Gein.
Yeah, that's him.
Ed Gein didn't dress as a clown.
Gacy. Sorry, I'm getting
Gacy.
Why do I know that? I'm aware. Never mind.
John Wayne Gacy. You can see the oxygen tank at the back of the room where there was the doctor who performed euthanasia would help to kill his clients. But at the very back of the room, you can also see at the very back of the room, there's a movie theater where you can sit down and you can watch people like go and basically accidentally kill themselves. Like there are videos there of like people like with guns, like where they pick them up and they shoot them and then they leave, right? And the whole place like is shrouded. Like you're not allowed to take cameras. You're not allowed to have a notebook. It's covered with a huge sheet. There are video cameras watching you so that if you take out your phone to take a picture, they will usher you out. And my question to you is like, so if you know this about the museum beforehand, right? Do you not think that there's anything wrong about you choosing to pay to go into the museum? Or do you think that there isn't anything wrong with that morally? And I guess the reason I'm asking you this is because you say that there is nothing wrong. You don't necessarily think there's anything wrong in taking pleasure in the wrongness of the act, and that just because you watch somebody having their consent violated in front of you, like being blown up on screen, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're violating their consent, right? But in this case, this is non-sexual. This is glorifying serial killers, right? And you know this before you go into there. Do you think that there's anything wrong with you buying the ticket and going into that museum?
So there are some down effects I can describe in a second that could make it wrong, but I don't think necessarily it's wrong. The downstream effects that I'm concerned about are potentially, if you fund this museum, is this going to encourage other people who are not you to become serial killers, right? Potentially. The scary thing, though, is if we apply this standard, like in a very strict manner of no exceptions, I would argue that reporting on school shootings encourages school shootings. And so should we censor news agencies from even reporting on school shootings? There is I think a burning conflict here between how much responsibility do we have to censor depiction and information to prevent harm, as opposed to realizing that whenever we do that, we are violating somebody. But what's the cause for? So if there is not credible evidence, and I always think the burden of proof should be on the person trying to stop someone from doing something. So if you came to me with a study showing that this museum led to 18 serial killers, we could talk about shutting it down. But if somebody comes to me without any studies, and in fact, there's just no evidence that indicates that like the museum actually led to any more serial killers, I'm not convinced we should close it. I think it should remain open.
Well, no. I think no. That's a good answer, but that's not precisely what I meant. What I meant was like if you as an individual, like forget about what the broad. You don't think it's wrong for you as an individual?
Unless you know that the museum is causing serial killers and you fund it, right? Like if you give money to ISIS, this is wrong because you know what the money's going for. It's leading to a bad result. But if there's no evidence that it's doing wrong, let's say there's, instead of ISIS, it's like, I don't know, the Boys and Girls Club. That's not wrong because like nothing bad's coming out of that.
See, I think that maybe like we just disagree here because I will just tell you like after I left that museum, like I felt like dirty in my soul. I never want to go back to that place again. I did feel like I had done something wrong, even though I didn't know that that was what the museum was before walking through it. I felt like I had done something incredibly immoral and disrespectful to the people whose deaths were being depicted by choosing to go.
Well, maybe, and to compliment you a little bit, although I think you're wrong about that you did something wrong, I think the fact that you feel like you've done something wrong probably demonstrates that you're not a psychopath and you're not somebody that I have to be careful of, right? And so even though I think like there's no grounding, just simply knowing that you feel like ashamed, it's like it's reassuring to see people like feel like it's wrong because now I know that I can probably trust them around my kids or around like my dog or around a car.
Yeah, like I'm the type of person. There's a lot of what you were talking about at the end, Fairy Queen. Picture the video of like gore, like people going through terrible events, right? There are websites dedicated to these things, and I've always like avoided that, like because I don't actually want to take pleasure from or like some like treat it as fun. These people have like died, right? So I feel you there. I want to just reach out in that way. That it feels wrong, like personally. But
I want to be very clear as far as like, pornography goes. Like before we like move on too much, because I know like this can be. I don't think that that it makes you an evil psychopath to want to see a pair of naked boobs on the internet. That's not what I'm saying. Just to be very, very clear, okay? I think most people have seen pornography. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I think that you should take on the onus upon yourself to make sure that as best you can, that the person on the other side of the screen is actually happy with the work that they're doing and is really actually giving consent. And I think that like one step that we could make to that is maybe encouraging people to like, if they are going to access it, to access ethical sites. But again, I'm not quite sure as far as like whether ethical sites are ethical, but as of right now, that's probably the best thing that we can do.
Can I ask a quick follow-up question? So at some point in the past, I did a lot of work finding because it was scrubbed from the internet pretty quickly. But I did a lot of work to find, and I did watch in its entirety a video of a shooting. And I didn't derive any kind of pleasure from it. I did feel like a pit in the back of my stomach, but I sought it out under a feeling of like morbid curiosity of like, I want to see what this looks like. Did I do something wrong, do you think, just simply by watching it?
I think I know that this is going to sound like, yes, I do. But I will also be honest with you in telling you that like I have watched movies and like I have done similar things. Not like, and I don't think I've ever actually seen anybody like being shot or anything. But like I've seen like the Jeffrey Dahmer like serial killer like series, right? Like I too have that sense of morbid curiosity. Like I have seen that. Like I've watched true crime before for like similar reasons. So I think that like it's a very human thing. And this is the difficulty with having like these kinds of positions, which is that it means that like you're inhuman to people having these kinds of curiosities or being sexual beings. And that's not what I want to say. Like I'm mostly just concerned about like the way that like people are being treated in the industry. So
one more question, please, Prime, and then I promise I'll stop.
Yeah, that's fine. You're great.
So in my career as a lawyer, I as part of my job, I've reviewed lots of video footage of people being killed, people dying. Horrible photographs of people who are dismembered, basically, and I've become desensitized to it to a certain extent. Like I knew I was when like one time I was like looking at these horrific pictures of ulcers that this lady got at a hospital, and I was eating a sandwich at the same time, and I was like, wow, this is not normal. If you're reviewing this kind of content for your job, for like not necessarily to help this person. but like for some kind of legal purpose to make, and ultimately the legal purpose is to make money so I could afford things.
Or maybe even stymie them.
As a lawyer, as a defense lawyer, yeah, for sure. Is this unethical too?
I don't really know. I mean, like I'm not, so I think in order for me to really, really be consistent, like if we're going to go all the way down the road, I probably would have to say yes, but I'm inclined to say no, because were I to say yes, it would basically make it like morally impossible for us to verify CP, for like people to find it, to put it in jail. And it would also make it very practically impossible for people, like when they're prosecuting it, to actually like put people away in jail for it. So I don't know if that's a satisfying answer, but that's the best one I can do.
It's perfectly okay to be morally consistent and call Lactoid a scumbag. That works. In this channel, that will always work. I don't think he was scumbag.
I appreciate the answers.
You have not learned Lactoid's positions on other things, right? He's citing his power level.
Yeah,
let's see if that changes later on.
I was a little bit upset that we didn't have a conversation on the Civil Rights Act today, right? I mean, that it would have been a good day, and both me and Scott oppose it, right? And this was like
I was an awful black person, and I didn't remember it was MLK Day until much later on. So there's that. Eiko, you want to say something, and then I think we'll surround.
I just going to say this part of the conversation sort of takes us back to the beginning of this topic when we were talking about whether or not we should be concerned about the offender, like the status, like what self-harm they're incurring by engaging in these kinds of activities. And it like, if I hadn't heard that part of the conversation, I would have thought, because a lot of what Fairy Queen has been saying sounds familiar to me, because it jives a lot with Catholic moral philosophy, which is like, something I have an interest in, of course. And but a large part of the church's reasoning on this is that doing things like this, like being exposed to the kinds of stuff that Lactoid sees at work every day, for instance, can be damaging to the soul. And there's a moral. Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah, that's great.
My family's Catholic, very Catholic.
And
I'm
so
screwed. I am fucked. I'm gone. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't mean that what you're doing is immoral, but it does mean that you have to balance out that self-harm with the good that you're doing by
with salt lamps, right, and essential oils.
Yeah. People who work for child protective services.
On the salt lamp note, I'm gonna leave. Y'all have a good time.
I'm trying to wrap it up. Shut up. Stay here,
my bad.
So guys, we'll end it here. People can still stay and talk if they want afterwards, but we're gonna end it here. I'm gonna leave an outro to all these wonderful individuals. I'm gonna save our friend Fairy Queen for last. But guys and gals out there, if you've been enjoying this content, and this was one of our actually, it wasn't one of our more exclusive ones. It's been worse. Let's be real. It's been fucking much worse than this. But if you've enjoyed this, and which way, consider supporting the channel, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs, the follow button. You haven't done so, or if you want to throw in a comment before the end, Admiral Gibbs, I think you're being a real one and gifting a sub here to OmniSlap. Really kind of you. Been a real true supporter of this community. I really appreciate that. But if you want to support, consider doing so on Twitch or YouTube. So we'll start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for coming through. This was exciting. We had a lot of fun, and I'm really glad that you're always here. Thanks so much for always being around.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prime, for having me on. And then to all of you, thank you so much for talking with me. All of you I've talked with here before, except for you, Fairy Queen. But we've had multiple debates in the past, and I think that you showed very well today, and I hope you come back. If you guys like what I had to argue and all the points I made today, me agreeing with Synth is a abnormality, so don't get too worried. Okay, it's just very specific topics, I suppose.
So follow him at Leftoid TV.
No. If you like good principled reasons, right? They don't always agree with anybody, but you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Thanks so much, friend. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, thank you as well for coming through. You made some really interesting points and gave me a whole bunch of sources. I really want to look through all the sources you gave me for our previous discussion, but it was really interesting. Thanks so much for adding so much to the debate.
As always, super appreciated and grateful to be here. And also, I apologize if I wouldn't expect you to go through all the sources there. That might be a week's or a month's worth of reading. But I'd encourage everyone to go through the sources just to ensure that I back up what I say. But yeah, a couple of things. One, when Fairy Queen was, I think, talking about consent and children, and she brought up, you can spank children. Not in my world. Here is where I'm with Gibbs. If you spank a child, drone strike right away. And also, I agree with the sentiment overall of being an ethical consumer. And I hate to be that vegan. But when Prime was talking about human milk, and what if that human milk was procured through sexual assault? Well, that happens with dairy milk with cows anyway.
Oh God.
So yeah, just be aware of that, and we should all strive to be an ethical consumer. But yeah, this is great as always. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCampbell84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell, and Fairy Queen, Gibbs, iCow, Ollie, Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Thank you for that, Corey. And because I'm petty, I will be drawing Fairy Queen into a vegan debate later on. That's gonna happen.
Wait. Are you vegan, Fairy Queen?
I'm not, but I kind of wish in a way that I could make myself be. I don't know. Like here's what I would say. Okay, so I think that actually I really want to hash out my pornography positions with my veganism position, because for a very long time my position for eating meat was you should try to buy meat from ethically sourced places, because for instance, my parents, they bought half a cow, they bought all of their meat immediately directly from the farmer, and they verified that the cow that they bought was ethically treated throughout its life, right? And the problem with choosing to be a vegan and trying to using vegan products is that it disincentivizes farmers who are trying to do the right thing, who are trying to treat their cattle and their livestock in a more ethical fashion. And so I think that you should try to ethically source. But I say that, but the reality is that I go to the store and I buy the cheapest brand of burgers like everyone else. So I don't know how ethically consistent I am with that, but that's pretty much my thing for now. But I'm not a vegan. I eat meat. So
well, you should be.
I know. I know. People have told me this, but I don't know if I can make myself be one.
Fair enough.
I like her a little bit more now. Let's go to Ali. Ali, thank you for coming through. I really like hearing your opinions on things, right? And I like your attitude when you're here. I think you got a really good attitude, despite all the negativity that happens on this space. You're actually really cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I don't really see it as negativity, man. Thanks for having me on. I see it as just people who disagreed having a great time talking. I don't think anyone's hurt here. I think everyone's having a good time. So I mean, fuck it, right?
Scott's not here, so that's true. We did have a good time. It was all positivity here. Fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah, you can find me on Twitter and TikTok, Twitch, YouTube coming soon. Sociologic_Ali. In terms of if you want ethical meat, you can just eat halal. And
no, I don't want to open that. That is not it. No.
And then, in terms of, I think we should abolish one-ply toilet paper. I don't believe that you willingly choose to get one-ply toilet paper, Lactoid. I think that's complete bullshit that you just jumped in with that. I don't believe you.
I swear to God, I prefer it.
I don't know. Abolish it. That's gotta be. That's anal harassment, bro.
I'm skeptical, but okay.
But yeah, once again, Prime, thanks for having me on. Lactoid, Corey, Aiko, Admiral, we've been on shows together, and then Fairy Queen, you yelled at me once. We need to resolve that.
Sorry,
off the WIC panel.
It was not serious, Allie. It was just for memes, just so you know. I think you're.
I do want to get into that conversation. I actually, if you want to debate your ethics on veganism with porn, you should talk to Vegan Gains. He is a vegan who does OnlyFans.
Oh God. Okay.
As someone who's essentially vegan, I don't know that I would want to put Vegan Gains as a force for good for the vegan movement.
Well, no, because she wants to come for porn and veganism. He does one or the other.
So basically, he does ethically based. I'm assuming ethically based porn, but he's completely against eating meat. And I have basically
he's insane about it, but yeah.
And I am basically saying eat ethically sourced meat, but for the most part, the majority of porn you should probably
And take away their livelihood too. Yeah, that's what you're telling them.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Prime. I really
Yeah.
appreciate it, man.
Ali, don't disappear. You're one of the people who disappear sometimes. Yeah, okay, wait. All right, so Aiko, thank you so much for being here. And I love even at the end he manages to sneak away like his Catholic beliefs in there, right? Like he manages to like smuggle that into the conversation in a really helpful way, right? And it turns out, actually. He was being insightful with our friend FQ. So thank you so much, Aiko, for being here.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. By the way, I did notice that Admiral Gibbs, like when he pulled out his cat there, like turned into a Bond villain, which totally suits most of the argumentation that we hear on the.
Oh my God, yes. Admiral Gibbs, right?
Yeah, I use the cat to soften my image. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's Bond villain.
That's I know.
Bond villain-esque makes it worse. Just we should drone them.
You know, listen, I feel like people that have problems with cats like have problems with consent. You know, I'm just saying.
It could be. But Admiral Gibbs, thank you for being here, friend. I really do appreciate you as well.
Oh yeah, I love coming on. Thanks for having me. These are always super fun. I really enjoy always coming in here and yelling and arguing at people and whatnot. It's good stuff. And like I know people are like, oh, he's memeing, but you know, we're really not memeing. Like I mean, somebody's got to stand up for us conservatives when lactoids flip flop and turn leftists on us today. Somebody's got to stand up for them, and I guess it had to be me. I'll bite the bullet. You know.
Thank you, Mock Gaming Bot, for gifting a sub to Desperado Sensei. Awfully kind of you. Thank you so much, Mock Gaming back. And it's your fourth sub overall. I don't remember you gifting a sub previously, but thank you for supporting us 4 times. Thank you. Really kind of you. Are you Mock Gaming Bot?
No, I just said hell yeah. I was just,
Oh, okay.
No, Mock Gaming Bot, they work for me. They work for my company.
Oh, really? Oh, shout out to you. Thank you so much. And last but not least, our friend Fairy Queen. I want to give everyone a proper arc here. Fairy Queen, first day here, we started off with a conversation about poop. And then ended up it ended with a debate yelling about CP. So thanks for being here. Fairy Queen will be last time she shows up, but I do appreciate you for coming around. Fairy Queen, thank you so much, honestly, for being here. I appreciate people with differing opinions. I love it, and I love who are able to express those opinions passionately and eloquently. So I hope that despite what happened, despite that arc that I just painted, you will come back because I had a really good time with you.
No, I had a really good time too. Thank you so much, Prime. This is, it's always a pleasure to watch you. I've watched like some of your panels for a couple of years, and it's really a huge honor for me to be on one with you as well. So thank you so much for having me on. I feel really, really grateful. And I also feel really, really grateful to be able to talk and to yell at all of you and to yell with you. Okay. Hopefully we'll get a chance to yell at each other again. Okay. But again, I'm really happy to be here. You all are really good debaters, really great conversation, guys. It was really, and I actually really appreciate you guys talking about like my pornography position towards the end, because it is something that I'm kind of trying to work out the kinks of. So I really appreciate you guys going through that with me. And I would really be open to talking to any of you one-on-one if any of you would be open. So hit me up in DMs if you'd like to. And thank you so much for having me on.
Absolutely. Are you streaming now, Fairy Queen?
I am streaming right now. Yes, and for those of you who are watching, it is at Fairy Queen's Cottage. I put it on the thing so you can see how it's spelled. Okay, so my name on YouTube is Fairy Queen, but you won't find it because there's a billion Fairy Queens. So just put in at Fairy Queen's Cottage in YouTube, and you should be able to find me. And that's me right there.
I am trying to find you now because I would like to raid you. I like my audience to FAIRYQUEENCOTTAAGE.
Well, is it Twitch or YouTube?
Yeah, you
forgot
on
Queen.
YouTube?
I'm just on YouTube.
Queen.
I'm on YouTube.
Queen.
I'm on YouTube. I'm just on.
Okay. Well then, it's more complicated to do these things on YouTube. But we'll work it out though. I would like to raid you there at some point. Let's raid Riverboat Jack. I guess. So we'll send it out there. But thanks all for being here. Much appreciated. We'll continue on with our conversations in the future. I'm just waiting for this to go through right now. Okay, great. So I'll end my stream. If anyone wants to stick around and have a conversation, I'm definitely with it. But if not, that's okay too.
No, I got work, but hey, love you guys. Thanks.
Yeah, always a pleasure, Lacto. And stay away from those salt lamps and those essential oils.
Yeah, and hopefully this leftism is a one-off.
No, I literally right now.
It's going down. It's a slippery slope for him, man. It's coming down.
No, there are occasions in which, like, the libertarian position. I am a libertarian. I'm not a fucking like. Sometimes there are situations in which, like, the left is right. Very rare, but it does happen. I have 2 salt lamps right now on. I have one salt lamp behind my monitor that I plugged in during the talk, and it's on right now. And then I have one over there on my other desk that's on. And I've been just snorting like essential oils this whole time. I'm fucking like geeked. It's crazy.
Watch out with the essential oils. You're actually not,
I know you gotta go.
supposed to inhale them that often or that closely.
But
what happens?
I don't know. It's just like the fact that it's so
You turn into a hobo.
concentrated. Yeah, it's so concentrated. It could fuck with your lungs. Like the amount of oils that are in like that it could fuck with your lungs. The hyper concentration of. I'm not 100% sure. I've heard of.
Yeah, you just look into it. We don't want you to get hurt, friend.
No.
But I'm just curious. Are you? So it's totally cool if you enjoy these things. Are you actually doing this for therapeutic purposes or purported therapeutic purposes?
I'm streaming on Twitch, Corey. I don't know why you'd ask me this question right now.
Fair enough. Well, no, it's Twitch. You're allowed misinformation on Twitch.
Health misinformation? Are you kidding me? Absolutely not.
Well,
Crystal Health?
I don't think you can do Crystal Health even on Twitch. Come on, can you?
Well, I
sure.
play it safe. I don't want to get you in trouble.
I appreciate that, Corey.
I don't remember any. I read the whole guidelines years ago.
I'll DM you. Are you doing this for therapeutic purposes?
Yeah. Fair Queen. What do you do? You're not a. You're another lawyer.
No. So I currently work as a teacher. So I.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in today. Keep trying to look up here. Tuning in today for another episode of Lactoid TV. Appreciate and love you guys as always. Big shout out to all of you who gave follows today. Big shout out to all those who were active, who gave bits and subs. And my good friend Lawson was particularly generous today with the subs, and I appreciate that. Thank you. We're gonna go ahead and raid on out into Gibbs, but before we do, just some housekeeping. I got a panel coming up on Thursday. That's going to be a WIC panel about Trump, about whether or not he's a fascist. So that'll be an interesting discussion. Apparently today he just won the Iowa caucus, and Vivek Ramaswamy dropped out of the race. So it's going to be Trump, DeSantis, and Haley. DeSantis and Haley got crushed in the Iowa caucus. It's not even close. We all knew Trump was going to win the primary. It's pretty one-sided at this point. For those of you, I'm going to make a post on Twitter about this as well, and Discord. But for those of you who haven't, and if you're interested in doing so, I have we're still going to be streaming on Twitch. I do have some, of a perpetual fear of just Twitch's guidelines. And then also the fact that apparently the company is not 100% financially, from what I've heard, I don't know if this is true, but from what I've heard, the company is having some financial difficulties. So I also have reserved, a while ago, I reserved the name Lactoid TV on Kick. So for those of you who are interested, I'm obviously not off Twitch right now, and I don't plan to be. But in cases, the CEO said it, I believe, as well. But in the case of which something were to happen, please consider following me on Kick and YouTube. That's Lactoid TV on YouTube and Lactoid TV on Kick. Yeah, that's all I got. Thank you guys so much. I'll raid on out into my good friend Gibbs.
Yeah, the 22nd or 23rd. Oh, there's someone to our left.
Behind?
Okay.